Alright, hello folks. Give me 2 seconds here. I'm not fully set up at the moment. I woke up and I'm kind of out of it today. I woke up and I actually completely forgot to put on my compression garments, which I need to do for my lymphedema. And considering that we're gonna be here for a hot minute, good couple of hours, like, you know, a little bit, I need to get those on. They're definitely helping, like, whenever I take them off before I go to sleep. So you're not supposed to wear them when you sleep. My legs definitely do appear a lot thinner, which is genuinely really nice. Genuinely really nice. So, definitely working. Ugh. But, man, living with these fucking legs is gonna be a pain. Gonna lose the ability to walk in a few years, is what it is. We'll deal with that when the time comes. Everything I can to keep the legs as long as possible. Ugh. Yeah, usually when we have like long streams, I should be every day. Most part. But it takes forever for me to put them on. like my legs engorged as they are, and that piece is supposed to be like very tight. Yeah, very hungry. Very. I hope everyone's having a good day today. I genuinely feel like today might be hotter than yesterday, even though it's not. Like, I feel like yesterday had a slight breeze to it. Today's just fucking hot. So that kind of stuff. We'll see what happens. Yeah, for this, I was trying to think yesterday. I wasn't sure what order I should have gone for these. It should honestly have been Lad into Gaiden. I did the dumb thing of asked Twitter. And at one point I went to sleep. It was 50-50, and I was like, oh, Jesus. But no, Twitter decided this is the order that should be done, so it's just plain Twitter, I guess. Yeah, yeah, no. So we're gonna do Gaiden into Lad. Gaiden into Lad. It's gonna be relatively long. Gaiden's like an hour and a half, and then Lad is 4 hours. It's kind of nice that I don't have to worry about getting good RNG and LAD for once. YouTube chat, you don't know the struggles we have had with LAD over the last couple of months. Because all you see is the... What's hard? All you see is, like, the completed runs. You don't see, like, the failed runs and stuff like that. And, like, oh god, you have no idea the fucking absolute diabolically bad RNG I've had in LAD for, like, 2-3 months. It's been rough. But the nice thing is, we don't have to worry about that today. Today is just finish the run. So, good shit on that. Alright. It's not Tendo, no. Runs aren't getting past the early game. No run. I've only gotten 1 run out of, oh, fuck me. I got 2 runs out of Chapter 4 in the last, like, 2-3 months. It finally happened. YouTube, you haven't seen it. Let me find the clip, actually, and I can show you, YouTube, what happened, because holy shit, I've been saying for ages this is a possibility that can happen, and it finally fucking happened. Like, you will be surprised. I don't know. That was a while back. It was like a month ago or something like that. That's Infinite Wealth, that's all Infinite Wealth. There it is. Alright. God, how do I work fucking, there it is. I don't know how the fuck you work bloody, full video unavailable. It was really 2 months ago? Jesus. I don't know how you work Twitch's new clip page. Let me bring up the main screen. I'll show you what happened. Because I've been saying for a while. My ring light isn't on. Hold on. Yeah. I've been saying for a while. This has potential to happen. You can't see display capture. Boom, there you go. I've been saying for a while this has the chance to happen. So one thing that's already happened, that's not on this clip, I've already taken a hit from Part-Time Hero on his first turn. And I didn't get the perfect guard off on Itchy. So Tag Team Masters of Mayhem pushed him towards Adachi. But the thing is, what happened there is something that actually, like, almost killed the run. Or what does kill the run. What happens here
is Itchy's tag team is supposed to put Part-Time Hero here. But here's the thing. The guy hits the pole, and Dragon Ninja shenanigans happen, where he slides backwards. Notice how Adachi does that. Adachi's opportune attack is now going to push Part-Time Hero, and Part-Time Hero goes after the person who's closest to him, who, in this instance, just so happens to be the guy who already got hit in the first turn.
Oh god.
And that's me realizing...
Oh god.
Now here's what I should have done. I should have used Clobber Bag with Sayako to try and push him away from Itchy, but that still would not have worked, because he would have slid and then he would have still hit Itchy.
Oh god.
Also, failure that the only perfect guard I hit was the very final one. Like, my dude, you are better than that. Like, my dude, you are way better than that. Like, that's on me as well for not hitting more of my perfect guards. But that is, like, the one instance in, like, so many connotations that can happen in that fight where Part-Time Hero can end a fight. So I've been saying for literally 4 fucking years that Part-Time Hero can end a fight at the start of Chapter 5, and that it's never happened to anybody, and it's likely never going to happen to anybody. Like, at the time, I was mad. Now I can laugh about it. But, like, at the time, I was mad. Like, I think you can understand why I'm mad about that. Because, you know, most of that is on me. If I hit more of my perfect guards, I survive with, like, 10 HP. But, like, oh my god. Oh my god. That is just some absolute ass kind of luck right there. Like, literally, as I've been saying, like, it's possible to die to Part-Time Hero. Never happened to anyone, and it finally fucking happens to me. Like, holy shit. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Here's what it is. Here's what it is. Here's what it is. Here's what it is. Yeah. Take a picture of me set up. I think we're good to go. Yeah. So yeah, it did finally happen. That's when I said I'm taking a sabbatical from LAD for a while. Here we are, 2 months later. So here we go. I have done like 1 or 2 like LAD runs since. Like, I've had nothing but bad RNG with certain Yakuza and LAD games for like the last like couple of months. Like, that just is a perfect encapsulation of how bad my LAD has been recently. The early game has been horrific. And the problem is, as you'll see when we get to LAD, I'm going up against what is essentially a perfect Chapter 14. Masochist bonus on both Kiryu and Reiji. And it's like, bruh, I have so much time save in my endgame, but Chapter 14 is going to kill it. Like, every time. Like, 45 seconds guaranteed time loss every single run. So it's like, you know, like, it sucks. I gotta have a good early game, and that's the problem, is I'm not having good LAD early games. But today we don't care about a good LAD early game, thank God. I was thinking of doing a no reset run for a while, so today actually works out really nicely. But thank God. Anyway, we had a resub. Where am I? Zydox, aim for the Prime game for 16 months. I appreciate it. Also, YouTube, you won't have notifications yet, and I know why. I actually think I know why after speaking to a couple of friends who also do streaming. I need to do another account for the alerts program I'm using, because it can only handle one-on-one account. So I need to hook up my YouTube account with a new account and then hook that into OBS via another set of like alert systems, which won't be hard. Like, it's literally like setting up stream alerts for like, you know, just one thing, but just doing it for another thing. I just need the time to do that. So I do know what to do now. I do know how to fix. I do know how to fix your notifications, YouTube. Just give me like a day or 2, and we'll get that fixed. And I will upload some more emotes, because I think we've got enough member slots now. Member slots now. Love doing slots. Yeah, thank you all for the good luck. Hot take on anything at all, I'll get back to you on that one. Get back to you on that one, because I'm not sure right now. This is Gaiden. Never seen Gaiden before. Gaiden's cool. Gaiden is the shortest mainline run that doesn't count DLC, so obviously no Majima Saga, no Kaito files. It's fast. I'm going to show you how fast it is. Go. God. It's so fast, I'm not even doing a very long intro. I like Gaiden's Run. Gaiden's Run is pretty cool in places, and then it's also kind of frustrating in others. Chapter 1 of Gaiden might just be one of the most frustrating things to speedrun in this series. There's a shit ton of RNG that can just happen in this chapter, and it's all kind of ass. So the downside is, they took off beginner difficulty. Really? You were the one? Alright, we're starting again. They took off, you know how, they introduced, like, simple difficulty, into the Judgment games, which gave you action assist? For some reason with Gaiden, there is no legend, there is no, like, simple. So they put the simple difficulty stuff, which is, like, auto combat stuff, into beginner, which is a pain in the ass, because we want to use beginner for the run, but we don't want the auto assist stuff. So as you'll see when we go into the start here, I have to turn that off immediately. Otherwise, this guy called Joryu is going to start using heat attacks when I don't want him to use heat attacks, which is not good. It's very not good. Some cases it is good, but not 95% of the time, no. So. Anti-scary, anti-counter service. Yup. Yeah. I still don't know how I'm gonna do, just hit me first this time. Thank you. Because you want, like, one enemy to, like, actually... Nice. Good shit. Not too bad of a tutorial. Good. As I said, Gaiden's opening is extremely RNG. There's a lot of enemies. You want to hit that guy to the ground if you can, because he actually takes 2 hits to go down. That was a pretty good start, actually. He takes 2 hits to go down, unless he's on the floor, which 1 hit will do. It's the same with another enemy that's coming up in a little bit. So, yeah, no. The first chapter of Gaiden Speedrun is just rough. There's a lot of RNG to, like, enemy positioning, enemy movement, and stuff like that that's just really annoying. Like, there's a lot of little things that can cause you to, like, restart. At this point, I probably won't restart. Because I just, you know, we got a long stream today, and it's very hot, so I'd rather just, you know, get through this. So. Towering a guy this time. So, here's the nice thing. I've looked and seen what I have to do for Joanne for once. So this is the other guy that needs to be on, like, the ground bit, or you can, like, hit him like this, like, down, so you want to not do that. Excuse me. Thank you. Now I want that. Thankfully, there's one behind me. Come on. And then, hit him twice. I don't know why he tried to grab the wire the first time. My bad. To hit L2 by accident. And this fight, you would think that we would actually use AT-EX. AT-EX in Gaiden is very, very overpowered, but you can just run backwards, grab the pipe, and it's straight. And if Joanne does, like, that hand wave animation, he doesn't guard at all, which is really nice. If you're lucky, Joanne will actually fear completely, and then you can just knock him onto the ground and hit him, you know, subsequently enough. So, get taught how to level up, which we're going to do immediately, actually. Nice. A very specific set of combos for this fight, and this is where things get, like, very random. This is where things kind of start to suck again. So, great abilities, attack by 2, surprise. In this game, use money to level up. You wanna... Hello? Why is it not... Thank you. I don't know why it wasn't doing that. Like, it just wasn't bringing my wire out. So, ideally, you spread the damage a bit, although with this guy on the floor, that sucks. I would like to hit, like, obviously him as well and finish him off, because he has, like, a lot of HP left. If there's one enemy left with, like, a, like, very small bit of HP like you can be the last enemy, because what you can do is obviously do this, and then throw the baseball at. Damn you. He actually ran under it, how dare he. It's very funny to finish off an enemy when you throw a baseball bat. It's, like, actually hilarious. This fight's also random. Hannibal can actually help us out quite a bit here, and we're hoping that, obviously, he does. We're going to be going behind, obviously, this guy, and then focusing this guy with our multi-hits. Now, unfortunately, that's a bad combo. Reason being is that we really want to hit multi-hits on, like, all the enemies, and then when they're gone, if there's a readily available baseball bat, we can take that. So, there's not, because that one broke, so we're in a bit of trouble here. There's a lot more enemies left alive than I would like at this point. Like, way more enemies left alive than I would like. We'll leave Hannibal to the others, hope we can take them out. But I know I didn't exactly do much that fight. It is what it is. Like, that's just RNG. Sucks. Nothing we can do about it. Just move on. Carry on. Again, I'm just going to be, like, doing a run of this. I'm not, like, going to be the hardcore resetting. And I think I would reset at this point anyway. I have a lot of time saved in my first chapter. And here's your Zaki Jincho little cameo. We're going to be back here in, like, an hour and a half. When we're in LAD. The nice thing about this bit, there's going to be multiple fixed fight spawns. Or, like, pretty much they're guaranteed fight spawns. That would usually be a problem. Everything along this road is a area trigger. So everything along this road, you can literally just run into. Even if you're in the middle of a fight, you can just run straight into it. So all of these, like, guaranteed fight spawns that are along each of these roads, not a problem. So thank you to RGG for that. That's genuinely really nice. We don't have to worry at all about this. Like, even this grip on the right, doesn't matter. I'm hugging the right because the cutscene triggers, like, along this entire road. This is the Spiderwire gadget tutorial. If you go first person, you can grab things a tiny bit faster. But it can mess up your movement a little bit. We get some Nourishment of the Sea Kings for that, which are going to help us, like, healing items. If you've seen some of our other Yakuza runs this week, like Yesterday 6, or, like, K2 earlier in the week, where we do some shenanigans with our defense, this game we're going to do some shenanigans with our defense. When you're an agent, you obviously want to have some clean underwear on. It gives us, like, 80 attack, which doesn't... It's not a lot in the grand scheme of things, but for the start, it's enough. Like, it will make it so that some enemies that take 2 hits to go down will actually die in, like 1 hit instead.
Let's go.
Fuck. Every time on this bench. I fucking hate this bench so much. You have no idea. I'm sure you die before I go back over here. Ideally, you grab that bench at the right angle that you can just use light swings and then everyone dies in one combo. That's another massively RNG fight. It sucks. For some reason, like, I can't guarantee to pick up the bench, even with the strat everybody else uses by, like quick strafing to the right. And for this fight, we're going to run up to everybody, and we're going to start spinning. The main aim of this is obviously to take out enemies, but what I would also like to do is get one of their weapons. That sword that dropped on the floor, or this guy's pipe, would be absolutely perfect. Because obviously having a weapon, things are a bit faster. See? Simple as that. So that leaves us with a little bit of a quandary where we don't have our EX, and then we're going to go into our first boss fight.
Figured as much. That's the Dragon of Dojima for you.
This is Surano. We'll be seeing him a couple of times in this game. We're going to be grabbing this over here. Game. Thank you. I'll be careful not to have this knocked out of my hand. If that breaks, that's bad. Doing this. Wait for his right foot. 1, 2, 3. Dodge. This one gives you quite a bit of time. We're going to be doing a lot of these EX counters on a very strict timing basis in this run. Some of them are going to be really, really nasty. Some of them aren't too bad. That one's not too bad. The way to, like, see how to do that one is you watch Surano's right foot. When Surano's right foot hits the ground, that's the one. And Handy Mask. This is Shishido. Seeing him a lot in this run. That's great. Let's probably be 2 and then dodge. That's fine. So, dodge. 1, 2, 3. So, whenever Shishido attacks on beginner difficulty, the nice thing is he is timed perfectly where you can get 3 cone attacks off, and then he will attack. Like, it's literally timed perfectly for that. Bring that good shit. Also, considering YouTube is probably like one of your first times seeing a Gaiden speedrun, let's get it out of the way first. Please don't complain about the English dub. Like, it's faster for the speedrun. We do things that are faster for the speedrun. Like, you cannot like it, but you have no idea the fucking amount of times I just get, I hate the English dub, I can't stand this. Like, yeah, understandable, it's fine. But like, you really don't have to bitch constantly about it. That's the issue. Good joggle. I'm gonna cancel out some launch. Really? That connected. Wow, that was the right frame. Like, English is faster because you can skip boss intros with it. It's the exact same logic as the Judgment runs. For some reason, boss intros in this game don't have a blocker in the English dub. As really as stupid as that sounds, it literally saves you, like, the English dub in this run saves you probably like 30 to 45 seconds. which is not an insignificant amount of time. Like, so yeah, I get it. You can dislike the English dub, but please leave it at the door. Like, there is so much negativity surrounding it. I fucking hate it. Like, you only hear little snippets of the English dub in this run. There's only one line of jaw use you'll hear, and it's at the very end of the game. Like, it's really, like, I cannot stress enough. I'm not, like, mad at anyone at the moment. Like, I cannot stress enough how frustrating it is every Gaiden run. People to come in and just go, oh, the English dub fucking sucks, man. Fucking change to Japanese. No, I'm speedrunning. Like, I don't care. Like, I prefer the Japanese dub more. Yes, I agree. But I'm speedrunning, and the speedrun is faster by 30 to 45 seconds in English. I do not care. Leave that negativity shit at the door. Like, when you're playing your casual playthrough, you'll play it in Japanese. I play my casual playthrough, I play it in Japanese. It's just as that simple. Making it simple. We need a shop. My dude, I need 5 taraners, 1 bento, and 10 sake. We're having a fucking alcohol party. We're gonna get drunk. It's gonna be great.
What?
Hey, this is actually skippable.
Yeah, how about this?
I have my heat built up, so fashion way. Saigo is the one that survives. You can do a charge attack to, like, actually get him in the sky. We're actually going to be doing a fair amount of juggling in this set piece. Or in this game, I should say. Juggle combos are very important in Gaiden speedrun. So here's the way that, in Lost Judgment, you can juggle enemies extremely easily. Which you would think would be a good thing for the run. But it's actually not, because of the fact that, I mean, I did the old-fashioned because I didn't have many X for the last fight, and I need it for the next. You'd think that juggle combos would be good in Lost Judgment, but the downside is with Lost Judgment and how easy it is to juggle, they made it so that you cannot, actually juggle infinitely. So you start, like, dropping damage with enemies that are juggled. Now, the nice thing is, I'm gonna get drunk here so I can keep rebuilding my heat after this. With the combos in Gaiden, you don't have that kind of, like, damage drop-off. So at this point, I'm trying to, like, kill enemies and grab a weapon, ideally. We want to do a little bit of more heat build up for the next guy. Let's channel my heart. Bloody depth perception off.
Going somewhere, Mr. Legendary Yakuza?
The dub's there for accessibility for those who want to, like, play it. And I get it, like, people don't like the English dub. And that's fair. Like, I get that. Like, and I understand, you know, not liking the, you know, the person behind the, you know, the voice acting for some of the things they've done and said in the past. But in a speedrun, I could not care less. I am going fast. I am sorry. Oh, that sucks. I need that to connect. Like, it's just, I get so much negativity surrounding it whenever I do a Gaiden run that it gets really, really annoying. Like, really, really annoying. Like, that's why I'm saying it now, because I know YouTube, you haven't seen many runs of this. It is literally just, please leave that at the door. I just do not care. Like, you can dislike it, and I'm happy to, like, let people say they dislike it, but I don't want constant, like, discussion about, you know, fucking, God, I hate this, please change it back. No. Like, it gets so tiring. It gets so fucking tiring. Like, the nice thing about speedrun is you barely hear it in the first place. Where are you going, my dude? You're not back. Thank you. We want this police baton. Also, things gonna look weird in the set piece. It's gonna look like I'm not hitting these doors. You'd kind of be correct and also not. I'm actually, like, slightly off my tower. That sucks. So the reason why we grabbed the baton... Oh, that's bad. Discount drops. That's gonna mess me up. Also, you get to hear this guy. Which is really funny in the English dub. I don't know why he makes that noise every time he's hit, but it's really fucking funny. Also, yes, I'm nowhere near the door. So, Lad Ishin introduced a accessibility option, and even though I've been moaning about Lad Ishin, I will praise Lad Ishin's accessibility options until the day this series dies, because Lad Ishin's accessibility options are really fucking good. Lad Ishin has the accessibility option for the people who have vision impairment, where your attacks will hit a bit further away than they should. And the nice thing is that seems to have gone over to your normal weapon attacks in this game. And, like, honestly, it's really nice. Like, not just for, like, a... You cancel. Thank you. Why am I picking this up? Not for, like, a, you know, a speedrun sense, but for people who have, you know, vision impairment. Like, it's really nice. Like, is it necessary? No, but it's genuinely really, really nice that it's there. I will need to turn it. Plus, I hear that I didn't want this, so I'm going to use my stamina XX now. That's why I don't want the sword.
Fine by me.
This is Yoshimura. Fuck Yoshimura. This guy sucks. Like, by fights we do against Yoshimura, Yoshimura fucking sucks. Like, actually. I also don't want to hit the enemies, I want to hit him. Which, I don't know why Jory went for the... We're going to get him to half weight because he's going to go into the second phase. Fortunately, my heat management is pretty bad. Heat generation in this game is pretty weird. I still want to go after him because if you take care of the enemies, it's like a guaranteed EX attack, which obviously that's going to cost us a bunch of time. I've barely hit any other enemies. Bad fight. Bad fight. Yeah, very bad fight. Oh, it's time loss. Ouch. Yeah, bad set piece. Very bad set piece. Bad EX management. Massively bad EX management. It is what it is again. I'm not resetting today for, you know, anything like that. We're getting a run done. It's been a while since we've done Gaiden anyway, so... But, yeah, no, like, the dub is there accessibility-wise for people who obviously, you know, want to listen to the dub, have troubles, you know, listening to Japanese for, you know, 80 hours in a playthrough. I know obviously Gaiden isn't 80 hours, but, you know, the main games are, like, between, like, 40 to 80 hours, depending on how long you take. Like, genuinely, like, I don't like dub versus sub shit. I really don't. It's boring, it's cliche, it's trite. It adds nothing to any kind of conversation. Like... And that's not me saying you can't like one over the other. As I've said, I like the Japanese dub over the English dub. But, yes. Do I play the high East as well still? I think I do. I can't remember.
Welcome in.
I need to see about the new strats and stuff. This should be attack 1? Yeah, attack 1. You saw the gold plate, so you get another attack up. I'm trying to remember Gaiden's route. Gaiden's route, the first and second chapter, especially the second chapter here, we're going to be doing a lot of quick shopping. You see, I'm aiming for certain, like, wire grabs. Usually the Stamina XX is not what you want to get, but I grabbed the Stamina XX there because I wasted my, my healing in the previous chapter. So that Stamina XX right there is a spare Stamina XX of just, you know, oh shit, I've, you know, lost my actual healing. So this is my just in case I need to, you know, recover that real quick in a jam. Yeah. This fight... I go for this cone mostly because it usually gets, like, all the enemies, like, gathered up together, not all the time. Please don't go. It just takes 2 hits anyway. There is, like, a cone that's, like, a bit closer, like, there that you can see on the left-hand side of the screen. But I like the one at the back because that seems to drag the enemies over together. Not this time. It's still at the whim of, like, RNG. But there's a lot in Gaiden's route that's, like, quite quick and fast-paced in terms, like, you know, we gotta do this stuff now, etc. We're about to have to do the Kami Network to level 3, for example. Which, again, a lot of people dislike that you had to do the Kami Network stuff. I'm going to show you how you can do it fucking fast. I mean, really fucking fast. So for this chapter, we need the Kami Network to level 3, run to the door first, and then we're going to go to Ashtabber Park. Which, again, for a small side game, I don't know why they decided to... Oh, wait. After this bit. After this bit. After this bit. I always make this mistake. I don't know why they added Ashtabber Park back in for what is... Every time. For what is literally a, you know, a smaller, lower budget game, but I'm very happy they did. I love that park.
Ready for this. Time.
I think we EX in this fight now. That sucks. Are you? Weird. Alright. Thanks, Drew. Golden Balls man is driving by. So, all sub-stories for Gaiden is fascinating, actually. Mostly because we have to get the 7 golden balls. It's a Dragon Ball reference. Rest in peace, Kira Toriyama. It's fascinating because, like, a couple of the balls can actually be a little RNG. Especially the one on the boat. A guy with his golden balls. The downside to that guy is that he will turn up every so often, and unfortunately, if we don't get him at the right time, we only have a few chances to go and get his golden balls with the route that we have. So we have to be a little careful in terms, like, whenever we're at that part of the bridge, if the boat goes by, we have to make sure, we have to make sure that we are looking out for the guy on the boat the entire time. You have, like, 3 attempts to get him, and if you don't get him, then you're in trouble. So. Okay. So, this is now a Kami Networks level 3. You get the tutorial about it beforehand. So, it's actually very easy for the first one. So, you can do the things outside, but there's actually 2 you can do that are much quicker. I'm gonna go and speak to this guy. Give him the 1 bento we bought earlier. Run over to this guy. Give him the sake. Congratulations, that's Kami Network level 3.5. You know what you're doing? It's pretty fast. I can absolutely understand why people feel like it's padding, because it does feel like that. Like, I'm not gonna deny or try to argue against anyone who says it, like, no, doesn't feel like padding, because it does feel like padding. But, yep, that's it. You'll see what we do for level 10 at the next chapter, because that's also very fast. But for now, case on feet skip. That's how I remember how to do this. It's not an actual, like, speedrun skip, it's just how I remember to skip the cutscene. Head down to Club Heavenly, which is a real FMV hostesses, which, God, massively overinflates the first size of this game. We pick Kason, famous VTuber. Want to see Kason's feet? Quit out. That's Case on feet skip. I think Kason would actually really find Case on feet skip funny, to be honest. But yeah, no. That's how I remember how to skip the cutscenes. You have to wait until you see Kason's feet on screen. Otherwise, quitting out early doesn't count. Henceforth, Case on feet skip. You know? Listen. I didn't say we were super creative with our speed tech names, you know? We get 5 healing items, which will help for later if we need them. And at this point, this should now... remember rightly.
Joryu.
Kami Network.
Oh, you're a saint.
Investigation request. So, it's going to get us a little bit of money. Investigation request is Etsuko's sub-story. What you may not remember about Etsuko's sub-story is that there is no fights attached to this. There is a lot of money and a lot of points. This is all the ingredients we need for a speedrun. I'm going to grab this locker key. We're now going to go to our bridge. We're going to look to the left, grab this platinum plate. There's a lot of these around. I'm going to ignore the locker key over there and just grab the stamina and spark in the castle, I think. Carry on Etsuko's quest. Before we taxi away... platinum plate. We're now going to use our phone, go down back to the club where we were, head backwards, finish off Etsuko. GG. Easy peasy. That's it. All you do. As you'll see in the middle of the screen, that gets a metric ton of points. 3,000 and 300k in terms of money. Gets us to level 5 already. And at this point, we go down to Bishop. At which point, I need to go and get my everything, don't I? Yes. So... have ourselves the Bloody Binding.
I see.
Then we do a level up, which I need to make sure I do this correctly. This is attack. Look. Boost max heat gauge. Gear. Change that to the Bloody Binding. Now, you may or not have noticed there, our attack went up to plus 430 at the cost of 970 defense. Shit, I missed the angle. Nice. So, if you walk into this doorway, as you can see, it's right on top of the cutscene trigger, but it doesn't trigger the cutscene. So you can grab the platinum plate by bouncing off of the actual wall, and then you don't have to trigger the cutscene and go back in after this bit.
Look at this.
So, summon 5 hornets while running over here. 5. Have the sign, and if you've done everything correctly, Mizurugi should be 3 hits. Now, thankfully, that last drone made him do that again. Sometimes you can guard. If you're very unlucky, you can EX. But it should be 3 hits if you've done everything correctly up until this point. We get the drone hornets, which we used to use in the run, but we don't anymore. They're not that good. They're okay. They're just not that great. Have a gold plate. Ash tower. And we're going to get something that is pretty great. Something that is massively and disgustingly overpowered. Gonna get the Firefly. Good old explosive cigarette bomb, which, as just said, this thing is absolutely disgustingly overpowered. You have no idea. At this point, we have a bunch of plates that we can go and sell. In the next chapter, episode's going to be blocked off, so we are going to have to literally go and do it now, otherwise it's going to waste time in the next chapter. But also, by doing it now, we can get a couple of things in this chapter as well.
Welcome in.
Sell. Gold plates 2 and 3 platinum. Very good. Good enough. And then it should be back to academies. Okay, plat 2 gold. Yep. Everything's good so far. Very nice. Alright, and now we can go to the castle. So, as you can see, the Academy Network stuff is not that long. We're already, like, level 6 right now, and we only need to get to level 10 in the next chapter. Go to the castle. Have enough money at the moment. Do anything like that. We're going to go to the casino. This one. With all of our extra money, there is one thing that we want to buy. Buy wooden tags, the 1,000 tags for 100,000 yen. Exchange prizes, the gruesome chainmail, which as you can probably guess via the gruesome chainmail from K2's run, drops our defense, raises our attacks. So what we want to grab, equipable gear 1, 2, this is a face stomp, and all the way over to Yakuza, quick step strike. Then obviously we equip our gear, so we equip on the gruesome chainmail and the fundoshi we bought earlier. So we're plus 1.1k attack for minus 1.9k defense. I've moaned about this before. I guess this is my hot take for the redemption earlier. I wish RGG would stick with a flat percentage like in Lost Judgment. For, like, the gear stuff. Because, does anyone in chat know what the fuck minus 1.9 thousand defense is? Anyone? Hey, these boss fight intros are skippable. Like, anyone at all? Like, no, exactly. It's stupid. I'm on the wrong style. You want to launch Watsaish, and then get up, and do this. So this is the ability that we got underneath the equipable gear pieces. So what we're going to do is we're going to say in Yakuza style, we're going to juggle enemies. Quick Step Strike is going to allow us to keep juggling enemies in this arena. This fight skip is intro. This intro is fight skippable. This is Lad Ishin style Kazmakuru. King Sakamoto Ryoma. So every time, we just want to keep doing this. Watch out for his EX attack, because it comes out very fast in the second phase. If he does it. That's that guy for actually doing a little bit of damage. I needed that. Actually, really needed that. That's that guy. But here's the thing about this whole fight arena. You can drop enemies out of your combo very easily, which is the reason why we have Quick Step Strike. Also, Quick Step Strike has actually got good damage on it. But that's the reason, that's one of the big reasons why we need Quick Step Strike, is to keep enemies airborne in this arena. The actual sand that's around the arena does act a little bit like a ramp, so you will slightly elevate and the enemy will lower. So that means that you can't keep them juggled as sufficiently as in like any other place on the map. That's why Quick Step Strike is very good, other than the damage that it actually does. Quick Step Strike actually does very good damage, as you'll see in a couple of fights later. Hey, here's your Kiwami 2 fight. Thankfully, unlike K2, it's very easy to get the double tiger stab. Like, ridiculously easy. That sucks, BLT. Hopefully you get over that fever. I'm a little sick at the minute as well. I blame the heat. There's your double. Now, when the tigers are both gone, keep stabbing. Because their hitboxes are still active and you can still generate heat from it. Hello, Ryuji Goda-esque man. Do you think? Yep. So, enemies in this game, much like in Judgment, they act like they do, where when they go into their EX mode, they'll be invulnerable. but you can take them out of that by doing any heat action, which is another reason why we have this running strike heat action, because it just makes them, you know, become invulnerable and do damage. So, super simple. Super, super simple. Before I leave, as a little bit of safety, I'm going to be grabbing a healing item. One that will replenish my heat to full at the end of the game. There's one that we will probably need. We usually need one. Stamina and spark there.
All done here, Joryu? Got
Done here, draw you. Alright. So, that's our first entrance to the thing. And now we go, I, for some reason, thought of all sub-stories for a second there. We now go to our next set piece. If we don't have the heat for this, I should have used a stamina, but I think we should be fine. So, now you get to see how busted Lad Gaiden is in terms of Firefly. So, here's what you do. Go to Agent. If you don't have heat, use stamina.
What's this?
Don't use your spark. You don't want to use all of it yet. Throw a cigarette, change back, come out of heat. That builds up your heat, whilst also using the cigarette to take care of the enemies. It's this busted. Remember, we have basically upped our attack by 1,000, whatever the fuck that means. Now here's the downside.
But this is where it ends.
At this point of the game, we can start dying to bosses in about 2 to 3 hits. It's a little less than that again. Remember, when they go into their EX phase, they are invulnerable, so just use any heat action. Heat, I don't have to bother with this.
That's the guy.
Grab the table. Ah, so I haven't hit this guy as well. Sometimes he's a bit too far back, which is a shame. You want to change to Agent Star from this. You should be using strong attack. When you're in Agent Star to run through doors, strong attack is faster. Gives you forward momentum. You want to be an agent for this guy. Ah.
You ain't getting away next time.
There's a couple of enemies who, if they get their EXs off, I did not want to grab this chair, that sucks. You really want to respect them. Yao's one of them. Grab me something. Pretty bad. Before you leave the room, kick furniture to build up your heat generation. That's one of the things to get heat generation back in this game, is just kick furniture. Kick furniture good. And the other way to get it back is cigarette bomb. Simple as. Simple as. So this is all about, like, obviously changing our stars at the right time, making sure we're in the right phase, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. This guy's watched the K2 speedrun with his overly sized comical crowbar. He knows how good they are. You want to grab any piece of furniture again. Double swing, hopefully interrupts him. Hopefully goes vulnerable. He's crazy. I think we're doing good damage now, by the way. Wait till later. See nothing yet. Literally nothing. Grab the umbrella stand and then hit the door. There's no good weapons in the start of this fight, so if we take the umbrella stand into the cutscene and bring it with us.
Nice job coming all this way. But this is as far as you go. Lights out, bitch!
Good. Hit him twice, you know the drill. On. So you can build up your heat. You can either use a healing item that's outside, or you can do it this way. We're going to throw a normal cigarette here. I'm going to run to next to where it was, guard so we don't get hit with the explosion, and then that's built my heat back up. I would like a little bit more than this, if I'm being honest, so these stacked boxes are really good. There is a nourishment here as well, if need be, which I might just consume, but now we're good. I'll need to get the nourishment. Now we have Suno round 2. This fight is potentially a little tricky RNG-wise. A little bit of tight timing, but not too much. I did the catch I on the Xbox, yo! Good job. Try his nats behind you. Yeah, no. Good job. Very, very good job. It's very hard. It is, like, actually ridiculously hard. But yeah, let's not unlock. Thank you very much for the super chat. Congrats on getting through the car chase, because, oh my god. Like, it's not easy. Like, the only time the car chase is easy on Legend is K1 PC because you can use the mouse and keyboard. Like, that's the only one that's easy. Like, The rest of them are all nasty in their own way. Like, hey, Surno, we're gonna do this fight in a very peculiar manner. Instead of throwing the cigarette towards Surno, I'm gonna throw it behind us to the wall. This is gonna cause a big explosion, kill the ants. Shame. Focus on Surno, good shit. And hopefully he doesn't dodge like that, because we have a very tight time frame on our heat attacks here. That HP value is not ideal. That needs to be closer to halfway. This might be a problem. This is a quite tight timing-wise EX counter. I'm gonna have to hit all of my hits here to make sure Surrender goes down. So, make sure we go fast here. I actually broke his guard. That's wild. He never guards at the start of that phase. That's wild. That's actually wild. I've never seen him guard there. That gave me more than enough time to do the combo I needed, but you saw how close that was to obviously failing. Like, it's tight. You have to be exceptionally careful when it comes to Surino. That timing on that one is very, very tight. There's a couple that are. This fight score doesn't matter if we get fight into us. It's an area trigger. This is unfortunately something we're not going to engage with. But we are forced to run down here into this cutscene trigger for, of course, Pocket Circuit. And I said we keep avoiding Pocket Circuit in every Yakuza run. Yeah, you have to hit it in this one, and unfortunately, we're not going to do Pocket Circuit. Fun fact, there are only 2 buildings you cannot fast travel from. Pocket Circuit and obviously the castle. Castle has its own fast travel system that we get in the next chapter, but yeah, you can't fast travel in Pocket Circuit. So, we gotta leave. Gotta go. Bye, Pocket Circuit. Rest in peace. So yeah, it hasn't felt too bad in terms of stuff, and we're going to be going back to the castle after we've rested. Oh, Mizurugi's first, Mizurugi. Oh yeah, this is okay. So this is the fastest taxi point for Mizurugi's, but it's also the most dangerous one. Mostly because of the fact that, yeah, you can get bad fight spawns like this, and if they do get into a fight with us, then we can't hit, obviously, the door for Mizurugi's. I'm not sure how they didn't see me there. I think they must have all looked away at the right time, so I got very lucky there. Yeah, we go to Mizurugi's. We get the Serpent Shoes, and then, more importantly, beat to Mizurugi.
Today's your lucky
Purchase the
day.
Bloody Ring. You can probably guess. Put it on instead of the Fundoshi. We now have minus 2.7k defense, and we have plus like 1.4 to 6k attack. So, at this point, now we get 2 to 3 shot by bosses. All of them. However, the same also goes in reverse. Because so can we. Is good. Which is very good. So, this is the boutique intro. You have to be exceedingly careful here. Reason being is that you can actually crash the game right now. So what we need to do is we need to skip the boutique tutorial, but not too early. Wait till Jory appears on screen, and then quit. If you quit out before Jory appears on screen, game crashes. They fixed that in one patch and then unfixed it in the next. I don't know why. Get 5 Tower pluses. Those are going to be your healing items for later. If you're feeling a little like you need a bit more heat or you're learning the run, let's just get in the Towners as well. Money is fine to get the Towners as well. Like, completely fine. And before I speak to you, I'm going to chug 2 more sake and a Towner.
Jory-sama. Yeah. Yes.
Right, so this is our Coliseum stuff, our next tutorials. So, I'm ahead. I'll launch him. You do it right, it's pretty good. That's why Quick Strike's really good, because he's far back next to the sand, so he won't stay juggled. If you do the juggling correctly, there is no limit like there is in Lost Judgment. So this gets us to silver rank, and essentially we can get to... What we need to do in the story is get to gold rank at the start of the next chapter. So we're going to do part of that right now. Because what you have to do is do 3 gold matches. Which, fun fact, the tutorial match we're about to do counts as gold. So we build our squad. This guy's bottom then top.
Oh.
It says we have to speak to the Kami here. You don't. You can just go back to the lobby. And then we're going to do the tutorials for the good old well, the big team battles. So yeah, the first tutorial does count as one of the gold fights, which is good. This one's not too bad.
Let's go.
So go forward a bit, and then do the cigarette. So you know the drill. Cigarette out. Now, everyone here is going to take more than one cigarette. So ideally you get like a very good spread on both cigarettes. Nice. Full left is fine. This guy hasn't been hit that much, so I'm just going to EX him to death. The goal here is get out of these fights with a round of EX left over. Ideally, you don't get it to the point where you have to use the order. That's bad. Let him go there. I should let him go from the combo. That's bad. But yeah, the idea here is to come out of the fight with a round of EX. If you go down, you do have your Tyranno pluses at this point, which is what you should really be focused on. And at this point, we need to do 2 more tournaments. If we do 2 more, we have all the gold matches done, ready for the next rank. So what we're going to do is going to go into Hell Rumble, and we're going to do Speed.
You ready for this?
Because Speed fast.
Let's time.
You know the drill.
Lights out. Here we go.
You get the right angle, everyone dies. It's really good. Also gets a shit ton of money, which is important. And the normal one. Power Rumble has several enemies that have 2 HP bars. The nice thing is, if you have a full EX bar, you don't have to get your EX back. So you can just like stay in this phase and then just go wild on the enemy. Hopefully you're gonna juggle there, buddy. Would have liked one bar, but that's fine. We'll just recover for the last fight. It's fine. Hey, Mal, hope you're doing well. So yeah, you can see we're now just off of 1 million, which is pretty good. That's what we're after. And with that, we leave. Quickest way to leave, even though we don't have, obviously, any fast travel at this point, is to go here. It takes you to the boutique, which is halfway down the street, or like almost halfway down the street. And you can just leave. A bit quicker than using the left. Kimmy, you're calling you out. Ouch. Ouch. As said, we don't have fast travel in the castle just yet. You need gold rank for that, which requires a Kami rank to level 10, which is actually part of the story for the start of the next chapter. You'll see what we do there. And what we do is actually kind of clever. Should be Mizurugi again. That's not a start skip, my dude, and you know it. We get told about Mr. Try and Hit Me. Both of the Mr. Try and Hit Me's, we're obviously not doing them. Again.
Ready for this?
An issue is an issue. That is an issue. Shit. Well, speedrun. Okay, half the fight spawned un-aggroed, but now they've re-aggroed into the fight. Yeah, fuck. Oh, that sucks. This was a good run up until this point. This is a good run up until this point. The extra money isn't going to be used for anything, sadly, even though I just got a shit ton from it. That sucks. And that's why, again, going to this taxi spot is dangerous. You can get, like, fight spawns that are just like that, and they're terrible. Like, you run the risk whenever you do that. If you're wondering why I'm not taxing, we can't. Taxis are locked at the moment. Because we have to go and do this. And then taxi. We have a little bit of an awkward menu here, because ideally in that menu, we would get the points for our next max heat gauge. Unfortunately, as you can see, we only get it once we've done the taxi. So now we can boost our max heat gauge again, and now we give more to here, which is very good for, like, obviously the next few fights. It's a little bit weird, because obviously, you know, we'd ideally like it before we do that taxi, but we don't do enough taxi to get the extra points for that upgrade. So, yeah. Here's what it is. Yeah, this actually was a good paced chapter until that fight spawn. That sucks. I was actually kind of curious as to how it would look. So, Hanua and good old Ishmur.
Ready for this.
For a cigarette, you know the drill.
Line up. Here we go.
So at this point, we need to get one of them to half their HP value, and then not do that. grab any kind of weapon. Buddy. Wait, did I cancel your EX somehow? I did. What the hell? That's weird. Feature. Because again, when they go invulnerable, just hit them with the attack, and that's it. I got completely, like taken aback by the fact that, like, I actually cancel out Hannah's EX there. That's wild. Like, that's like a... I don't know how that happens. I think it's like a frame perfect. They guard, but you break their guard. Considering I only lost 17 seconds, we were absolutely going to save time if we didn't get that fight won. That sucks. Oh well. Oh, doesn't matter. It's what it is. Alright, so this is the point of the video game where we need to get the Kami network to level 10. It's actually not that hard. A lot of people bitch and moan about this. I'm going to show you how to do it, again, quickest way possible. Anytime we go back to Akamis, it's always the bottom option on the taxi list, even the castle, because it just takes you back to Akamis. Super fast. They're both real-time and loadless. Super goddamn fast. Right, so, next day. So, we are going to be... What we have to do is clear 3 silver matches, one of which is the tutorial, and get to level 10. So, Kami Network, we get the money from what we did before. We're going to do a couple of sub-stories here. I'm going to accept a couple of them. I think this is why people struggle with this bit, is because they don't accept any sub-stories. Seeking advice, Homeless Yamanaka. The strongest convenience store clerk.
So, what'll it be?
And then, unfortunately, the very big RNG sub-story. The Golden Samurai. Golden Samurai is a pain.
So,
because Golden Samurai is going to potentially not spawn in. He has a chance to just not spawn in. He should have a heightened spawn rate because of the fact that, obviously, you know, we have his sub-story. Doesn't always work like that. In the time I ran Gaiden, I've only had him not spawn in twice. Over like 100 runs. He's right here. You look at your minimap, you look for the purple arrow, there he is. If he's here, go get him immediately. Don't mess around. Right to the Wild Jackson that I am messing up. Good fight. Also, if you haven't seen at the end of my combos, I am quick step cancelling. That gets us 5,008,000 points. Which, whoops, daisy. Taxiing back here can be a little faster than going back there if you're like around the corner. And then we do Strongest Convenience Store Clerk, which is literally right here. So, first fight's nice and easy.
Yeah, here we go.
Let's do a combo. If I do a normal combo, you also hit the shelves at the back and build up your heat again. He's busy. Villainous Manager is dead. Now we fight these Convenience Store Clerk.
This
It's busy. Fortunately, I didn't get the juggle that we usually get, but good. What's that? So, we're pretty good at this point. We don't have to worry at all about having to look for the samurai anymore. He likes to spawn in the park most of the time when you taxi down there. So, if you're struggling to get him, we usually just taxi back and forth. That's not what I want to do. I want one more boost attack, and then we go to Watchtower Park. At this point, I'm Yamanaka. Right here.
Yeah.
Yamanaka is a bit weird. You're gonna see some Dragon Ninja shenanigans right now.
Yeah, here we go.
See how I moved there? Yeah. You can get teleported away if you're not careful. That's why I don't like to do any movement inputs during that combo. Like, I've done movement inputs before and it's like slid me like halfway across the park. There's just Dragon Ninja shenanigans with like how, you know, hitboxes work in that fight. So, just take that bit easy. Take that bit completely easy. Don't try and push that bit hard. We're now going to go and do the last sub-story we picked up, which is the Chot DDT. A Chat GPT.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter which we pick. Going the wrong way in my menu every time, which sucks. East side of the river. Good tip. I did hit X, thank you. I think it's because I bounced. Then the next part is at the top here, but you have to be careful of fight spawns. There is a fight spawn up there, which might be a problem. I should have despawned it, honestly. I should have despawned it. I got very lucky that I didn't start a fight with me. I should have despawned it. Exceedingly lucky. This guy's nice and simple, as you can probably guess.
Ready for this. Time.
I'm not getting any juggles today. Yeah, no juggles. No juggles whatsoever. Okay. Losing me a bit of time. So, essentially this sub-story is about this dude who is taking all of his life advice from a fucking AI chat program. As you should probably guess, that's going to end up getting him in trouble. This is your last chance to get the Golden Samurai, like, on the actual speedrun route. The 2 times, or one of the 2 times that I have, like, not had the Golden Samurai at this point, he spawned on the other side of the river. It's like, thanks, dude. This is a exceedingly simple fight. This guy is, as you can probably guess, super weak. It's on purpose.
How about this?
Big Step Strike, good. Big Step Strike, very good. And with that, that is level 10. That's it. Less than 5 minutes. If you just engage with sub-stories, less than 5 minutes. It's that simple. You get the thing from Joryu that says, hey, I should go back and speak to Akame. It's that simple. It really is. And we're at 1.5 million. So we're almost ready to do our final level up. Speak to Akame. This unlocks gold rank, which also includes fast travel in the castle at this point, which is good because we're going to use that in a little bit. We get our first support conversation with Akame, which
But today I'd rather relax
doesn't matter.
and take it easy.
Are you?
And just tell me. A little question won't kill you, right?
And now we do karaoke with Akame. Which, again, karaoke is skippable in every Yakuza speedrun, sadly. We want to go and speak to Akame and get the money.
Good work today.
Yep, 600k. Then we go out and we go to the castle. Make sure you get that money. Money important. Money good. Is that real life? Okay, at this point, we need... It's the bottom 2, right? Yeah, it is. We need great abilities, the extreme heat mode Kiwami attack ×2, boost max heat gauge, and ultimate essence. Fast travel VIP lounge, that puts us into the next part story, and we're off. Set piece time. Simple as.
Let's go. How about that? What's this?
You know
Here we go.
the drill. I actually didn't hit that many people, which sucks. Again, quick step strike's really good if there's any enemies that are like alive and need like quickly taken care of. Okay. Well, my quick step strike didn't work there. Cool. Alright. So here's my issue with Gaiden. And I said this during a podcast with Develia. And yeah, it's coming from a little bit of a place of speedrunning, but it's also coming from a place of casual. They give you these really cool jet boots that you're supposed to be able to use to zip around fights and stuff. They're very good damage, as you'll see, like, in the fight after this one. But, like, there's only one set piece that allows you to literally just use those jet boots as a form of movement. Because every fight in this set piece is disconnected. And this is an issue. If you want a hot take for the day from that redeem earlier, this is it. My hot take is that modern RGG doesn't know how to string 2 fights together.
Yeah, how about this? Ready for this?
This is the jet boots one. We are that damaging at the minute. Also, this next cutscene isn't skippable. Watch Kazuma Joryu kill many men. Very much so. The issue is, every single fight is its own isolated thing, and then it's interrupted with either a cutscene or talking or stuff like that. Like, where are the long-form set pieces from, you know, back in the PS3 era? You know? Like, this is the issue that I have with modern-day RGG. Now, here's the thing. With the turn-based games, it makes sense, because you're going from, you know, turn-based fights into, you know, natural movement. But for the action games, and this has been happening since Judgment, they really don't let you just flow fights together.
Ready for this?
And, like, it wasn't, like, always, like, obvious to me until we got Gaiden with the jet boots, where it is obvious. They give you a thing that is perfect for getting around set pieces and stuff, and you just can't use it. Like, that's my only biggest problem with modern-day RGG, is they cannot string an uninterrupted set piece together. Like, there's one or two, there is absolutely one or two, but every single fight is interrupted by a cutscene or talking or something like that. Like, they do not string together fights. They haven't for a long time. Like, there's only very few instances where they do. That sucks. Bad angle. You want to hit, obviously, the both of them both hits. They'll go to either side of you, so you have to, like, obviously, like, hopefully hit them both. I got Dragon Engine launched. Good. That actually kind of helped out. It's such a big issue I have with modern day RGG. Like, just stop with interrupting fights. Stop with interrupting with cutscenes and stuff. Just let us do long-form fights. Like, just let us do a long-form set piece. Like, look at Zero's finale stuff. And even Zero's finale stuff has some, you know, some parts that do, like, you know, interrupt you. But, like, look at Majima's, for instance. Look how little times it, like, actually interrupts you. Like, they've been doing it for a while, but it's just been getting worse. That's the issue. Like, it's been getting way worse. This room. Over to the back. Everyone gathers up. We cigarette bomb. This should take care of everyone but one, hopefully. Perfect. And spin. Beautiful. That was a bit round, would have been cool. Yeah, and there is a set piece in this game that is going to allow us to do that. But just the one. And even that one's going to get interrupted between every single fight, as you'll see. Like, I love modern day RGG's, like, set piece design, but it's just how it interrupts it with every single fight. RGG, you've got to stop. Just give us a long-form set piece with, like, no dialogue until you get to the boss. Like you used to in the old days. Like, just let it flow. Why are you afraid of letting set pieces flow? In LED and Infinite Wealth, it doesn't feel that bad because you're obviously going from turn-based to movement. Like, that literally doesn't feel like, you know, you're actually losing anything there. But in the action games, it does. I'm surprised that didn't miss the gun, alright? My timing was off because I accidentally did the thing. I genuinely love, like, I love the design of this place. The fact you get to go around the entirety of the castle as, like, a set piece is really cool. That's clever use of, like, the actual structure of this area. Like, RGG do good things, but it's just like, you've just got to stop interrupting fights. That's it. Like, there's so much waffle. Like, there's just so much waffle.
Ready for this. Time. Smoking kills.
This guy's a large lad, which means he doesn't fall down when we kick him with our attacks. God damn it. Respect the EX. Please respect the EX. Got a text from my mum saying we're going to fetch dinner now. I ate dinner 2 hours ago. Next one. Alright, anyway, anytime this guy's on screen, chat, flashing light warning. If you're wondering how strong we are at the moment, that's phase 1. Yeah, none of you have really, if you've never seen a Gaiden run before, none of you really realize how actually strong we are at the minute because the cigarette's been exploding everything in one hit. You'll see. I mean, you are seeing. So yeah, we just deleted 2 of Nishtani's HP bars, and someone who's good at math tell me how many HP bars Nishtani still has. Also, I love the fake out here. The camera pulls back as if it's going to give you control. Flashbang warning, chat. Flashbang warning, chat. Be very careful. Anytime Nishtani's on screen, flashbang warning. Oh, I cancelled it. Nice. It might go off after the fight, by the way. After this QT, so just be careful. There it is. A little strong at the moment. Just a tiny bit. Hey, legit gold. Gold, like 6 seconds. Let's go. Yeah, and tinnitus warning. Yeah, that's why I said flashbang instead of just flashing lights. So, yeah, it's... This chapter is the one that has the set piece where we'll actually be able to use the Serpent boost their fullest. And, like, you'll see in the middle of it just the constant interruptions. And I don't like pointing it out because then people are all like, oh, wait, yeah, you're right. Like, it is doing flashing lights. I almost went to Mizurogi's by accident. Got to speak to Akame first and then Mizurogi. Again, hopefully no fight spawn on the way in. That's a good one. The one on the left-hand side is very good because you go this way and they can't see it. This is an area trigger, though. This one doesn't matter too much. Down to Ashtabber Park. Also, if you're wondering, because I get this a lot. I get a lot of people say, like, you know, it's the hardest part of, like, learning a Yakuza speedrun, like, knowing where the sub-stories are to avoid them. Obviously, in this game, no, because you have to accept them all from Akame anyway. The hardest part is the taxi list. If you do multiple Yakuza runs, pretty much every single taxi list is different, with an exceptional few exceptions. Shame he's alive. Hopefully, yeah, we can go back towards him. Shit. The drones, no. Shit, juggled. Wasn't expecting to get the juggle when he was on the floor. Guy sucks. He's supposed to summon the drones and he just stands there and takes all the hits to the face and like it goes really fast rather than obviously like kicking him away and not getting the full damage from your combos. But, yeah. Looks like great RPGs. Now, here's the thing. It started before LAD. Started before LAD. It started with Judgment. Call from Sorno. This is not time waiting. This is area based. Run out the front door. There's your phone call. Boom. Time for the debauchery to begin. Free, idiot. D-pad. No, it actually started with Judgment. Actually, you've been doing this for a while before the turn-based games. Like, it fits, the design fits a lot for the turn-based game. Like, honestly it does. But like, modern day RGG has not done a good, flowing, uninterrupted set piece for a very long time. And that's genuinely a shame. I should make it into a, like, actual long-form YouTube video now. Like a discussion piece. I have the right style on because of the last fight. I usually end in the other stuff. Gotta start paying more attention to the styles I'm in. That's bad. So yeah, you're gonna survive. Also should have got my EX back there, but we have plenty of time. Let's hope you're doing well, Kyos. Everybody else has said hello. I'm kind of in focused mode at the moment. It's kind of just doing the speed run. At this bit, this is one of those points in Yakuza runs where there's a lot of downtime. There is a lot of downtime in this bit. Here, you get the choice if you want to do golf. We obviously have to go in and do the thing. If you get, like, over 500 points against Shishido, you will actually get 300,000 yen. 300,000 yen is a single platinum plate. Had people kind of astounded that we wouldn't play golf in the speedrun. Like, I literally had somebody try to argue with me, hey, you really need to do the golf to get more money to do upgrades, when, one, we've got all the upgrades we need, and two, the golf literally takes like 3 to 4 minutes, whereas there is a platinum plate outside of the boutique if I need the exact same amount of money. Like, that's why we don't mind people having suggestions for speedruns, because suggestions can lead to us seeing things that we don't know. YouTube chat, actually, let me tell you one of the craziest, wackiest fucking stories in terms of Yakuza speed tech. It started with Yakuza 4, for fucking things, where someone came into my chat, and I was concentrating because it was the, it was Akiyama's first set piece, and it was, bloody Midori Akawa, guy with the chainsaw. Chainsaw man, as we call him. You know, easy peasy. Someone came into my chat. I didn't notice it because I was busy, you know, concentrating on the set piece at the time. But one of our other runners, Tapioca, who did this run at GDQ 2 months back, or a month back, they noticed that message in chat. And that message in chat was really interesting, because it was very short, it was very sweet, and it was very succinct. And this person literally came in chat and said, like, are you holding R1 to shoot? Because it's literally losing you time. And it's one of those things that seems really fucking stupid. Why would holding R1 to lock onto an enemy to shoot them actually lose you time? What a stupid, bizarre notion. Every shot is 0.3 seconds slower if you're holding R1. We call that gun tech so that it eases our embarrassment for doing runs of Yakuza 3 and 4 for a year with those guns and holding R1.
Looks like I'm up.
So thank you to the person in the actual, like, comments who said that, because literally, thanks to them, we figured out, literally, if you just mash triangle, you shoot faster than if you hold R1 in like, the older PS3 era games. With some exceptions, K1 allows you to, obviously, you know, Shoot real fast when you spam R1. K1 is a different beast. We like K1. But yeah, for the PS3 era games, it's stupid. Like, you wouldn't think holding R1 would slow your shots down. They do! And if you consider every gun has, like, you know, between 10 to 15 shots, and every shot is a 0.3 second time loss, 3 bullets is a second. 3 bullets is an entire second. And those guns have, like, 5 instances of that. Like, Jesus Christ. That's so much time. That's so much time. It's ridiculous, and yet it's so good. Like, oh, grand. Forgot what I was doing for a second there. It's so good. It really is. And that's the reason why, you know, we don't mind people asking, you know, why do you do this in a speedrun? Why don't you do that? Because obviously, you know, that can lead to stuff that can actually be helpful. The thing we hate is, you know, people coming and saying, you know, oh, you've got to do this. You've got to get more attack. I'm killing people in one shot. I don't need more attack. Like, I don't need to waste 4 minutes playing golf to get a platinum, to get the money that I could get from a platinum plate. I can literally get in 5 seconds flat. And at this point, it would be long to go and sell it anyway, because the episode being, you know, closed down because of a fight. Like, we don't like being backseat in our speedruns. I didn't take out my EX mode. This will be fine, I guess. We want to drag enemies towards others. The downside is, the one enemy I have not been attacking is this guy, and he has a lot of HP. Ideally, you want to keep your EX for the fight after this one, but usually you won't. So just go hard. My PB has a very good fight in here, where that guy actually got connected to 2 of the other main boss enemies, and they all just went down in, like, 1 combo. So I'm always losing time in this fight. Thank you, random commenter. Exactly. Like, if you consider that is per gun, and the amount of guns that we use in Yakuza 3, and at the time, Yakuza 4, like, that is a lot of time. That is an absurd amount of time. Like, actually absurd amount of time.
Yeah. Ready for this.
A little bit. Cigarette, please don't get it knocked away. Perfect. All bosses. Off we go. It's also why I don't mind, like, asking, like people asking questions about the speedrun, because it's like, you know, when someone comes into a speedrun for the first time, it's like, you know, you don't know if everyone's been there for a while. Even if they've watched a couple of speedruns before, there's usually a lot of little things in terms of, you know, hey, this is how this speedrun works, for example. I did want to kill him and get the fudge for my heat regeneration, but get a good hit on him with the boots. The boot damage, as you've seen, is actually surprisingly good in this game. Your serpent boots, like, with the right damage, are actually very, very, very good. And it's also one of the other reasons why having fast travel here is really nice, because we need to get back to the entrance of Castle for the last sub-stories to unlock. Quick, wait. Red Boutique. If you think you need more healing items at this point, you know the drill. I don't think I did, but is what it is. This is Dan Brody. Time for Brody Quest. Once again, you know what's about to happen. That's 3 of his HP bus. He goes to his midway invulnerable point. That's the rest of his 1.5 HP bus. We're exceptionally overpowered at this point. Unfortunately, we die in 2 to 3 hits from bosses. I still have 1 heat bar left as well, which is really good, because that means that I don't have to heal before the next fight. Cool. Good. Yeah, that's the last sub-stories that unlock in the story of Gaiden. You can do every other sub-story bar the last one before this one, but these last 4 you have to do the very final sub-story. You have to also finish all the castle content as well, which, a little bit of a grind, but I'm gonna be honest, I kind of wish there was more stuff to do in the castle. We haven't had, like, a really good varied Coliseum for such a long time, and I really like the castle stuff in this game. I really like it a lot. Like, it's different and it's good. I actually am hoping for a fight spawn here. Boys? I ain't getting to fight me. If you get into the fight with them, you can just use your jet boots to boost along this entire street, which, as you can probably guess, is pretty fast. I should probably have, like, allowed them to, like, get into the fight with me. You can also hit all the furniture on the way, get your heat back generated, and not have to worry about it here.
Let's go. This.
Otherwise, you know the drill. Turn around, cigarette.
Mind if I? Here we go.
Boys. For all the people trying to escape from the golf center right now, I don't think you want to be honest. If I'm being brutally honest, it's probably better for you all to actually stay inside. Now, here's the thing about these fights. Shishido might be your ally, but he is not your friend. Every single one of Shishido's attacks will knock you to the ground. The guy is a menace. The guy is an absolute menace. So, we have to be a little careful of this guy.
Better make.
Yeah. Let's this.
Also, the best part is Shishido can actually knock your cigarette away. So this is the set piece. As you can see, we gain full usage of our jet boots. It's going to make movement really nice in here. But once again, we're going to get interrupted in every single fucking fight by a cutscene. Should be using cigarette here. I actually do wonder whether cigarette is better here or not, because like you can do good damage quickly with the mode. Fairly certain it is, considering everyone here is like still very much alive. I was hoping to hit Shimizu there. Cancel out, try and get some heat generation built back up, and then grab plant and spin plant. I was supposed to be an EX before I grabbed the plant. And just gonna interrupt us for the fight, like every single fight. If you're in EX, you have hyper armor for like a hit or two, so you don't have to worry about, you know, Shishido or Moriyama both being, you know, jackasses. I got very lucky there. Very lucky there. But now this set piece becomes all about movement. Having good movement with the Serpent Boots is kind of hard to do, so if you can get good movement with Serpent Boots, good shit. Hey look, a fight that doesn't interrupt us at the beginning, how nice.
Smoking kill.
Often have... What the fuck did that guy go? I had him go that way before. One enemy in here, his AI didn't activate. Remember what I said the other day about certain enemies not having the AI activate? I am stuck right now, this sucks. I did not want to go this way because I dragged him that way. Strong attacks are good to open the door from a distance. Again, I know that doesn't look like I'm next to it. That's because of accessibility stuff, which is nice. Oh, hey, look, a fight that does interrupt you before you get into it.
Mind if how about this? Yeah, let's go.
You will die to either me or Sono. Stuff.
Well,
This. Enjoy this.
Cigarette. And then hopefully take over for Joker. And I'm hoping Shishido goes after others. He's not. He's coming after me. Don't mind the ads coming after me because that's good because I'll just take them out at the same time. Very nice. If you're low on heat, obviously you want to build it up before we go through this door. Throw a cigarette, we can do that. I don't need that much heat for this next fight, so it's good. That's okay. Once again, flashbang warning.
you hear me?
Ready for this. Time. Here we go.
Starts to start the fight. So unfortunately with Nishitani, he does have a little bit of a large HP up, so we have to do a little bit of extra work during this. Finally hitting the bosses that don't die instantly to our attack. So flashing light warning is definitely going to happen because I'm not in Yak stealth, so I'm going to lose half a second here. It's going to happen after this QT. Get ready. Oh. Oh, that actually connected. That's to Nishitani who actually did interrupt my stagger animation there. That helped. That's unfortunate. I could have been saving a shit ton of time in that chapter. That was a good chapter. If we didn't have that fight spawn, we might actually have been potentially close to PB pace. That's a shame. That is a shame. Cool. Alright, final chapter. Final chapter isn't too long at all. It's just essentially one big set piece, which is nice. We're just going to go back and forth between Akames and the Daidojis. Won't take too long. Especially when you can just, you know, go to the castle. Oh, wait, rest first. I'm getting my order confused because we have to speak to Akame at one point. Back to Doji. Hey, Ravine, hope you're doing well. Under the temple. Dice it. Dice it. There's not much we do here apart from a bit of a back and forth. We're going to go back to Akame's after this. This is now chapter 12 of LAD at this point. So you'll get to see this again in a little bit, but in a very different and far fucking scarier light. And when we get to Akame's, unfortunately for poor Surano, you get given the Surano, like, choices of, like, do you forgive Surano, etc., etc. I like Surano, I do casually, but, like, the first option is fuck you, Surano, and fuck you, Surano. Not losing time in my speedrun to you. And speak to the sofa, and that is point no return. Now I started. So we get to see Watsei's Peter Griffin outfit. Really fucking dumb. Look at him. Jesus Christ. Hate it. Anyway. This fight's interesting. What we want to do is we want to start off in Yak style. We want to immediately do this to Shishido. So here's how this works. The next phase of this fight happens when you get rid of 1 HP bar on either Shishido or Nishtani. But we need Nishtani's hands to be free so that he can do that. Essentially, if we do the heat action to Surano, pick up either the pickaxe or the shovel here. Try not to lose it for this next bit. If we literally do it to, like, Shishido, it leaves Nishtani free to just throw the flashbang. There was Panda and their significant other who found that out, which is really nice. Ada! Joyu is here! Fuck! Excuse me. Press circle too early. Delay in action. Also should have been in my EX mode before I grabbed this. You want to hit Nishtani. Nishtani can interrupt me now because I'm not in my EX mode, which sucks. He can also dash back, which... Go fuck yourself, I guess. Okay. Buddy. I'm just going to interrupt that. I'm going to kill, sadly. Oh. Oh, Nishtani. Where's the jackass? Alright. Final part. It's one person we gotta go demolish, and it should be pretty obvious. Yes, you dog. I'm back here, buddy. The wrong style. Yes, you dog. Come here, buddy. It does hurt, doesn't it? Shishido goes into his invulnerability phase. I'm just prepping him for the final fight. There's Shishido, he's gone. Now, I'm not taking any damage right now. What we said about quick-step cancels. Quick-step cancels are fantastic until Surano knocks them out of the way. Peter! Joyu's here! I hate it. Now, Wasei is pretty caked up. That's my boy. That's my boy. Anyway. Hopefully we have a bar of EX. If we don't, heal. We don't. Also, God, I fucking love this theme so much. I love this theme so much, and the fact that there are 3 versions of it, and there is a version, like, you know, unique to this game, and also, like, unique to LAD. God, this theme's so fucking good. Good first hit, actually. Get both of you. With the boots, you won't, like, full kill them. This is the only time you get to hear English door. You cover your ears if you don't like it, chat. I told you I'd warn you. Again, I don't care about all the bitching in the morning.
I'll give him a taste of my fists.
It's literally 30 to 45 seconds faster to speedrun the game in English. Not saying you can't dislike the English dub and certain actor choices. Just saying leave it out of the speedrun, I don't care.
No one gets
I'm
past.
just here to go fast.
And if you want to
I'm really just here to go fast.
you'll have to get through me first.
Anyway, I'm going this way, bye. Go to one end of the room and then, you know, cigarette.
Enjoy the burn.
Bye, Abby. That's a lot more that didn't get hit with that cigarette than I was hoping for. Yikes. Yeah, I am not getting my juggle up too good. Again, the idea here is that you want at least one HP bar left for right after this one. Perfect. I said one HP bar, one heat bar. Yep. All I care about is the speedrun. If it makes me faster than the speedrun, I do it. Speedrunning is. They didn't have to put this fight into Gaiden, but I'm so glad they did. Like, such a cool hype moment with the boys. Like, did not have to do this, but like, god damn, is this cool.
Ready for this?
Throw some heat. And then we go wild. Ideally, I go after the guys with large HP. They're also all gathering up to try and kill Saijima, which... concerning, boys. Dodge that gun, because that gun can be a problem. Fun fact, the gun's actually pretty good if you get a hold of them as well. I should just be killing them and then using Town as honestly. You know what? I don't have the range. Kiryu. Where's Daigo this entire time? This is my shotgun now, thanks. What the fuck was Daigo that entire time? I think he was stuck in a corner. Thanks, Daigo. Alright, anyway, final fight. There's such a very hilarious disconnect here from obviously FMVCG to main gameplay, because it has really cool lighting, and then watch the lighting in this next section. Oops. I was kind of hoping I'd have the shotgun somehow. Oh, right, idiot. EX. Should have healed first. Because I am now not going to be able to get off my full combos here. I'll do it here. Inventory, I'm just going to use my Tauroners first. I had nourishment actually, I still have those. Put down. We got more healing items than I needed to. Hell yeah. I love the actual fight here. Like, it takes obviously a lot of parallels from Yakuza 5s. I think that's a good thing. I think that's a very good thing. Unfortunately, we don't have quite enough damage to completely murder Shishido with one instance of ultimate essences. Also, like Shishido as a villain. Like, I think again, like we were saying during Yakuza 5, Shishido is fleshed out way more, like way better than Aizawa was. Like, if Aizawa got this kind of like, you know, fleshing out like Shishido did, I can pretty much guarantee you more people would be more receptive to the fact that Aizawa is the final boss of Yakuza 5. Get juggled. Smile. Alright, this first part's gonna look weird. You'd think we would ultimate essence with Yakuza Star? No. We do something else. Ultimate essence after. We need to do one other heat attack first. Yeah, the Aizawa fight's fantastic. The Aizawa fight is like actually genuinely good. Like, I love the Aizawa fight. But story-wise, the Aizawa fight's just like, alright. We're just doing this. I will also say, this boss fight has probably one of the most peak transitions to final phase that RGG has ever done. In terms, like, you know, the whole fucking music side of things. It's so fucking good. Nice. Nice timing. Okay, nice timing. Give me my stamina and spark. Yeah. You do 2 more hits. Right. One face.
You little piece of shit!
I love Shishido is like a random English yelling at us in this fight as well. It's so fucking good. Like, you can actually hear the vitriol towards Joryu. It's really good. I actually really like Shishido's English voice actor in these scenes. Like, he's actually genuinely really good. Also, everyone thinking, you know, we're obviously going to go out the front door. When we were playing this casually, I thought we were going out the front door until, what the fuck's happening? Like, I don't know who in RGG said, hey, go up on the roof, but like, good job. But this transition right here, that music change, chef's fucking kiss. God damn.
Your legend ends here.
Actually, I still have one more on the S in me body. And then obviously a quick little punch because I don't have that much damage. If you do all sub-stories, you do have enough damage to murder Shishido in one shot here. Like, every phase. Yeah. Oh, joggle. Out of it. Right, GG. Yeah, like, I don't know who thought, hey, the Omi Alliance door has, like, a slight roof above it. Like, whoever came up with that in the drawing board, yeah, give yourself a raise. Holy shit. Hey, GG. I only lost a second. That's what I did. Yeah, if we didn't have that fight spawn in Chapter 2, I think this actually could have pushed PB pace. Which is not bad for a D-Rust. We had good luck where we needed it. Golden Samurai was right exactly where we needed them. That was fantastic. Yeah, we didn't have that fight spawn. This wouldn't have been too bad. Chapter 1 wasn't great, unfortunately. The start of Chapter 1 was. The set piece at the end wasn't. My EX management was pretty bad. So... GG. GG. Don't worry. We're not watching the ending, don't worry. Not watching the ending, don't worry. Makes me cry as well. Yeah, we're not watching that. Not watching that. I will give you the ending song, though. I do need to refresh my water, because that's almost finished. I also need to run ads on Twitch real quick, because they're playing in 10 minutes. If I run the ads now, we can then run the next set of ads during Conquest, and then we can just keep Twitch stream going without any ads during the important bits. So let me run those ads. I'm going to go quickly grab a fresh water. You listen to the ending song. It's really cool. I don't know if this gets me muted on YouTube, so I guess this is a test to see whether it does or not. I'll be back in a second. We'll do Like a Dragon, which is going to be 4 hours. If it lets us finish the run, because that's actually kind of important. In a minute.
You're happy now, serenity in your mind. I'm leaving right now. In my arms, such a precious heavenly time. Losing my name, nowhere to go, but I can't stop loving you. So can't stop loving you. Don't you know goodbye? Such a precious heavenly life. I'm only breathing in your memory. I'm fading
Oh, right. Go, lady.
Ugh. Oh, amazing. Grace, get the fuck out. For those in YouTube chat I don't know, I could do a very, very long marathon. That's not LAD, that's infinite wealth, my dude. I could do a very, very big marathon of games that have Amazing Grace in it, because obviously OG1, K1, and then for some reason, Deadly Premonition has it as well. So one day I might do the Amazing Grace marathon. I can't remember whether Deadly Premonition 2 has Amazing Grace in its actual end credits or not. Now, let me change over directory on Switch. I don't need to do that for YouTube because I was smart enough to put myself into the LAD directory. Speedrun. Dragon. Oh, it's not as hot today? It is. It's very hot. It's ridiculous. Excuse me. Hiccups. LAD. Yeah, I think we're good to go. No, we're not. I need my LAD notes, otherwise I'm going to be in trouble later on. Notes. Perfect. Yeah, there we go. That's the ones. Cool. Making sure we had the shopping list. So this is definitely not going to PB. LAD is horrific. LAD is horrific. Have I got my phone right? I do. So it's the problem with today. It's not as hot as it was yesterday. There's just no wind. Like, it's humid. That's the issue. Like, that's the massive, massive issue. If there was a breeze, it would be fantastic. But yeah, no, it's so ridiculously hot at the moment. Check something on my phone real quick. Actually, need to plug my phone in. It's dying. Hold on. Hold on. This run. All right. For those of you who haven't seen an LAD run before, this run actually isn't that long. It says 312 on the splits. It's about 340 real time. Which, if you consider this a turn-based RPG, that's pretty fucking good. That's really fucking good. LAD is nasty. LAD has some horrific RNG, and then when we get to LAD's endgame, it has some very nasty fights. You could probably guess which ones. I will be making safety saves at certain points, because again, the whole point of this marathon is to showcase the runs for YouTube, and then you get to see a bit of the process behind, you know, what goes on in terms of fights that are good, what goes on in terms of fights that are just terrible, and obviously Chapter 1. Usually, to get a Chapter 1 run going in LAD, it usually takes us, and I kid you not, YouTube, because you don't get to see this, about 2 to 3 hours. I'm not kidding about that. Twitch chat can affirm how long it takes to get LAD runs going, and even then, the RNG in the first 4 chapters is horrific. There are, in Chapter 3 and 4, 2 points where if we don't get specific drops from enemies, run's over. Simple as that. Which I don't think I have a safety save for anymore. These are my all sub-stories safety saves. These would be cheating. Haha. No, I don't. I erased all my safety saves for all sub-stories practice. Fuck yeah. So, I just have to make a safety save, like, manually as we go through. I've been meaning to do that for a while anyway, so this is actually, like, the perfect time to do that. But yeah, welcome to Yakuza Like a Dragon. I adore this run, and it hurts. 3, 2, 1. Any revised mod? No. There's not that many mods that I plan to actually do. One, I don't like modding stuff when, you know, I do speedruns of stuff. Like, just in case, you know, leftover files get left over and stuff like that. Because that did actually happen with an Infinite Wealth run after we did an Infinite Wealth enemy rando. So, I'm a little against, like, modding my games too much, obviously, because of that. And two, I like how LAD plays. I like all the little fun, like, gameplay differences between LAD and Infinite Wealth. Like, the way that I see LAD and Infinite Wealth is completely separate. I don't need the improvements from Infinite Wealth to LAD. Because the one thing about Infinite Wealth, and we'll discuss this tomorrow, like, ad nauseum, because of the fact we're doing Infinite Wealth's run tomorrow, there are many aspects of this game's combat, and just in general, that do not work with Infinite Wealth, with the new stuff in Infinite Wealth, and vice versa. Like, there's a lot to the mechanics of this game that I really like, because they are just simple. Like, they are a lot more simple than Infinite Wealth, and I don't need to back-end stuff from Infinite Wealth to this game to get enjoyment out of it. And most people always ask this, and I'm sure people in chat are probably wondering in a moment, is it hard to go back to this game after Infinite Wealth? No, actually. They're completely different. Like, if you look at what they're asking for you from the combat, it's completely different. Like, just basics, like where if you do a normal attack towards an enemy and you get interrupted, that's not in Infinite Wealth. In this game, it makes sense. But in Infinite Wealth, it wouldn't make sense with the new, you know, complete, like, revamped melee system. That's why I don't particularly care about, you know, back-ending stuff from Infinite Wealth to this game, because this is the game that RGG made. I don't need a damn mod to try and, quotation marks, fix this game. This game is what it is, and I love this game for what it is. The same with the Brawler mod. I will not be doing the Brawler mod either. I respect the Brawler mod. I respect the Brawler mod like a metric shit ton for all the work that's gone into it. It's not for me. If I want to play a Brawler game, I'll play one of the many, many Brawler games we've got in this series. Speaking of things that annoy me about Infinite Wealth, IGG, your excuse of, like, losing skill shortcuts? Garbage. I don't buy it. Terrible excuse. I'm sorry, but it's pretty bad. Like, you can't say the excuse that you don't want people to use the same skills over and over again, and then only have, like, 3 to 4 skills per class. And then do the same thing as this game, where later on in that class or that job's life, you just give them an updated version of the first skill. That is garbage response. If you don't want skill shortcuts in your game, fucking say you don't want skill shortcuts in your game. I will have so much more respect for you if you do that. Like, removal skill shortcuts is terrible. Like, absolutely terrible. And that's not me coming from a place of, like, you know, speedrunning. Like, obviously that's a small factor, but casually, when you're doing dungeon grinding, like the game wants you to do before the fucking Chapter 12 fight, like, not having skill shortcuts and having all the enemies move away from your AoE skills before you can even select them is pure garbage. It's bad design. It's bad design. I do not like it at all. And kind of like, hey, with a gifted sub. Really? Well, it's a good thing we're on no reset, because good lord, this run will be over right now. Tempted to reset maybe once. This guy doesn't die, I'm telling you. Alright, YouTube, this is the experience. I'm giving you the experience. If both of these two enemies survive this first turn, it's a reset. Because you are already losing 15 seconds in this fight alone. Welcome to how LAD runs begin. For some reason, in this tutorial, the two ads are only supposed to have something like 10 to 11 HP, but for some reason, they can survive even getting critically hit with like a 40 hit damage, We don't know why. There's something like coded into the game that just randomly makes them survive. It's probably Dragon Engine shenanigans or related to the actual tutorial. But if they survive, I'm losing 15 seconds. Like, I'm not carrying that on. Speedrun resetting, it really, really is. Just is what it is. And that's the 2 to 3 hours of shit you don't get to see, YouTube. You'll get used to it. Because, God, resets are thick and heavy in this run. Especially when going for a good time. To give you a reference as to how optimized Yakuza Like a Dragon's run is at this point, it's optimized to attack animations. That's how optimized we are. So no, there is no just, oh, just suck up that 15 seconds, it'll be fine. No, it won't. That's the issue. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going for, like, massively PB today, but I don't want to go through that fight and then, you know, have to go up against Hirotsuka RNG, Kamurocho RNG, Taunt RNG, Stare Down RNG, all in Chapter 1. No. That's why we always reset on that tutorial specifically, if it doesn't take out one of the enemies on the first turn or second turn. We always go for the guy with the knife on the second turn because he has longer attack animations, and he can bleed you. That guy has a fixed HP, he has 36 HP. So you do need to high damage roll to take care of him. But the idea is that you want to take care of the enemies so that there are less enemies in the enemy pool and obviously turn order. Less them taking time from their turns, less taking time from your turns, making your turns take longer. All that jazz. All that jazz. Okay. Next. That was slow. Weird. Sometimes you can get one turn for Ushio, which obviously stops us from having to see that animation, which is really nice. Sometimes in this fight, you can push Ushio into the glass on the left-hand side for, you know, the previous match banner Tarjon, match banner Mahjong, like, place in Judgment. Which, that's really good, because that kills Ushio a turn early. So you save, like, a good 3 to 4 seconds. But it's super rare that happens, so we don't rely on it. If we had infinite wealth movement, we could pretty much guarantee we'd get it. Which, you know, points infinite wealth, but this isn't infinite wealth. I will reset points in infinite wealth. That's the fascinating thing. No. Which is kind of nice. Infinite wealth's reset points haven't exactly been well established yet outside of Chapter 1. Because not many people have done runs Infinite Wealth because of the fact that, you know, Infinite Wealth is a 6 to 7 hour run. It's very, very long. There is nothing, however, in Infinite Wealth, RNG-wise, like LAD, in terms of, oh, you need to RNG into this much money, or you need to RNG into these materials, or you need to RNG into, oh god, what's our other reset point here? Vending machine clock. Like, there's none of that in Infinite Wealth, which is nice. So Infinite Wealth only lives and dies off of RNG for fights. Which, at the start of Infinite Wealth, some aren't great, but some are. So, you'll see tomorrow. You'll see tomorrow. We'll discuss about Infinite Wealth's RNG tomorrow. So. You know, let's go ahead and say I have Infinite Wealth. I like it, and I also think it shows the flaws of Infinite Wealth. See? Man dies. I like it. And I also like the fact that when you skill inherit something, it's always at the bottom of the list, no matter what you bring over. Here's the thing with Infinite Wealth. And again, we'll talk about it more tomorrow. 36 HP, so doing a 35 ain't great. You can't normal attack in this fight, you have to use Tenacious. It's also why, you know, more turns are slower. Here's the thing about Infinite Wealth. Removing skill shortcuts sucks, and there was actually a way to rectify that, and that would help out a lot. The ability to move around the position of your skills in your skills menu. Because then you can start to prioritize other skills near the top of the menu. Infinite Wealth, and LAD does this, so it's a problem in both games. when you are trying to, and this is especially true in Infinite Wealth with its nerf, like, healing a bit. Oh, that's bad. Yakuza has 70 HP on the dot. 33 is an exceedingly low roll, which means I need to get an exceedingly high roll. That'll do. Thanks, Itchy. Thanks, Itchy. Cool. Here's the issue. Healing got all kinds of nerfs in Infinite Wealth. So, healing skills are still pretty good for the most part, depending on the healing skill. Aquanaut gets a base healing skill, Beatside Brofet, which is actually really good. Like, it's actually really good. The more you level up, the bigger the AoE of it gets. Chitsei's default job also has one very similar to that. But the downside is, party-wide healing is only available in two different ways. One, the mixed, like, fruit drinks, which they nerfed, one, how many you can carry, and two, you need way more ingredients for them, and three, there isn't a dedicated shop that sells those ingredients. You might be about to yell at me saying there are shops that sell those ingredients. They're randomized. In this game, as you'll see in Chapter 5, there is actually a shop that just lets you buy all the ingredients. You can't grow any kind of ingredients either. Like, there's nothing of that in Infinite Wealth. So the downside is most of your healing is done via character healing. So either via, you know, like a healing skill like on Idol or on Chitsei's Heiress or on Aquanaut or something like that. But here's the issue, and this is why not having skill shortcuts is absolute trite garbage. When you start a turn, everybody moves away. So when you're going to go fight the enemy and you want to use an AoE attack, the enemy are going to move away from each other. Makes sense. You're using a damaging attack. You know, you want to have the enemy move away from you because otherwise you're just going to be able to hit all the enemies with an attack. You know, if this was a real fight, people would move away from one another. It makes sense. What doesn't make sense is when trying to apply buffs and heals to your party, your entire party decides to walk to 4 fucking corners of the fight. Meaning that you have to select and choose the one person that you heal with your AoE healing skill because you can't fucking menu navigate to it fast enough before everybody moves away from one another. That is garbage design. I love LAD, I love Infinite Wealth, but that right there is the biggest bugbear I have with both games. It is bad design. It is awful design. There is one other instance of being able to heal a party member with everybody, and that is Sayako's tag team attack, and that is it. You can't use that constantly because you obviously have to build that up over several turns. I get, like, their reasoning as to why they don't want skill shortcuts, but having your party members move away from one another when you're trying to heal them is garbage. They should inherently move towards each other when you're trying to use a buff or a heal. It would add a good bit of tactics to your fights, much in the same way that simple movement at the start of your fight added so much change. And this is why I don't, you know, I don't want to bring over the Infinite Wealth stuff over to LAD with that mod. Like, I like what LAD does. What LAD wants you to do is completely different. Like, I just do not like it. I do not like it whatsoever. Like, it is just a simple change that RGG can do, and it will make your quality of life so much better. There's going to be a bad chapter 1, by the way, but we're carrying on. If we keep resetting, then we're going to be here until like 3 in the morning, and I don't want to do that. Too hot tonight. But it's so frustrating. One thing I do love is the fact that obviously you can pick the party member to choose to heal, and then obviously you can use that strategically. That's good. That's a good change. Do like that. Very like that. I do like the radius, obviously, that shows you like attacks, how they hit, where they land. One simple suggestion that someone in chat had, and I love this suggestion, be it a buff or a debuff or an attack skill or, you know, like a heal skill, have the person in the radius slightly flash. Have them slightly flash. You ever have those incidents where you've looked at the circle and gone, oh yeah, my party member is in the circle, they'll absolutely get hit by this, and then they don't get hit by it? Just have them flash. Just have them, have a brief little visual indicator that goes, oh yeah, no, they're gonna get hit by this. Like, That's the small kind of quality of life things that RGG are very good at that would help out immensely with what RGG wants you to do in these fights. Like, that would help so much. You have no idea. And it would be a very good visual indicator as well for folks with, you know, visibility issues, like visibility problems. Like, it would help so much. You have no idea. And that's the kind of good quality of life that they should be looking at for LAD9. Because here's the thing. From this game to Infinite Wealth, it was pretty obvious that the big quality of life was going to be movement in fights. Like, I asked for it so much, I think a lot of other people asked for it so much, and the way that the RGG actually implemented, like, movement in fights, and then subsequently changed, like, how normal attacks work, was far better than any suggestion I saw on the internet. Like, RGG, like, thought about it a lot and clearly took their time to implement that, and it was really good. For reference, you want to come out of this chapter at 8:30, it's currently 8:50, I don't care today because there's no reset, but, like, Christ, that's how bad this chapter was. And now you can understand why the RNG in these chapters is evil, horrible. So, yeah, like, I don't think for LAD9 there's going to be anything that is that big in terms of scale of, like, changes to the fighting system. I think instead, LAD9 from Infinite Wealth will just be quality of life and, like, making things a little bit better. And it's really weird because every RGG game, when you go from one to the next, feels like it has a whole bunch... Well, apart from going from, you know, K2 to 3, because you're going from, you know, modern back to PS3. Every single RGG game feels like you get more quality of life the further along, you know, release order-wise in the series you go. Are Infinite Wealth, where the lack of skill shortcuts just feels like a really weird removal of a quality of life feature. And I get why, you know, with the way that a certain Dragon of Dojima works, I get why. But you didn't have to bring crewmates out to the main menu. You could have just had a button to hold for skill shortcuts. Like, you still have that slot in the etc menu. You put skill shortcuts in there. Like, you could do a lot, like, for quality of life wise, but you decided to remove it. Like, yeah, I'm mad, and it is a slight bit of madness because of the speedrun, but it's also casual. All the times I was playing, like, Infinite Wealth casually and just going, God, I wish I had skill shortcuts. Like, you know, God, all my teammates have moved out of the way. Like, this doesn't feel good. Like, Infinite Wealth has so many steps forward, and then it has, like, a couple of steps backwards. Yeah, I was 100% fucking right with that PS5 menu, wasn't I? If you're wondering, the PS5 menu for Ebisu there has an extra menu, so you have to press L1 3 times instead of 2 times. I knew I was right when we did those PS5 runs the other day. I knew I was right. I knew something felt off. You don't do runs of this for like 4 years and then all of a sudden lose that muscle memory and go, oh, maybe I'm the incorrect one. No, it's the PS5 version. You're the incorrect one. Interesting how the menus are different between both versions. Well, we end up near the endgame speedrunning. Surprisingly high. Both in this and in Infinite Wealth. Fun fact, you can do this speedrun at the lowest possible level that you can be, with literally no optional fights whatsoever. I've done it. It was one of my very early runs. I did it like the month after release. It's not hard. Well, it's not hard with the right setup, but it's not fast. You need at least one character on idle or to go and get the lunch boxes. Which obviously we're going to get the lunch boxes in this run anyway, because they're very good like healing items, but you need extra healing from a source or two. Like, you will not get on with it if you just try and, like, do it with default jobs. There are some default jobs that you will do. Jungi Han is great. But there are some default jobs that are just like, nope. Hero's good. Hero's very good. But yeah, no, there's... You'll see. We actually have some speedrunner tips and tricks for leveling up fast in this game. You'll see. And that's the downside with Infinite Wealth's Run. Again, I don't want to talk too much about Infinite Wealth's Run because, you know, we'll be talking about it a lot tomorrow. This run requires 0 grinding. Infinite Wealth's does. Now, that's thankfully been cut down by a lot. Nice crit. Fortunately, the crit never kills in one hit here because he just has too much HP. Infinite Wealth requires about 30 minutes of grinding. 30 minutes to an hour. It's unfortunate, but with the way that Infinite Wealth works and is structured and the way that it punishes you more heavily for being underleveled, it is what it is. Again, that's not me saying you can't do it at the lowest possible level. To do the speedrun and obviously what we're trying to do, the game is massively punishing for what we're trying to attempt. I gotta go the very long way here because that guy at the back was actually delayed for once. Pretty bad. It gives me time. He would have seen me and got into a fight with how close he was. That's why I had to, like, kind of pull it back a bit. This bit, anytime if you see me, like, running through Kamurocho or Izaki Jinjo, most of the time I'm concentrating because of that. There's a fight spawn down the end of the road. There's a lot of potential fight spawn possibilities when running around the streets that I've got to be very, very aware of. So usually when I'm running around, like, town like this, I have to pay attention. Like, I have to pay very close attention. Weird menu. Weird menu. My D-pad on my controller is absolutely broken. Best game, yep. Now we are going to do something that's going to look like grinding, but it's for a specific reason. You'll see why. It is not grinding. You'll see. So we intentionally ended the fight in the park with a normal attack instead of a Tenacious Fist because we need enough MP in this fight to do 3 Tenacious Fists. If you get high damage rolls and a crit, hey, you can end this fight 1 turn early. This jackass has Stare Down, which can literally take you out of the fight for a couple of turns, so this guy can actually lose us the run. This guy is a reset point. Literally every single fight, almost every single fight in the first 2 chapters is a reset point in the run. Like when you're going for a good time in this run. That's how tight everything is and why, you know, that time in chapter 1 was really bad. Also, YouTube, if you're wondering what the line in Chapter 2 means, because we get this a lot for those who don't know what Live Split is, what that means is in my PB, I skipped over that split. Essentially, what happened was I forgot to split after the end of the chapter, and only realized it like 15 seconds too late. So that's obviously why. Damage number does change colors because the yellow means crit. This is also a reset point, this fight. This fight sucks. Nice, good. Alright, if you're wondering, let me explain running away from fights. This is the same for Infinite Wealth, it's the same for LAD. There is a massive common misconception that running away from fights requires you to have a high agility stat. Fun fact, you don't need any agility whatsoever. Running away from fights is not determined by your stats. Running away from fights is determined by how much space you have behind your character. So you'll see in certain fights like that one and like this one coming up, that I'm going to be positioning myself intentionally so that I'm in the middle of the corridor. When you run from a fight, you will be running in a slightly randomized direction. Ichi went slightly to the right, he can go slightly to the left, he can go straight backwards. Like, he can also do a 280-degree turn. That's a bit too far to the left, I don't like that. It's a bad angle on my part. Yep, that's my fault. I was too close to the top on the left. Now, you will get Dragon Ninja shenanigans. However, you can also do this. So what I did there was I targeted the enemy specifically. This is advanced runaway tech. By targeting the enemy specifically, you will run away from that enemy in a direct parallel line away from them. That is massively important. Massively important. That can help you get away from certain annoying fights later on in the game. But it is not based on any of your stats whatsoever. It is literally just how much space you have behind your character, but you can get Dragon Ninja shenanigans. I hope I get at least 2 here, because that was a bit of a late grenade. Good. You want to take care of the first 2. I don't hit this guy, because then I have to wait for him to stand up, and he only needs 2 hits from Ichi Adachi. The idea with the grenade is, ideally you hit all 3, but it's quite rare that happens. 2 is good, and you want to at least hit the level 4 guy. Despite the fact that level 4 guy is 2 levels lower than level 6 is, he has more HP. He will sometimes survive the grenade at 1 HP, at which point you just use Adachi to take him out. You put Agria on here, otherwise you are going to have a problem against Sawashiro. Sawashiro is kind of nasty, especially if you can't hit your perfect guards. Hit your perfect guards, you'll be just fine. Can't hit your perfect guards, you will not be fine. Here we need 2 high damage rolls from Ichi and Adachi. That's a low damage roll at this point. That's a high. That's like the highest Adachi can get with an option attack. And again, another high damage roll, please, Ichi. Cute. There is a lot of nuance to all of these fights at the start of the run. There's a lot of things that I am doing and reacting to on purpose. It is easier to escape in Infinite Wealth, yes. Much easier, because of obviously, as you say, the movement. Much easier. Ridiculously easy. Stupidly easy. For this, we are targeting specific enemies. I want the main boss to hit Ichi. Perfect. Reason being is that now I don't have to change targets. And I'm much closer to him with Ichi. That stun is perfect. That is the perfect turn to stun in this fight. He's going to be out of this fight for at least one turn, hopefully two. If we can get a lucky crit with Ichi, we can end this fight one turn early. He woke up, which is a shame, but it's fine because he will get up with his attack immediately. He has pretty quick attack animations. Plus he does that one. Yeah, as long as you can like stun him for like one turn or he's stunned for one turn, that's a pretty decent fight. Tech skip this, don't start skip. If you start skip, you can soft lock the game. You don't need to heal because we will be getting a heal from this fight. And then this is the big RNG fight of this chapter. Both of these enemies have taunt. Taunt fucking sucks. If we get taunted, the enemy and myself will be having an extra turn. The way to get past that is to either stun both enemies, which you probably imagine how rare that is. Tenacious Fist has a flat 20% chance to stun unless there are other factors. In this fight, it's a flat 20% on both enemies. Unfortunately, this means I'm now going to have an extra turn. Reason being is that look at how little damage, even with the crit that does, not even half the HP, unlike the Tenacious, which does half HP, we will come out of this taunt no matter what this turn. And we just Tenacious. You want to go into the Sawashiro fight about just before the 18-minute period. So this is just to let you know how far behind I am. We grab the grenade, that's for the next chapter. Yeah, grenade RNG. Gross. And Sawashiro. The Sawashiro is a relatively straightforward fight. We do 2 Tenacious to go into the second phase of the fight. Now, here's the thing. We are hoping to not see stun on the second turn here. I was kind of hoping you would, so that I could at least, like, demonstrate it for YouTube. But essentially, the reason why you don't want stun on this turn, this cutscene removes any and all debuffs that you can apply to Sawashiro. Which, obviously, without New Game Plus or anything like that, at this point, is just stun from Tenacious Fist. So you would lose that right here. If you stun Sawashiro on the first turn, that's okay, because at least you get one turn of stun out. Sawashiro is a bit less receptive to stun than, obviously, normal enemies, but he can still be stunned. At this point, we are looking for a move called Cold Fury, or specifically, we're hoping that we can roll our damage enough that he will not use Cold Fury. So at some point in this fight, we have to use the hardball we picked up. The downside is, if we use it at the wrong time, it'll get absorbed by the furniture around us. He'll probably Cold Fury off of this, because of the damage I've been doing so far. Pretty cool, please. If he uses Cold Fury, that is your perfect time to use a hardball. Like, this positioning is always perfect. Like, you will never lose it at this position. So, Varblade of Stealth here, you can delay this if you stun Sawashiro in the turn between that and, obviously, Cold Fury. But he will always use it the first turn he's available. I do need to hit these perfect guards, though. And at this point, we're hoping on the next turn that Ichi's agility rolls over on itself. So he gets another turn. He didn't. If Ichi's agility rolls over on himself, he gets a free opportune attack. It ends the fight one turn early. So this is a pretty bad Sawashiro. If you don't get... Wow, that's a very bad Sawashiro. The bottle's also slow. Kind of sucks. You can also do low enough damage with your Tenacious Fists that you will literally not kill him on the turn you're supposed to. You need an extra turn. As said, there's a lot of little things in LED's run that can cause you to lose time. This is a very, very, very volatile run. As you could probably guess from a turn-based RPG. Alright, treasure hunt. So we're now in Izaki Jincho. This is the series' first inception of Izaki Jincho. We are going to go over to the vending machines. These are fixed. First 3 are 5, 50, and nothing. Once we come out of the next boss fight, the hell game, we're going to be using treasure hunt, and we need a minimum of 730 yen. That's going to be our first kind of, outside of obviously like chapter 1 and 2's like fight RNG. It's going to be our first big run-ending RNG. It is very run-ending RNG. It is exceedingly run-ending. But because we're obviously doing a run for the sake of showcasing what this game is, I'll be making a save once we're done with the next boss. This is Can Quest. We have to do the tutorial. We do not have to do Can Quest itself. Which is a stark contrast in Infinite Wealth, where you have to do both the tutorial and the minigame for crazy delivery. Thanks, RGG. It's been the yarn, Toby. So, there is actually a bit of a skip in this tutorial. You can teleport during it, however, it's actually slow. So here's the thing, you can't teleport just yet, but you can teleport to the final story bit after this by turning around and going to the start. The downside, you can't physically move left and right until your boost is finished. So by the time you're here and going down this road anyway, it's a lot quicker than turning around and going the other way and teleporting. So despite the fact there's teleport tech in this bit, it's slower. Just do the tutorial. Like, just do the tutorial. But yeah, RGG made this tutorial, this teleport, in case, you know, stupid idiots decided to drive backwards. Who'd try and do that, eh? Definitely not me. Alright. Now we get to another pain in the ass. Oh boy. So yeah, as said, we don't have to do the actual Can Quest itself. We can actually skip this as soon as we gain control. Oh, I had bad grip on my controller. Jesus Christ, I missed the start button. Alright. Zeng. Fuck this guy. Zeng sucks. Zeng is awful. Zeng has stare down. Zeng is frustrating and annoying. But we have a new party member. We have the Hobomancer Nanda. We are going to hope that in one of Itchy's first 2 turns that we stun Zeng. Fun fact, most boss fights in the game cannot use a status debuff attack until turn 2. So ideally, we stun Zeng on turn 2. Get fucked, idiot. Namba has the highest damage spell in our current party, Pigeon. Downside, every single instance of pigeons are its own damage source, which means every single one has a chance to wake up Zeng from stun. So, if Zeng's still stunned, we're going to try and keep him stunned by just using an opportune attack, which is way less damage, but it keeps Zeng out of the fight. That reapplied it. You saw it in the top right, so we're just going to keep using this. We're pushing Zeng so far out of the normal, like, fight area. He'll be stunned for one more turn. Okay, he got up. If he ever rolls up, just use Pigeon Raid. At this point, even if he stuns Itchy, we can kill him with either Itchy's turn or Namba's. Good fight. Stunned for the vast majority of it. Good fight. Good Zeng. My PB has a pretty fucking disastrous Zeng. It has a terrible Zeng, like a really, really bad Zeng. But this is going to be our third party member. Our first kind of permanent party member for at least a good chunk of the game. Namba's very good early on. Exceedingly good early on. We also learn an essence attack called Tag Team Essence of Mayhem. This is a combo attack that uses all of our party members. It's very good. We're going to grab all of our stuff from the box, including the grenade. It's necessary for this chapter. And at this point, just in case, considering this is supposed to be a showcase, and because I don't have a save to save anymore, we're going to make save to saves. So this is vending machine RNG. We need to get a minimum of 730 yen by the end of this section. Perfect. The only way to do better than that is to get the money on the first vending machine. It's super rare. There's a fight spawn in front of me. That's why, again, anytime I'm running around, like I said, I'm concentrating. Like, if I miss chat, I do miss chat during parts like this, because I have to concentrate on enemy positions, and if they spawn in front of me, that one's fine. But essentially, you want the vending machine luck on essentially the first 3 vending machines. With that, you don't have to check any other vending machine. 500 yen is fine. You only need either the 100 yen or the 500 yen. It's not important whether you get, like, the bigger amount or the smaller amount. Infinite Wealth is nice. The minimum you can get is 100 yen. They made the treasure hunt a little better. Get this taxi. So what we're going to do now is we're speaking to this taxi to unlock it on the fast travel list. The way that Infinite Wealth does its taxis, and I kind of like this, you have to speak to taxis to add them to the list of taxis in the game. So this is going to leave us with no superfluous taxis. This taxi is the reason why we need the money. we have to go back across Izaki Jincho. This is 45 seconds without a fight spawn. Light is green, so if there is a car coming, be careful. Cars do react to how the traffic lights are in the world, so you have to pay attention to that. Again, when I'm running around, there are just times where I have to pay attention a lot. What's the fucking man? Not going to disagree with that. Man's voice by Greg Chum. At this point, watch these two enemies. The enemy that first moves is the direction the other one will go, so because he's going to the right, the other one will also go to the right. Nice and simple. At this point, we need to not get a fight spawn outside of the story trigger here. So keep an eye on my minimap. There is one, and it is walking towards me, so unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with it. Because we're on PC, you can save load. Not over you. Thank you. So I want to keep my safety saves that I'm going to make during this run. I don't have any 80% safety saves anymore, so this just makes sense. Like, this run is not going to PB already, so... This fight's interesting. There are technically two ways you can end this fight. One is with Tiny Essence of Mayhem. It's a damage roll, though, so it's not the most ideal one. Pigeon Raid, however, just murders the man. Infinite Wealth didn't nerf cars. Cars are just harder to hit you. You have to hit the literal diagonal edge of the car, which in my opinion is a good thing. You can hit cars so easily in this game. Infinite Wealth cars are much better. That is not something that I will ever complain about. Open this safe for some shoes, and we are now good for the next chapter. For Chapter 4's set piece, you need on Ichi a piece of gear in every single slot and one accessory. Spawn is on the left. That's good. That means there won't be one in front of me here. Perfect. If there is one in front of you here, it can either spawn at the front end of the bridge or the back end of the bridge. Front end of the bridge means you're save loading. Back end of the bridge means you can run to the left-hand side and have enough distance to just run past it. I told you, Chad, there is a lot of mechanics at play in this run. So I know YouTube chat, you don't get to see these runs very often. You're going to get to hear the full explanations, because there is a lot of shit in this run. Traffic bad. Try and weave in between it. Good. These free safes contain weapons for our free key party members. Adachi. Namba's homeless class. And Ichi's hero class, which we aren't on yet. Whoops, we want to go tag team. God, why do I keep messing this up? Now, breath, pigeon raid. Optimize Ichi, luxurious belt. Optimize Namba, and taxi over here. The optimize puts all that gear onto Ichi so that they're all ready. We put the accessory on here. The accessory gives Ichi 10 extra MP, which is actually necessary for our skills in the next chapter, so that we don't run out before our designated level up. And then obviously optimizing Namba gives him his weapon. Now, as to Shogi, we actually do it here in all sub-stories. We actually have new tech for Shogi in all sub-stories, thanks to Infinite Wealth, actually. You'll see what that Shogi tech is tomorrow. For any percent, we don't. I don't hear criticisms like that. You should not take criticisms like that seriously. I mean, you can still get hit by the cars after this game. And boats. Alright, you need a bit of luck here. This is the dumbest luck. The way to get out of this fight fast is to literally use the grenade and kill all the enemies. Which... you can have a bad grenade that literally hits like one enemy. Or, you can have worse luck and have Namba absorb the grenade up his fucking fat cheeks. Yes, that happens. Fuck you, Dragon Engine. It is frustrating to say the least. Actually gonna save over the slot. Losing time, that's fine. Save 2.5 seconds. I should be saving like 20 seconds here. But... anyway, chapter 4. If this was a PB-paced run, this would be where I start creaming my yachts, because this is the scary chapter. This is the wildly, violently RNG chapter, or at least the first one. Like, all the other chapters have had, like, really nasty RNG at points, but they've not been too, like, horrific. This chapter, however, is. We have Adachi in our party again. So we have our main free. We give him his new weapon, because obviously he's going to be stronger with that. And now we are at the whim and mercy of turn orders. So let's talk about agility rolls. they are a fucking suggestion, and we've already got a bad one. So, you want Namba to start these fights first. Because he hasn't, we're going to hit the Slugger with Pigeon Raid. Usually, you would use Tag Team on Itchy's turn afterwards, but unfortunately, with this, hopefully this hits the Assassin as well, because that would be very good to rectify this fight. Beautiful. Reckless is a line-based attack. Anyone who is in the line, this guy has too much HP to get taken down by a Tag Team, by the way, it has to be Pigeon Raid. That's the reason why this is slow. Anyone who is in that line, when you start the attack, even if they move out of it, will still get hit. That's why it's important to have them in the good position for Adachi's Reckless. However, Batbuster, Mega Swing, Pyro Belch. I'm usually a lot better at this than this. It's not great. Get Itchy. Yeah, this is a bad menu. Yeah. So, your turn order is vitally important. So what can we do to influence the turn order? Nothing. Every single run, you will have the exact same agility between each run, and you will just have a completely different turn order. If Abe or bloody Minagawa is going first, set fire to them. If you're lucky, you can get both, and this fight can go extremely fast. It's so fast. That's the perfect fight. That is the perfect fight. It is so rare this happens. If you get it, you save so much time. No enemies take a turn. He doesn't try and steal an item, which loses you like 5 seconds. Perfect fight. Absolutely perfect fight. So much better than the first fight. In Chapter 3, we got the Silver Safe Skeleton Key, which allows us to open the Silver Safes around town. We're going to open this for the weapon, but not for the weapon. We want specific personality trait increases, and this is the reason why we needed the money for a taxi in the previous chapter. I just did a Gaiden taxi. I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to fucking happen. He just puts us straight in the cutscene. This is the first of our RNG fights. So, the nice thing about this guy is he is weak to fire. Ideally, with this turn order, we get the burn debuff. 20% chance again. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Reason being is that he is resistant to physical, which means that he will not die to an Adachi attack unless he takes 2 rounds of burn damage. And we're good for the run. So, he dropped a Mysterious Stone and an Odd Stone. The Odd Stone is an RNG drop. There are 3 fights it can drop in, choose blue specifically. You need 3 Odd Stones, and there are 2 world-spawned Odd Stones, which means from one of the 3 fights, you need an Odd Stone. That doesn't sound like bad odds. Oh, it can be. Green will survive, this is fine, because he'll die in this turn. With Itchy, we just use Mega, this will take care of Green and hit everyone on the floor. And Adachi has actually a pretty good Reckless chance. We never get a good Reckless chance with Adachi here. So I'll do a Reckless to take care of it a little bit faster. Red dies to a normal attack, but now this guy will die to a single attack, which is really fast. Again, in terms of single attacks, your quickest attacker, even guarding with 2 others, is actually Adachi, but Itchy is still pretty fast. Either attack with Itchy or Adachi there, do not attack with Namba. Namba's slow. It's a little too slow to get around to Adachi's turn, but Adachi does a singular attack and it's fast. So you really want to just attack with Adachi. When I say that this run is optimized to attack animations, I genuinely mean that. That's how hard it is to PB this fucking run. Like, I'm several minutes off of world record just because I had bad luck fights in my endgame. Like, it is very hard to PB when you get to the high levels of LAD. You need good RNG. And pretty okay RNG so far this chapter. Things take a little bit of a slow turn now, which is good. We're gonna go grab this taxi to unlock it on the taxi list. Fight spawn on the right, that's why I'm going a bit more to the left. Well, thankfully I can go somewhat direct to the taxi, which is good. I guess I'll also explain it now whilst we're here. Good fight spawn, because that's quite far up. Enemy aggro works the exact same way as Infinite Wealth, but Infinite Wealth added quality of life, where it shows you how much enemy aggro the enemies have. I never asked for that for Infinite Wealth, and like, oh my god, that's legitimately one of the best changes. Now the downside is, it's going to kill the colored gangsman, which makes this fight a lot harder. Because ideally, I need to hit both the Dyna Dasher and this guy. Nice crit, that might be okay. If that didn't crit, that was a bad fight. That's the ideal way to kill that fight, is to use Pyro Breath into Mega Swing into, obviously, Adachi. The downside is, if you hit the Color Gangsman, hitting the Dyna Dasher is really hard, and you want to hit him with both hits to do enough damage that Adachi's Opportune Attack will kill the Dyna Dasher. Thankfully, we got lucky in that the Dyna Dasher walked back forward so that he would get hit, and also Itchy's crit. Ignore that fight spawn, it is fine. We grab that taxi for this chapter and next chapter. We grab this taxi for chapters 12 and 13. I know that's a while away, but trust me, we're running by here now, so it's a good time to grab it. Because on this side of the road is our first word-dropped odd stone. Let's pay attention here to this fight spawn. They're going the correct way. If they're walking that way, you don't have to save load them. If they're walking this way, you do have to save load them. So you'll lose time if they walk this way. 80 to 90% of the time, they'll walk that way. There's your old stone. Little alcove there. Move over to the left so that they don't aggro. This fight spawn is going left. That's beautiful, because that means now, as long as there's no fight spawn walking towards you from that corner, I can cut this corner. Okay, it is not coming towards us. It is, but it's quite far back. So because it's going to notice us early, we want to go over here. If it wasn't walking towards us, we could cut through the road, but it's just a little bit too much of an early notice for us to walk through the road and potentially get into a fight spawn. And it's pound mate time. Pound mates! Boy, pound mates, point of contention for me and my misgivings about infinite wealth. We'll talk about those tomorrow. Let's talk about LAD pound mates. LAD pound mates are actually worse than infinite wealths, and yet I like them way more. Gary Buster Holmes is going to be our first pound mate. We're going to be using him throughout the run. His pound mate is pretty cheap, 10k. His damage is not good. However, Gary's main draw is the fact that he can stun every single enemy with almost guaranteed precision if they can be stunned. Gary's pound mate, despite not doing damage, is very, very good. This fight is our second odd stone fight. This fight is literally just a tag team, so it's kind of nice when Itchy breaks the turn order here. No odd stone, so it's a very good thing we got the one up the top. Heart to heart is correct. Start skip once, then tech skip once. Otherwise you can't start skip the cutscene. Straight down here, pocket cafe. As I said, there's a lot to commentate in this run. There's a lot I have to talk about, and there's a lot I have to concentrate about. We're not even at the big, like, chapter with all the stuff that I have to do yet. Make sure you speak to her and not the actual guy who does the restaurant. You cannot buy anything. Money is exceptionally tight in this run at the moment. Like, we're talking down to, like, the... Gaiden, your taxi list is ruining me. We're talking down to the 1,000 yen. Like, money is exceedingly tight at the moment. In terms of the overall run, despite the fact we're going to be getting millions of yen, the money route is going to be tight to between 20 to 30,000 yen. So things are pretty tight. You don't want to mess around with the money route. You can make one taxi mistake and that's it in the early game. You can make a couple more in the late game. You really don't want to. You really don't want to. Doing the story pushes us outside, pushes us right next to the guy to carry on the sub-story. Somehow that hot water in my pocket is still hot. Gondara! Getting a good Gondara fight in 2024 is damn near illegal. It's fucking impossible. 1, you need Nama to go first. 2, you need Gondara to not run to the left-hand side of the room. That is pretty good placement, actually. So, Pyro Belch. Rule about Pyro Belch. The enemy needs to be standing. That's good. Man dies to burn. So, fun fact. Watch this. Notice how quick the fight ended at Odd Stone. So we have our third Odd Stone, which means we don't have to get the other Odd Stone that's dropped later on, which is good. When you end a fight with a damaging dot effect, so be that burn, be that cold, be that poison, the fight ends instantly. There is no waiting on animations or anything like that. It ends the fight about 0.3 of a second faster. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. In here, the massive massage machine onto Itchy. Only the 1, do not buy 2, just be careful. And the bar district. Killing enemies with dots and stuff is only going to apply to the early game. And then I'm going to intentionally take a time loss in this chapter. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is why I can't talk to chat right now, is there is a lot to explain. We're going to unlock gardening now, because we want to unlock gardening in the next chapter. However, Namba's hitbox is going to be in the way. So we're just going to speak to the bartender now. Makes it faster. Our drink link conversations are important. You want to do square for Adachi. We from this get charisma. We need charisma and style to level 3 by the end of the next chapter. You think this run isn't optimized? You fucking wait and see what we do. Oh, you wait. The things we do. Now we get to the RNG parts.
Oh my god.
Vara, thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. This run died in chapter 1, but this is a no reset run. Using this to remake the safety saves that I overwrote when I was doing all sub-stories practice. Garbage chapter 1. Everything else has been pretty good since then. Well, chapter 2 was a bit rough. Alright, this fight, again, you really want Namba to go first. If Namba goes first, this fight is a breeze. If Ichi goes first, you have to be fast. Unfortunately, one of the enemies going next, so that's bad. And unfortunately, it's not going to be fast. So, the reason why you want Ichi to be kind of fast, so you can get 2 of the security guards together to just pyro together, and then you finish the last one of Adachi. Unfortunately, we have to go around of enemy. You will get a level from Ichi on this, so you will get your HP MP back. And that's something that is important to mention in this game compared to Infinite Wealth. Job levels give you HP MP recovery. It does not in Infinite Wealth. Namba first is great. Adachi second is fucking wild, but we'll take it. You actually don't want Adachi second, but this can lead to a triple reckless, which is really good. And it puts everybody into an actual surprisingly good position for a mega swing. Adachi second in certain fights, or Adachi first in certain fights, is disturbingly good. This is one of them. You always want Namba first for that fight, but that is a fucking good fight. That fixes the time loss we had from the last fight, and then some. That fight gives us a second accessory. It gives us an extra bit of strength for Ichi. Wrong one. That's going to help with Ichi's damage and extra palmate damage in the set piece. So this is the big RNG set piece. Everything's going a mile at the minute at this point. Don't worry, we will slow it down in the next chapter. I can re-chat again. Namba, pigeon raid the guy with a hammer. And then we're going to hope that Ichi gets the first instance of a palmate crit. He did not. Every so often, you will see your palmates will have an exclamation mark next. This dictates that they are getting critical effect. What this usually means is that critical effect will, if it's a damage palmate, will instead do more damage. If it's a palmate that does a status effect, like obviously Gary's stun, that guarantees the stun will go onto every enemy. A lot of people don't know that exists because the game doesn't tell you about it. Little stupid, yes, but trust us on this one. It's a lot more obvious in Infinite Wealth because you can pay for the crit. This set piece has 3, technically, mini-bosses. This is the first. This is Ida. This guy sucks. We want to intentionally fight Ida without taking him out of this fight. We want him to summon backup. Have it actually after? Nah, that's a shame. That's bad. That's me missing damage onto Ida. Oh, that's bad. We might have to hit him with Namba now. He can sometimes just not call backup as well, by the way. He just does what he wants to do. He sucks. That's bad because now I'm missing damage on him, so I'm probably going to have to back up with Namba here. Because sometimes Adachi's agility roll is too low to go after after Ida. And Ida at this point can either paralyze me or summon all backup, which is what we don't want. Yeah, this is the one. Yep, this guy dies on the hit. The backup that's summoned is really weaker compared to the other 2 that are in the fight. That's unfortunate. He's supposed to take 1 more turn before he does that. Unfortunate for me, but not too bad, because this should knock us to the ground, at which point free up tune on Ichi. At which point free up tune on Adachi. And then this guy. I don't like using tag team in this fight, because I like saving my MP for the next fight in case of shenanigans. But when someone has this much HP and the fight's gone this bad, tag team just reduces that last enemy to 1 HP. Or, luckily if you crit, kills them. This is a bad start to the set piece. This is a very bad start to the set piece. Now, sometimes, as you've seen, Ichi can go first in the turn order. If he does in this fight, we have a backup strat if he doesn't have the MP to Mega Swing, which is where we're at right now. Ideally, Namba starts. If Namba starts, we'll be A-okay. If Ichi starts, normal attack, you pick up the sofa, and you actually just bowl all 3 enemies away. And I'm going to try and hit this guy to try and, take care of him. And then Adachi will hopefully take care of the rest with a Reckless. Might get the guy on life, might not. Should do. Nope. Shame. Unfortunate. So the nice thing is, because Ida summoned backup in the previous fight, it levels up both Adachi, who will always level in this fight, and now it levels Ichi. That's why you want 1 round of backup. 1 round of backup gets Ichi the level to go into this fight, and we want Ichi and Adachi at full. Namba's fine. For this fight, you don't use Namba. Unless we have an exceedingly bad turn order where Adachi goes after Kaseyama. Kaseyama is going to block every nice follow-up. This might be the quick fight now. Well, I would have preferred that second phase. Kaseyama blocks every attack from the front, but there are certain attacks he can't block. Reckless Pyro, Tag Team Essence of Mayhem, and Tag Team Essence of Mayhem sets him up to be opportune attacked. Herculean Effort is his halfway mid-fight HP point, which means that we can now finish this fight. Unless you see that, you cannot finish the fight. Both Ichi and Adachi's damage has been very, very high, so we should be able to kill him on Ichi's turn. Sucks I didn't get off my perfect guard at the right time, which means I have to wait for Ichi to stand up. And you can see we've used up all of Ichi's MP. And there's only 11 remaining. So you can understand now why the Tiger Belt is so vitally important. Get that heal, you get the right angle, you can push yourself into the door. Please no long load. Good. Long load. For this fight, again, ideally, Namba first. Namba first is just so good because you can just pyro dodge everyone. If it's Ichi first, obviously Mega Swing, and then we react to whoever survives this. We're going to hopefully kill these two, and then we want to make sure the guy with the hammer is dead. As you saw here on Suka earlier, hammer enemies have a disgustingly large amount of, like, attack animation. I didn't want to Mega Swing along the Batbuster. Should have forgot for some reason that, you know, Batbuster is on up MP, or up D-pad. It's still enough MP for the next fight, it's just going to be tight. I have to do 1 turn of Pyrododge with Namba, which is going to slow things down. Once again, we really want Namba to go first. If Namba goes first in this fight, we are laughing. Fortunately, one of the enemies can go first, which messes things up as well. Namba first means you can target the guy on the left, you get Kikigara as well, and take out one of the enemies. I wonder if I could Batbuster this guy, actually. Let's see. Might be able to with the extra damage on the self-machine. No. Shame. Let's fight a bit slower now. Wait for him to move away so that he doesn't interrupt Adachi. At this point, we're going to do Pyro Belch, and then we're just going to do Tag Team. The burn debuff as well will just make sure that we have enough damage to kill him, hopefully on next turn with an attack from Adachi. Off, get off. If Ichi doesn't kill the burn debuff, will. And what we said about burn debuff, no waiting. Not bad. Not a good fight, but well recovered. You can skip as soon as Ichi starts moving. Straight into this door. Grab the map, then you can carry on the story. While we're in here, grab this grenade. This is for Chapter 6. Don't worry about HP MP. We are going to be recovering that in a second because we have a heal point for the final fight, which is the very, very RNG fight. It is horrible. It is terrible. Heck yeah, exactly. I haven't, like, fully finished out an LAD run in such a long time as well that it's nice to not have to worry about, you know, resetting. I'm obviously going to make safety saves for certain things. There's our heal point. Hope you've enjoyed seeing the Seiyu Clan HQ. You will see it again tomorrow in Infinite Wealth's first chapter. Haha. Alright. Here we go. Horrible fight. Again. Here's the weirdly ideal turn order. Adachi, Namba, Ichi. The other ideal turn order is Namba first, because you can hit the both of these. But, unironically, Adachi first is a very good turn order for this fight. Ooh, that's good. Hopefully stun. Good. The one person you want stunned is Ida. Downside is that, unfortunately, Adachi is going for Ida, so I'm going to try and avoid Ida here. We do not want Ida to wake up. Ida no longer summons backup. Can I hit both here? I don't think I can. That was a bad idea. And I woke Ida up. Alright, we have a backup strat for this, in case we don't do the damage with Ichi Adachi. Should be enough. Yep, okay, good. So what Ida does in this fight is he heals instead. Now, this is the issue. Kaseyama is going to taunt someone. We want that someone to be the one person who's been constantly normal attacking. perfect. Of course, you give me a perfect fight on a dead run. Because we're always going to be using Tag Team Essence of Mayhem into Adachi's turn. So the one person we want to be constantly attacking with is the one person that is now forced to constantly attack. Nice follow-up. I was hoping I had proc the old paralysis. And we just do a Power Belch. We'll probably have to do one more Power Belch. That's it. GG. But yeah, you want to put on the defense down with Namba in this version of the fight, because literally, as you can see, he has a lot of HP. Good fight. If you're behind the enemy like Namba is there, you can actually attack without fear of having your attack guarded. And hey, look! Notice how, despite the fact that I'm coming out of this fight, I'm already losing time in this chapter. Because if you haven't seen an LED run before, we're not done. Now you're beginning to understand why I keep saying that my chapter 4 has been getting harder and harder and almost fucking impossible to get past. This is why I need a good early game. Because my chapter 4 is almost pristine. I'd be wondering why I'm not just taxiing back straight away. We want to grab this taxi for the next chapter. Suffering from success. Suffering from too good early game. Which sucks. You all will see I have time save later on. We'll pull some of this time back, but it's not going to PB, and I'm kind of okay with that, because, like, I can just chill with this run and, you know, explain it, commentate it. I'll have to worry about, you know, God, I'm going to restart for, like, the 40th time tonight. And we can kind of practice the end game that way as well. Good. So, yeah, I have an upper limit for coming out of Chapter 4, which is 30 seconds behind. So, a minute and 14 would be very bad, and we are about to get our 4th party member. She is absolutely fantastic. She is going to be one of our biggest damage dealers in the early and the late game. She's going to go missing a little bit in the mid game. That's not her fault. That's just because we're going to be getting somebody who's even better somehow. Sayako joins the party. Sayako is phenomenal. And I finally get to amend my commentary here. This first fight, the second wave of this first fight, it can kill your speedrun. And it finally has killed someone's speedrun. Mine. For this fight, we only need 2 characters. Ichi and Adachi. Please. Make sure you mega swing everybody. If that has to hit the guy at the back, has to hit the guy at the back, but whatever. Good position. Part-time hero. Fuck part-time hero. Hit your perfect guards, for fuck's sake. 2 onto Ichi, 1 onto Namba. Good. So this should be good turn order. With his 2 turns there, that will mean that it goes Namba, Ichi, Adachi. Which means free opportune, and this fight will go down very quickly. Perfect. So he won't die after Adachi, but he will die to 1 more opportune attack or tag team from Ichi after this. We don't have to hit with anyone else. And he spread his damage out. We have no problems or fears of dying whatsoever. GG. Simple as that. So, part-time hero is your completion list in this video game. He's now going to open up the completion list. Everything that we've been doing in the background is going to go towards certain, obviously, different quests that he wants us to do. He also has a bunch of different, like, challenge quests, SOS quests. We're going to start one of those right now. See my stuff going up the top right. Remember what I said earlier? We need the style. Oh, we're going to start with one of his very long quests. This is the Missing Persons quest line. We're going to start by going over to this kid here. He is the first in the 5-person missing quest. Speak to you. And the nice thing is, we actually get a reward, which we're going to put on Namba, and then we're going to put on better shoes for Ichi. Those shoes give us 32 agility. Now, you heard me earlier say that agility doesn't exactly, you know, do much in this, because certain things can happen turn order-wise, and fun fact, both Sayako and Ichi can actually still go ahead of Namba, even with that extra agility. But that pretty much guarantees Namba will go first in 95% of fights. And that's... We would love those shoes in the previous chapter, but again, as I said, it only unlocks here, so you cannot get those shoes earlier. Though my turn order is random, it is slightly influenced on a invisible figure based on, Jesus Christ, based on what your job is. Certain jobs, like, oh, I don't know, bloody enforcer, are really slow. Oh, we got the exclamation mark. So because we got the exclamation mark, it guarantees that everybody will die, but also it guarantees that everyone is stunned. Rule number 1 for this fight, set fire to Huo. That's the main rule. Everybody else will go down to 1 attack from everybody else. We can tag team this guy with Itchy, and we can also just normal attack with Adachi. Actually, unfortunately, all the way over here, but good fight otherwise. So at this point, despite Sayako just joining us, she's going to leave us for about 2 minutes. And we're going to get introduced to something that is vitally important in this game and this run. I'm going to introduce you to the blacksmith, Samir. Fight spawn. Good. So, the blacksmith is vitally important. One big misunderstanding that people have about LED is that you get a mass amount of extra damage from your level ups. No, you get a tiny amount of attack from your level ups. Your mass source of damage comes from upgrading your weapons. If you are struggling at any point, KOF Chapter 12 onwards, go improve your gear at Samir's. Talk to the taxi because we'll be using this a couple of times and we'll unlock it. If we know bad fight spawn, you can get a fight spawn on top of you when you use certain taxis in this run, and that is one of them. And now for our next boss, another run-ending RNG moment. It is, of course, Zhang, round 2. Zhang has a couple of new tricks up his sleeve, and these are kind of nasty. See how even with those mass agility shoes, he still goes ahead and amber? Ideally, we can hit most of the enemies with this as well, because I would like to help Psycho out here. Good. High fun. Attack is good. Psycho's gonna fuck this guy up. How would I think it is? Alright, Steam. Alright, Steam. Fuck you. Alright, so he still has stare down. This is actually, unironically, the good skill to see. Zheng has an upgraded version of stare down, which is Liu Mang's Glare. Liu Mang's Glare is fucking horrible. Liu Mang's Glare is a party-wide fear, and it can end your entire run. Man's actually kind of behaving right now. He's gonna do it right here. I guarantee you. He's gonna do it. Man has decided to behave for once, which is wild. Oh, I didn't kill. Psycho, get in there. If you're wondering what email I've just got, I have been invited to join the Steam playtest for Deadlock. The, very unhidden Valve secret game right now. Everyone's acting like, you know, Valve's got this, like, very hidden game that they're doing. Nope, they're starting to send out invites to everybody. That game is not well hidden. So, hey, Deadlock. So everyone's getting invites to that. I'm gonna be honest, considering my Steam account was made literally the week Steam was willed into existence, literally like 20 odd years ago, you're damn fucking right I better have gotten an invite to that. Would have been mad. Anyway, if you thought my explanations to the speedrun were enough before, this is the hard part. This is the bit where you have to remember the entire fucking route. So, we unlock jobs, and then we have a lot to do. So, unfortunately, chat, for the next 10 minutes, I'm not going to be able to respond to you. So, give me like 10 minutes here of severe concentration, I'll get back to you. Immediately, change your job. Sayako becomes hostess. Yeah, do whatever. You be Songi today. Have a Songi Sayako, which is definitely going to get me confused with Eri later on. I'm still doing Gaiden taxis. Stop that. And now, super important, we want to go to Part-Time Hero. In Part-Time Heroes, we've got to do 3 things. First, this safe. This safe is the upgradable weapon for Sayako's new job. This is Mystery Person number 2 for Part-Time Hero, or SOS Quest Person number 2. She gives us 50,000 yen. That's important. You don't get that 50,000 yen now, you run out of money. There's a cutscene of a cat's ass. Congratulations. You have just started the cat and Kappa fetch quest. You can still get the Kappas like normally, but you want these cats as well. The reward for finding all of these cats is 1 million yen, as well as a second quest for another 1 million yen and a pound mate that we use all the way to the final boss. From this vending machine, 3 Kiwamis, 1 Sengoku. From this vending machine, 1 Suntory mineral water. Then we're going to go get our first cat. It didn't exactly get very far, as you can see. Hey, Dragon Engine. Fuck you. And remember what we said earlier? As well as, obviously, the cats, we're also going to be getting Kappa statues. First Kappa statues up here in the top left corner. Taxi on down to Sunlight Castle. We got in the previous chapter. Turn around, pray for no fight spawn here, because you can get a fight spawn quite early next to this corner. Want to cut into this gateway here. We want to go over to this green electrical box. That is cat number 2. Fun fact about the cat and the Kappa statues, by the way. We can get all of the cats in this chapter. There is 1 Kappa statue locked to chapter 6, 1 Kappa statue locked to chapter 7. Bad fight spawn here, that's going to have to get save loaded. It's very close, it has to get save loaded. Usually it's a bit further back and you don't have to save load this one, but this one I am going to have to. If Namba has died once or twice during the previous chapter, you will need to get certain party chats to get his points ready. This is one of them. Ah, you're in a bad spot. Usually you want to cut through the station. If they're here, just go around. It sucks because you obviously lose a little bit of, like, time, but it is what it is. Want to grab this taxi here. We're not going to be using it. We just want it for this chapter and a couple of chapters later on, including chapter 13. Chapter 13, chapter 7. Move the story along. This is going to make it nighttime and also drag us to the other side of the map. Good. Remember the alleyway went down earlier to get the weapons for Adachi, Namba, and Ichi? We are going to go down there again, but first... Kappa statue. Jump over the fence. Come down here. And grab the cat that's down here. Sometimes it's quite loud, sometimes you hear it. At this point, taxi on over to Restaurant Row, the Lumang area. The Lumang area has 1 cat, 1 Kappa statue, however the way to the Kappa statue is story locked. So that's why we're going to come here for the cat now, and we'll be back here during the story moment for the Kappa statue. This Kappa statue's up that shutter there, we can't access that just yet, but this cat is hiding right around the back. Skills, Sayako onto Sparking Cannon, Gear, Sayako optimize, over to Good Old Rose Blossom, where we're going to carry on the story. Going to get into a fight immediately with Bleach Japan. We want to do this fight in a specific way. The ideal turn order is Namba, Ichi, Sayako, Adachi. Ideal. Not always what happens. With Namba, set fire to Okino. Ichi uses Gary. Good bonus. Sayako intentionally hits Yokoyama, or the other one that you didn't hit with Namba, because even though they're all resistant to physical, the last one will be on 1 HP for Adachi. Phase 2. Fuck Kume. Everyone hates Kume. In the speedrun, we kind of like Kume because he's weak to every attack in the game. Because of the way the previous fight started, we know that Namba will start, which means we use Pyrobelch. You should not use Tag Team in this fight because it can actually miss. However, if you're fast enough with it, for some reason it doesn't miss, at which point, smash. See how despite the fact that she is job level 1, Sayako is still doing as much damage as everybody else in the party? It's because of the weapon. And the actual affinity it is, because it's hitting weaknesses right now. And now... you get to meet Eri. Eri is the strongest character in this game. I am exceedingly serious about this. Eri is a completely optional party member. As you can probably guess from what I'm saying, we're unlocking her. Welcome to the business minigame. The business minigame! This is going to come as a surprise to a lot of you. Go and look at either my All Sub-Stories run or Mechanalist Tom's All Sub-Stories run, because guess what? You'll see the exact same strats and that it doesn't go any faster. The business minigame is an auto-scroller. You can go slower, but you cannot go faster. I'll show you exactly why. Nice thing is, this is also when we get into this properly, the period where I can look at chat again and talk to chat again, because I'm going to be holding R2 a lot. So we do 2 rounds of the business minigame. So, follow what I do. This is going to be pretty quick menuing, so follow this kind of closely. Put the right staff members into the right slots. So, Tommy, Omelette. Sack our other 2 that are doing nothing right now. It's Xboxes. 1, 2, 3. Upgrade 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Congratulations, you reached rank 100 in the business minigame in the quickest way possible. That's all you have to do. We have a little bit more that we have to do to go fast in the shareholder meetings, but that is all you have to do. And I'll show you why this works in this section. How the game is the reason the area is mandatory for speedruns at this point. The business game is worth sitting through. All of it. All of it. I don't think you understood when I said that Eri is the strongest character in this game, that Eri is the strongest character in this game. Let that settle for a second. It's gonna take less than 10 minutes to unlock Eri. At one point, we go down to 3 party members. With Eri, we still have 4. Eri is our first permanent party member. She's joining our party and never leaving. You have to understand, being called the strongest character in this game means she's the strongest character in this game. You'll understand later. Cat. This is where we used to get Nancy. Bad news, Nancy fans, and you're going to be mad about this, and I'm still mad about this. Nancy used to be a part of the run. Nancy was a part of the very first route for LAD, was in the run for about a year and a half, until unfortunately we found some better pound mates to use. So unfortunately for Nancy, Nancy got routed out. Fortunately for you Nancy fans, she's in all sub-stories, and she does get used. Right, employees. Hiya, Nishio, Master Sasooka. Make everyone happy? Yeah, don't do the thing yet. You run out of money. Change board in this one. You for you, and then you. And begin. Watch what I do. Shadow meetings are nice and easy. Aim for the angry one first. It's usually one of the 2 on the end. Break shield, hit weakness, finish on them. As long as you're not using the same character twice, it's pretty fast. Go again. Break shield, hit weakness, on them. See how I'm 0 points? That's why you have to wait for a certain amount of points for this guy. Now we wait. Circle at the bottom right. That's your skill gauge. When that hits 1 circle, we're using it on this guy, and we are demolishing him in a very interesting way. Break shield, omelette, Nishio. Which might seem weird, because Nishio is clearly the same element that he is. But you use omelette once to take the damage track from 1.0 to 1.25, and Nishio has vastly more damage than any of our other staff members. That's why that works. You use Omelette to up the damage track, and you use Nishio to deal the damage. That stops you using Omelette about 3 or 4 times. Now I hold R2 for 10 minutes. Thumbtack skill is great for crowd fights. It is, but that's not why. Those you haven't seen this run, you will understand. I promise you, you will understand. Are my employees chicken and omelette? Yes. And do you want to know the best part, and I get to explain it now in this downtime? Omelette's the reason this is an auto-scroller. So here's the optimal way to do the business minigame, and you're not going to believe me. Like, if you've never seen an LAD or sub-stories run, you're not going to believe me. The most optimal way to do the business minigame. You raise the individual ranks of each rank of veterans to max. You take out all of your staff members. You put Omelette into the first slot. And that's it. That is the fastest way to do the entire minigame. Is just Ichiban Confections and just Omelette running. There is a little bit of a faster way in the last 50 ranks. Thanks, Omelette. Miyakuni. Miyakuni, let's talk Miyakuni. Miyakuni is the one staff member you want to get as early as possible. She's the one that turns up this early in all sub-stories. She is the best blue unit until you hit rank 30. She's that good. So if that was all sub-stories, that would have been the absolute perfect moment. But here's the thing, because I know exactly what you're all thinking. Wouldn't more portfolios, wouldn't more, you know, buildings in our stock portfolio increase the share price that we get? No, actually, it doesn't. You can test this yourself. Have a save, buy a shareholder meeting, do one of those rounds with, you know, 4 buildings, then delete all your buildings other than Ichiban Confections, and then see how much share price you get from the end of the next meeting when you do it without it. Because it's exactly the fucking same. Unless you mess up the actual, like, mini-game meeting itself, it's exactly the same. Having more building portfolio does not give you more share prices. Genuinely. For this, we need to do a specific order. 1, 2. Right, hold on, let me check. Yeah, 1, 2. 1, 2. You're 3. And you're 2. And happy. You want to be very careful not to level the wrong person there. If you turbocharge Granny, you've lost the business minigame. I'm not kidding about that. So, break weakness, and now we're going to triple omelet so that we have enough points for the last 2. This is what we like to call the no waiting method. Shield weakness omelet. Hey, look how many points it's still got. You want 26 minimum for the, or maximum for the last guy. It's that easy. It's that easy. So the only way you can go slower in this minigame is to fuck up the shareholder meetings, and when you get to the later ones, it's very easy to fuck up the shareholder meetings. This one, we just hold R2 till the next shareholder meeting, and then we rank 100. Simple as that. So the RNG in the business minigame is how many pop-ups you get in between each round. I get to chill for a little bit, it's nice. In about 2-3 minutes I gotta explain a lot again, and then, oh god. Nice, this is quick, this is good. Ahead of time, I'm gonna move my notes down to the next part, because the next part is, oh god. The next part, even I need notes for. But you'll see what we do with Eri. We do not keep Eri on her default job for long. Her default job is good, don't get me wrong. It is very good, but there's something better for Eri. There's a long one. So, essentially what you need from this bit, the only thing you have to pay attention to between these rounds is when your staff members ask for a wage increase. This isn't real life. Pay your staff what they deserve, give them the wage increase. You need all of your staff members, even like the old lady who's not being used in the shareholder meetings, because she's obviously still propping up the business right now, until, obviously in all sub-stories, you can pump up on the stats. When you're 116, you are guaranteed to hit 100 in the next one. We don't take any contracts, we don't take any staff members. In all sub-stories, we start taking staff members, because it takes them out of the pool of staff members who ask to join the business. Fun that. As I said, every little element of this speedrun has little bits to it. It's fun. Like, there's a lot to remember with this speedrun, and I mean a shit ton. This is why, whenever anyone wants to learn this run, I will always stress to people to make a safety save at the start of this chapter, and practice this chapter over and over and over again. Break it down into literally different segments. Not yet. Hold on. You. Yep. You. This one menu up. Break it down into segments. Doing that level up gets us to 70 points, which is important. Shield, weakness, Tomei. Shield, weakness, Tomei. Have to wait till 21 points for the last lady. Weakness, shield, Tomei, Tomei. So you might have noticed something with this shareholder meeting compared to the other two. We didn't end with Omelet. Omelet's persuasiveness is now a little less than the old ladies. And fun fact, pretty much most of those shareholders are actually weak to the old lady anyway. So you need that extra persuasiveness to be able to finish them off. And that is rank 100. In literally 10 minutes. Easy peasy. If you're wondering how long it takes to get to rank 1, even though this is an auto-scroller, about 2 to 2.5 hours. We have a skill called Stack Slap. If we see Stack Slap more than once, that means our RNG has been bad, and now I have to commentate the speedrun again. Here we go again. I am declining the commercial spots. Why would I take them? Why would I take them? Doesn't make it faster. The only time it makes it faster is for all sub-stories. Cap statue here. The reason why I ran into that sub-story was to despawn the enemy spawn. You heard it upstairs. There is a cat here. I'm going to grab this cat right now, obviously. Want to jump down the ladder here. We're going to start the secondhand shop sub-story and then come back to it in chapter 12. We're going to go into the park. The park has 2 cats and 1 Kappa statue. However, one of the cats is currently unavailable. So we're going to get one of the cats now because it's on this side of the park that we're going in. And we'll get the Kappa statue and the other cat later on. I want to run to the flower van here. They're going in a rough direction. That's fine. Specific shop here. 1, 2, 1, 2, and then 1 mysterious seeds. Those are for rewards for part-time heroes missions. You'll very briefly see what we do with those near the end of this chapter. Fight spawn is coming into the park, hopefully. That's good, because if it comes into the park, I can actually avoid it. They're just running around in circles. This is a risk. I'm not risking it. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Before we get to the end of this chapter, we have to get into 1 fight. The downside is we don't want to get into a fight with anyone at the top of the map because they're all over level 20. So the only person that has better agility is Namber with those shoes. And even then, it's a toss-up as to whether the game gives us the actual turn. So essentially what we want to do is we want to get into a fight with a fight spawn nearer the bottom of the map where they're a lot slower. There is pretty much an always guaranteed fight spawn later on when we need it. Chinatown is one of the worst spots for fight spawns in this entire run. We also don't want to get into fight spawn here because it can be horrible. If they spawn at the very end, they're actually on the side, that's good. If they spawn at the very end, there are vending machines behind us that we can utilize. There is a cat right here, just off of the crossroads. And then turn around and go backwards. Hopefully no fight spawn here because there can be a really nasty one here. That's good, that one's quite far back. Kappa statue. Which point, next shopping sequence. As said, there is a lot to remember with this run. All of it is in my head. Like, all of it's in my head, but the accurate actual shopping, like, ingredients later on. Speak to you. 2 Paralysis Portieces, 2 mental supplements. You can get a first aid kit if you want. Stamina and Spark, 30 Samurai Super X. The first aid kit is not necessary if you're a new runner. I suggest it. Only get the 1, because they're 10k. Remember what I said earlier? If you're a little low on money, the money route is literally between bloody 10 to 30k. It's tight. So you can say Eri, X, skip like 5 sets of dialogue, and then you skip the rest. This looks skippable. It's not. That gets our charisma to level 2. And with this, Eri is now a party member. If Namber has died twice, or you still need the bond points for Namber's conversation here, go outside when you've got Eri. There is a bond conversation that Eri and Namber are part of. Namber. Everything else in here is circle. Skip 1 text box, skip this. Circle. Skip 1 text box, skip this. That's charisma and style. Again, as I said earlier, we're getting charisma and style. You know we are. This is the one glitch we do in the run. This is my movement hand. You can see that it's not on the controller. Do not move. As long as you are spamming talk, you'll talk Psycho, give her the lilies, start skip, and look at the right-hand side of the screen every time I start skip. This is what we like to call the bond gift giving glitch. See how all of a sudden she got way more points? Yup. Yup. Guess what was fixed in infinite wealth? We'll get into that tomorrow. Either way, that's charisma level 3. We want to go upstairs real quick. We're going to go into the bedroom. So there's a little Kappa statue here. That should be around the 4th or the 5th Kappa statue, depending on if you've had a mess up with the photos. As we run out, very important, look at the plant here. Mysterious seeds with your stamina and spark. That means that they are going to grow in 16 seconds rather than 16 minutes. We're going to run this way. You heard it on your right ear. There is a cat over here. This is our last normal cat, provided we haven't done anything incorrect. Thanks, game. You gave me the option. Which point? Over to part-time hero. Over here. Go upstairs. Still not done yet, by the way. It's part-time hero. If we've done everything correctly, we get a cutscene. Good job. And we also get given 1,000,000 yen, and as said earlier, we get given a second quest for one final cat. That cat is, as said by part-time hero, at the highest point of the map. That's a lie. It's actually at the highest point of the map in the park, which is also actually kind of a lie. He's in the park. But essentially, with that 1,000,000 that we just got, we're going to spend it. All of it. We're about to get very, very strong. Everything we're doing is to get very strong in the early to mid game. So I need to concentrate very hard here. 10 sturdy lumber, 23 quality. This is precise values, by the way. 18 of you, 5 of you, 17 of you, 14 of you, up to 20 of you. If you have a little less money, you can buy a few less of those. 41 dirty iron, 47 sturdy. 43 refined. 30 panes, 14. There 22. 27. 26. A dull. Oh, wait. Sturdy 14. Dull 21. 5 gleaming. That used to be a lot more. Thick hide 7. 10 smooth. 6 high end. Food truck, guess what? Kappa statue. There it is. These I should have more of a grasp on because these haven't changed in like 2 years. 37 daikon, 11 tomato, 61 hot pepper, 50 potatoes, 52 onion, one hell of a hot pot. 72 garlic. You want these to be precise because then they won't fill up your inventory for later on in the run. 7 mushrooms, 13 carrots. Good. Kind of a rough menu, not the best, but not too slow. It's fine. Up here. Cat. That final cat, this is Robson. At this point, we go back to the bar district. We used to be able to do things in like a slightly randomized order here in the old route, but now we have to do things in a very specific order. Get your plants. There's 8 of them that you get. You need only 5. You'll get a bare minimum of like 6 when using the stamina and spark. Speak to the bartender. 1, 2, 10. Every 10 that we get are our healing items for the run. These give 500 HP. 2, 10. These do 200 MP and HP. 1. Itchy's jobs. This is our last taxi, as you can see. That gets it to star level 3. Which means we can change Itchy into the 2 jobs that he needs. So going straight in. Itchy becomes foreman. And then immediately host. You be Saijima. So when you change to foreman, even for a brief second, you unlock the cross-class skill Demolish. This enables us to go and use secret shops around town. I'm going to go use one of them right now. Fancy. This area is the second worst area for fight spawns in the run. Thankfully, we don't have one. It's there, but it's going away. Hand over everything to part-time hero. We're going to get ourselves a couple things like the toy bracelets, the gore boots, and the tarot cards. Over here, Kappa statue. My camera messed up because of having to turn around. Down here, we use Demolish. This is Fumier's shop. We have a very specific set of things that we need to buy. 7 gold safe keys, 10 smoke bombs, 1 gambler's tie, 2 fancy business cards, 1 over the belt, 1 not equipped.
ありがとうね。
Part-time hero. But because we handed everything over to part-time hero and we did a couple of missions, that increases our rank with part-time hero, which means that he's going to give us a couple of rewards. Christ. We also get the reward for Robson, which is Robson as a poundmate, and also 1,000,000 yen. We're going to go spend that immediately. Parker, and more importantly, the Fighter's Binding. That is an accessory that gives you like 80 HP. It's like 60 or 80. That's going to help a lot. Trust me on this one. And then Flashing Light Warning, because this should be the blacksmith. Yeah, it is. Okay. So, Flashing Light Warning anytime I'm in the blacksmith, because I'm going to be going through a flashing white light a couple of times really quickly. So if you have a bit of an aversion to bright light, just look away for a second. I'll tell you when it's gone. We're going to upgrade to level 2. We're going to strengthen our tarot cards by 3. Strengthen our pouch by 3. Craft. Steel broom. The lightning bandages. Thing we needed the metal ruler. Yes, my metal ruler. And the thing that we got the odd stones for the voltaic yellow wine. I'm gonna make a safety save here because that's the safety save for the blacksmith. Gear. Dachi, Namba, Ichi. That's not Eri. That's Eri. That's fine. You get the magic lighter. You get the toy bracelet. Party-wise, Namba leaves for Eri, and then Adachi leaves for Namba, which seems like a really, really bizarre way to get Eri in the squad. Your permanent party members must be in slots 2 and 4. Obviously, the exception to that rule is Ichi, who is obviously always slot 1. I forgot one thing, which is why we're going slow. Yep, I forgot one thing. Got one big important thing in that menu. Very important thing in that menu. Eri gets Namba's shoes. Because Eri is the absolute queen of agility. Which is actually a problem. Big problem. Alright, so, here's the other problem. We need Eri to hit level 15 at a very specific point. So we're going to give her a Kiwami drink. We're going to use Gary. This is going to stun the main guy, hopefully. Perfect. And now here's the weird thing about this fight. It is a 2-phase fight, and for some reason, your poundmates can miss in phase 2. There's a way to stop that. That way is by having Ichi go first. That's why you delay your turn, have Ichi go first, use Robson, and then we finish the fight. Yeah, I wish more jobs had a world effect like that. I was kind of hoping, like, Infinite Wealth would have, gone more in that direction, but unfortunately not. Right. That's Chapter 5. That's the end of me explaining a metric fuck ton of things. So... yeah. I hope you can now understand why I say that Chapter 5 is extremely hard to learn in a speedrun sense. We do a metric fuck ton in Chapter 5, and all that explanations was very important, and that's the reason why I apologize, because, I can't pay attention to chat during any of that. I have to concentrate. The only time I can pay attention to chat is during the business game. First fight. We are back to Freelancer, which means we have no AoE skills. Except for my fucking grenade I picked up in Chapter 4. Haha. Right off, Dotsu! I might need that. So here's the thing. Yan takes 3 stack slaps. Unless you smack him in the face with a grenade, baby. That's the grenade. So now we go back to our normal class. We go to skills. Eri, you get rolling kick and thumbtack scatter. That scatter's good. We want to pick up these 2 healing items, not because of the fact that we need them for the late game. We're going to sell them. This run has gotten a little bit sadistic in that we sell our late game healing items. Whoops. If you're wondering, yes, thumbtack is good. This is thumbtack scatter. Ideally, we don't hit the guy on the right or the left. He should be in a good position. He is good. So sometimes this guy decides to run all the way down the corridor, and you gotta wait for him to teleport back. That sucks. Now, we do have one slight problem. We're in Chapter 6. Chapter 6 is the RNG chapter. The big RNG chapter. We do not want to take most of the fights in this chapter, which means we need to escape from these fights. This is not easy. What we need to do is use our characters to try and escape. Eri is phenomenal at escaping from fights. This is why she gets the speed shoes. We do this right, Eri doesn't teleport, she stays in the other room, and hopefully she has enough room around her to escape. Well, she's in good form today, chat. She's in very good form today. Eri's fantastic. This fight, this is a really hard fight to escape from. I will always opt to use a smoke bomb in this fight. So, oh, unless Eri's like really far back like that. So, let's talk smoke bombs. Smoke bombs are different depending on whether you are speedrunning the PC or console version of Yakuza Like a Dragon. They work in the same way. Provided that you have vision of the enemy, they will work with 100% accuracy. Unless you're inside of an enemy, and then it doesn't work, trust me. Eri on the right. I think this escape's gonna fail. If that's her on the right. It is. Got lucky. She was next to the top. Oh, actually, before I continue the explanation, volume down. You two, put your volume down right now. This is your first crunch. This is not me exaggerating this. Because we're in the sewers, if we finish fights with one hit on multiple enemies and we crit, which Eri's our crit queen, things get a little bit loud. I get this 10 decibels louder than you do. Volume down, YouTube chat. I mean that. She had to crit. She gave us a spicy one. That's the crunch, YouTube chat. Get used to it. Get used to it. It can happen again in this next fight. Get used to it, YouTube. When I tell you to lower your volume, I mean it. This one can only get loud if Eri crits, but again, she's the queen of crits. Okay, I didn't hit the actual QTE, so it didn't get loud. Thank God. We can escape both the last two fights. For this one, it's a little weird. You actually want to run into the room at the bottom because otherwise Eri's kind of in the invisible wall between where the game thinks the end of the fight is, and it refuses to escape her from the fight. So if you just run along like that, you get a better chance. This is the hardest fight, escaping the run. You can avoid this one and not get into the fight, but it's very hard. What we have to do is intentionally get the enemy's attention early by bouncing off this wall, going left here, cutting both these corners and going up the stairs. That looks easy. It is not. I can assure you that is not. That is 3 years of goddamn practice on that skip. And I will still mess it up. If you mess it up, you lose 10 seconds. So you have to smoke one. That is a genuinely hard fight skip to do. And unfortunately, the save is actually behind it, so it's hard to, you know, actually practice it. Some fight skips, like this one, are very easy to do. You just run along, and they're not going to get into a fight with you, provided you don't go towards them. The way that fight aggro works, and this is exactly the same as Infinite Wealth, the further away a fight notices you, the longer it takes to get into a fight with you. You've all seen this effect now because of Infinite Wealth. Infinite Wealth actually tells you, the player, how much fight aggro there is on you, which is a quality of life change that I never asked for, but I'm very happy we got. So, notice that I didn't work. Notice that I went in for an attack there and then tried to escape. Eri was still too close to the corner and didn't escape, but that was the advanced move tech that I was talking about in terms of escaping from fights, where you want to target an enemy and then you will run away parallel from that enemy. If I had tried to run, Eri would have gone literally 90 degrees into the wall every time. So we're doing everything in our power to put ourselves into good positions to escape from these fights. Be that by selecting enemies to target, or by just running away with Eri in a good position. Eri is generally in a pretty good mood today for fight skips. This is going very well. Would happen on a dead run. Would always happen on a dead run. So not only is Eri going to be goated in fights, but she's also goated at running away from fights. Eri is just all around the best party member in this game, and that's not a joke. You will see why. Eri is disgusting. She's amazing. In this house, we stand Eri. Eri is absolutely our queen. She's the best. Like, she is the reason why we will be able to get through this run in a good place. Alright, we're going to escape from this fight, and then we're going to go for the safe on the right-hand side afterwards. Eri's on the left-hand side. I'm looking at the mini-map here. She's right behind me, which is a pretty good position to hopefully escape from this fight. If you're running out of smoke bombs, just run with Itchy, or just keep running with, like, other characters. However, I got into this earlier, I didn't finish it. This is the felt hat, it gives us more magic. For now, let's go on Psycho, because obviously a lot of magic. If you are running on PC, you can leave this set piece with a minimum of 2 smoke bombs. If you're on console, 5. There are reasons for that. They aren't fair, but there are reasons for that. Thankfully, we have the leaderboard split where PC and console are separated, so it is fair. It won't be fair compared to the PC version that you'll see. Final time, volume down. This one usually doesn't work. Mostly because that guy at the back left that you can barely see, he's not in range for Dart Airstrike, or Thumbtack Scatter. As long as I can kill 4 of them with a first, it's fine. So aim specifically at this guy, throw, and hope. Usually this guy is not in the way, but if there's only one left, tag team S Mayhem. The worst fight here, you will literally only kill like 2 enemies, and you have to deal with the rest, and you lose like 30 seconds. It sucks. For that fight, you don't want to aim for all 5, you just want to aim to get through it as fast as possible. This is sometimes a smoke bomb fight as well, because this one is a little bit tricky. Eri is in a bad place. If she runs any direction, she hits a wall. How we doing? Not too bad. Run's dead, but having fun. I haven't done no reset LAD run in a long time, and the purpose of this is to showcase the run anyway, so not too bad. Thankfully, the exclamations died down a little bit in here, because it's mostly just like escapes and stuff. Thank God. Sometimes Eri escapes in that corridor, which is the dumbest thing, because Eri should not be able to escape in that corridor, but sometimes she will literally just go like 280 degrees to the left, and she'll just escape. It's dumb. Eri sometimes pulls off miracle escapes. She's great. This fight has a fight we can just avoid completely. We don't want to avoid it in all sub-stories because we want one of the items in here. But in any percent, run, touch the wall, head up the stairs. As long as you do that fast enough, 95% of the time you escape from that fight. And on this floor, after you escape from that fight, very importantly, grab this. Golden Scorpion. You would think that we would use that as, you know, weapon upgrade material. Now we sell it. Remember when I said that our money is tight to the degree of 20 to 30k? Certain things we need to pick up to make sure that we actually have enough money for the endgame of this run. Otherwise we're in big trouble. This floor's weird. Some of these fights, this one and the next one, sometimes will just refuse to let you run. Like, Eri has so much space behind her here, but sometimes the Dragon Engine... Yeah, she actually hit the wall there. Sometimes the Dragon Engine will say no. I moved to the other guy so that I would escape from that guy's kick. That's why I intentionally targeted the guy on the left. Shouldn't be, like, saving that many smoke bombs at this point, because we're pretty good at this point, but... This fight's also a bit weird because of potential Eri spawning position. So just be aware of where she is when she spawns in. Perfect, that's my girl. She is absolutely fantastic. God, I love Eri so much. This one's also a bit weird. I'm trying to get Eri into a good position, but she'll probably teleport here. Oh, she didn't. Ah, too far away. So, smoke bomb. That'll get us out of this fight. And now we have 4 smoke bombs for the rest of the run, which is good. Again, for PC, you want minimum 2, which means I have at least 1 spare for the endgame, which means I won't have to play smoke bombs later on, just in case. Now it's boss time. The boss actually isn't hard at all. If you're following along, let me show you how to do this boss. Now, for this boss, there's a little bit of RNG. The RNG is turnover. We want Sayako to go ahead and Namba, but that is not a guarantee. Eri, rolling kick. Goes through defense. Where the number is blue. Tag team S Mayhem on Itchy. Namba is first, which is bad. Pigeon Raid on the excavator. And then you think that sparkling with cold effect would be, like, what the excavator's weakness is. It's not. Still the best damage we can do with Sayako. This is enough damage to get to halfway, which means Yan's going to get kicked out of the excavator. Downside, still need XP on Eri. Whammy drink Eri. Nope. Bad turn order. Reason why this is bad turn order is that Yan is weak to Pyro Belch. Pyro Belch cannot hit enemies that are on the ground, so you have to wait literally 3 seconds for them to stand up. Whereas Sparkling Cannon can hit enemies on the ground and keeps them on their feet. This is why Sayako going ahead of Namba in this fight is much better. The game's now going to call me a dick. Fair play. That's because the fight gives us a detective weapon, and, you know, ye or the, like, 60 slang for a detective is private eye or a dick. Hey, remember, no blacksmith. That's the old route. Thinking of the old route, my dude. And now let me show you why it's unfair between PC and console for Yakuza Like a Dragon when it comes to your smoke bombs. We're going to go taxi over to Lumang Row. Or Restaurant Row, I should say. Yungi time? Nope, you're a chapter early. This fight spawn doesn't exist. That was my safety save. Fuck my life. Alright. On PC, save load is in your settings option. It is not on console. It might be on the Xbox version. I'm not 100% certain. If it is on Xbox, you can do this strat too. If you have the Hariki's Amulet on in a New Game Plus playthrough, none of these fight spawns exist. They're not actually real. Why do I try? I could try the new strat, I guess. I'm gonna try the new strat, because it hasn't been working for me and it might work. So if I'm attacking you, there's a new strat for these fights, it's just not been working for me. But this run's dead, so this is the time to test stuff. Mess him up, Namba. Remember what I said earlier about Kappa statues? You may have seen it in this fight. Hey, buddy. Kappa statue. Do not forget that Kappa statue. You need that Kappa statue. Demolish. Into the side room. 6 super power rings. 1 onto Ichi. 2 onto Eri. 2 onto Adachi. Almost said number. 1 spare. 2 silver bracelets, both on the Sayako. 1 military insult onto Ichi over his EXP card. Do not start skip this cutscene. It does not count towards the load remover, and it is a long load. Eri needs to thumbtack. I assume the jackass at the back, considering he survives. Ichi definitely hits this guy. That's pretty good. I could probably attack if everybody wasn't in the way. Downside is one enemy's going to survive. We are going to hit the guy with a hammer with Namba. Remember, hammer enemies have really nasty turn orders. They are very slow. Get rid of them from the turn order. And, he called back up. This is why this hasn't been working for me. Like, they always keep calling back up. Which is also weird, because this now means that I'm also going to get a level up for Eri a little earlier. Which is fine. If she's early, that's okay. Like, if she's late, that's the bad problem. So, this is Takabe. Takabe's fight, not hard. We used to use an EXP drink on Takabe. We don't need it anymore. So instead, guard, bring out the boy Robson. Nice crit damage. Takabe got a second turn early. If you get the crit damage of Robson, sometimes Takabe dies. Otherwise, just attack. GG. That's chapter 6. Boom. Chapter 7. There's still a lot to go, chat. So, if we've done everything correctly, Eri is either already level 15 if you've obviously got the extra backup, or should get level 15 from this next fight. So the downside at the moment is that Ichi, his damage is all coming from pound mates, which means that we need, on top obviously the 3-turn Namba and the 1-turn Gary, we have a little bit of a gap in the turn order. We need 1 more damaged pound mate. Enter, stage right, disgraced Korean superstar Illusion. It used to be Nancy. No more. It is Illusion. Did I forget to do the thing? Nope. It's fine on this one, and then it's the next fight. It has to be the next fight, don't forget. It has to be the next fight. Oh, bye, Rodriguez. I'm an idiot. Do not start skip after you intervene. This fight's nice and quick with Eri. Pop. That's it. And if we've done everything correctly, Eri gets 15 from this fight. Good. This takes us up to the park in the top right-hand corner. At which point you want to answer correctly with Illusion, couple of text boxes, get back to that camera angle. Text skip once, then start skip. That stops you from having to do the menu for good old giving them the water. Namba goes out for a Dachi. And now, we go get busted. Now we go get disgustingly overpowered. We are going to get the two strongest jobs, or two of the strongest jobs in the entire game. One for Eri, one for Adachi. Eri becomes healer. He's been on healer today. Adachi becomes enforcer. You be that.
おめでとうございます応援
Jedi. Now we go finish off the Illusion sub-story, which puts us right outside of Komijul HQ. That's where we want to go afterwards. But you want both of them in the party at this point because they're going to get the same levels at the same time, and that's going to get them to job level 6 in the next 3 fights. The nice thing about LAD and Infinite Wealth, and this isn't something that the games actually tell you about, when you are a lower level and it's later in the game, you have a catch-up mechanic. You get way more EXP for job levels and stuff like that. With the boots on and with Eri on job rank 1, Ichi is now faster than Eri. This is going to be rare for a long time in the run. Illusion gives us the best present, a bullet, thanks, and also him as a pound man. You might laugh at the bullet. Bullet's one of the most necessary accessories in this entire run. The bullet is the job EXP exclusive item for one Jun Gi Han.
こっちよついてきて
This is a break segment. It's the only one in the run. It lasts about 20 seconds. Which ain't great. It means that LED doesn't have a break segment, which kinda sucks. We are, however, chat, close to the halfway point of the run.
もう済んだ話でしょ
I haven't been able to talk to you directly that much, chat, because I'm obviously explaining a lot, and as you can tell, I exceedingly invest myself into LAD runs. I know about a lot of the fucking mechanics of these runs. There's a lot that I'm trying to convey. I hope you are enjoying the streams, both Twitch chat, YouTube chat. YouTube chat, again, if you're enjoying the stream, drop a like on the stream. I hear that helps out the algorithm. I don't know how true that is, but if you like the stream, drop a like. I do genuinely hope you are liking it. I know, obviously, it's not a PB-paced run, but I'm able to explain everything and show you, like, you know, everything that we have to do in the run. It's important. New set piece. Oh, baby. Komijul HQ. This should be Gary first, right? Yes, because Robson's here. So, Gary first. Nice bonus, that helps a lot. Sometimes Psycho doesn't have the damage, even with the Gary bonus. So just a little bit of extra damage with Eri. At this point, Eri and Adachi hit job levels 5, which gives two very strong skills in Jackpot Chip and Shield Blast. However, with this fight... Why, my start button's not working? Good. Instant end, we're going to use the cat Robson. The little boy Robson. Super Tiger he is. Job rank level 6, which gives two of the most busted, overpowered skills in this entire game. For Eri, Dart Airstrike. For Adachi, Paralysis Prongs. And this set piece is the reason why you need more smoke bombs. Smoke bomb from this fight. If you come into this set piece with 2 smoke bombs PC, 4 smoke bombs on console, there is 1 fight you can escape from in this set piece. Get this Luxury Yakiniku Bento as a just in case for the next chapter. Because, oh, the next chapter. Grab this Raw Platinum before we go over. We're going to sell that later. It's not third, like weapon upgrade materials or anything like that. Palmates don't get bonuses. You pay for the bonuses in Infinite Wealth. We'll get into that tomorrow. I want to leave the Infinite Wealth stuff till tomorrow, considering how much there is in LAD's run. Now, find the Komijul members. We're on PC. For some reason, there's mass mouse acceleration, which makes it a lot faster. I have no idea why. Just use mouse and keyboard for this. It's like the K1 shooting section. Just use mouse and keyboard. Note to self, no shortcut. I have to remember myself here, otherwise I lose time because I make a stupid move. Ichi uses Gary. Bonus. That helps. Eri uses Dart Airstrike, but it's not currently on a shortcut. This is busted. You'll see why in the fight after the one we're going to escape. You'll understand why I keep saying Dealer is the best class in the game. You are going to fully understand. It's absurd. Grab the muscle soda. Yep, muscle soda strats are back, chat. Told you they'd be coming back this week, didn't I? Wait till tomorrow. For this fight, this is the one to run from if you're low on smoke bombs. This one right here. You have just enough room behind either Itchy or Eri to escape. You don't need the protector on the right-hand side. Let me get up here. Skip through this dialogue so you don't slow down. I clip the corner. Go into the side room. Grab this safe. This is Adachi's upgradable weapon for Enforce. We used to open up the shop to get that. Jackpot chip, dart, airstrike, paralysis prongs, and shield blast. Then do a optimize onto Eri into Adachi. I think it's supposed to be just Adachi. Yeah, actually, hold on. That's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. Get those off. Get those off her. Get those off her. I need her not to go fast. If you're a new runner, and because obviously I'm doing this for a showcase today, there are certain first aid kits you can grab in the run that I highly recommend. That one is one of them. Death comes thick and fast at the end of this run. Grabbing spare first aid kits in these set pieces is, like, when going for a top time, a tiny bit of, like, time loss, but it's, as a newer runner, it's not a time loss. Like, you lose, what, 2 seconds to grabbing that, and potentially save your run later? Jungi Han. So let me show you how busted certain things are. I'm gonna give Eri a, casual 30% attack buff, and then use that with Dart Airstrike. Watch this damage. That's 1k damage already. We're not done yet. Sparking Cannon. Hopefully Jungi Han gets drunk. If he does, that can stop him using some of his nastiest shit, like Divine Shot, and more importantly, Sleeping. Passes prongs with Adachi. Now, Jungi Han is going to target the closest person to him, which ideally isn't Adachi, but it's going to be Adachi. No sleeping powder. Good. Fatal Rush. It's not too bad. As long as Adachi is not sleeped or stunned by Jungi Han, hit the Dart Airstrike, go to Psycho, hit Paralysis. GG. Easy fight. Note in this chapter, Adachi's Paralysis Prongs is doing about 600 damage. Remember that. I'm going to teach you something in the next chapter, chat. Robson. Infinite Wealth Shogi Point thing work on Lad 7 as well? Yes, it does. And that's why tomorrow we'll discuss my tinfoil hat theory as to why RGG specifically nerf things based on the speedrun of this game. Which, the speedrunners complaining they got rid of stuff. I have legit evidence. Or what I believe is legit evidence. That's why it's a tinfoil hat theory. Is it solid evidence? God, no. RGG is very good at, balancing stuff between games. It's very funny how everything that's really good in this speedrun is gone from Infinite Wealth. Well, with one exception. Host. Which, for some reason, RGG found a way to make Host literally 3 times as busted than what you're gonna see tonight. If y'all have never seen an Infinite Wealth speedrun, I'm gonna hit the final boss for 8k damage. I'm being exceedingly fucking serious when I say that. Host is fucking busted. You'll see tomorrow. Anyway, Kappa statue, run this way. We've got a few things that we need to do in this chapter. We're going to be doing a little bit of story, but first, SOS quest missing person number 3. In here, story. Over this side. The one person who we don't have a upgradable weapon for yet is Itchy. Essentially when I say upgradable weapon, I mean to the EX level. At this point, we want to use the red vending machine. We are going to get ourselves 3 muscle soda, or 5 muscle soda even. If you do not have at least 1 Kiwami drink here, get the Kiwami drink. This might be bad. Nice, good. This safe right here contains Itchy's upgradable weapon. It's going to contain something else in Infinite Wealth we're going to get. And SOS missing person number 4. interesting, that. We're now going to go and do a pound mate. This is Dirty Speedrun secret number 1. This pound mate is by far and away the strongest pound mate in this game, despite the fact it does 0 damage. This is the reason the endgame works in this speedrun. Say hello to Mr. Masochist. You will understand why Mr. Masochist is completely fucking busted. There is a reason why whenever anyone struggles with this game, I tell you, use your fucking pound mates. Most people, and I include myself in this, saw the cost of pound mates in their original playthrough and were like, oh, I'm gonna save that for a rainy day, my free use, you know. I'm gonna make sure, you know, it's the right time to use it. Use your pound mates. Trust me. Pound mates in this game are far more unique than pound mates in Infinite Wealth. I will have a long time to explain my issues with Infinite Wealth pound mates tomorrow, so I'm not going to do that today. But today we'll talk about the really nice differences that pound mates have in this game. Because not every pound mate is for damage. That was a weird delay. That shouldn't happen. Weird. Anyway, speed tech. That's the speed tech. That doesn't seem different than what we would usually do. Fun fact. Joyful Jig is delayed by 10 seconds. However, if you use an Essence attack, be that Tag Team Essence of Mayhem or any other Essence attack, it skips the delay, and it also skips his delay to his next turn here. Cannot tell you why, but I can tell you it took us 2 years for one of us, which was me, to just use an Essence attack in this fight. The idea in this fight is you have to attack him once to tell the game, hey, I've tried to attack Mr. Masochist. By the way, in the middle of that, we got our final Kappa statue. Yup. Whilst explaining everything else, I forgot to say we got our final Kappa statue. Speak to you. That's 2 million yen. 2.9 is fantastic. If you got about 2.950, that's fantastic. That is the correct amount. You're on a very good money path right now, so we're pretty good at this point. We're going to finish off Mr. Masochist and get him as a pound mate, obviously. And then it's going to be the second flashing light warning of the run, because we're going to be spending all of that money immediately. Most people think that to get past the money wall in Sotenbori, we'd obviously use the Kappa statue money. If this was the old route, you'd be right. In this route, that 2 million, we're going to spend immediately. There's Mr. Masochist. We'll get into what Mr. Masochist does soon. So you might be wondering, how the hell do we get 3 million yen? You'll see. So, flashing light warning. Fun sport. Over 2 million.
Nope.
Strengthen. The choice by 2. Ouch by 1. Shield by 5. The table sparkling, not the voltaic yellow. By 8. This is why I say flashing light warning, because it just keeps happening. Bandages by 1. And end the chapter. I'm not quite sure how I'm losing this much time in the chapter. Oh, got one thing. I know why I'm losing time now. Optimize Itchy. It gives him his new weapon, which is vastly stronger now than the Voltaic Yellow, and also gives him the Parker for a little bit of defense. Fight spawn is ahead of me. I can see it before it even pops up. Get rid of it. It respawns. I'll just have to save load it. If you have a smoke bomb, again, console... Ah, I got too close. Console, this is a bit of a problem for you. I might be able to skip this. Nice angle. Nice angle. Nice angle. Like it. Good shit. Good shit. Very good shit. I know why I'm losing, like, time because of that fight spawn, but I don't know why I'm losing all this time. Like, it is absolutely wild. It is absolutely wild. Alright. Chapter 8. This is the shortest chapter in the game. By far. Speak to the hot one. Yeah. Obviously, Junior Yan. And then we're going to teleport. And this is who we like to call dickhead crossbow guy, because this guy is an ass, and you will either lose or save time, depending on what this guy does. So, he is either going to hit Itchy or miss Itchy. If he hits Itchy, we have to heal Itchy before the next fight. That's the reason why we picked the bento in the previous chapter. If he misses Itchy, we don't have to heal. He has decided on violence here. You don't have to hit all 3 darts, so because he's next to a... One thing I haven't said about dart airstrike, if the enemy is next to a wall, the 3rd dart will miss and you have to wait for them to stand up for it to hit. If, you know, some fights only take 2 darts, you don't have to wait, but most fights you do. The nice thing is that bento we picked up goes to the top of the list and Itchy is the top of the list to heal. And both chats, you should be spamming the word cat jam right now. I can't believe ads just started on Twitch. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Ooh, that's a bad turn order. We use Gary. Thankfully, he's stunned from Gary because of the bonus into Dart Airstrike. That's unfortunate. That's going to lose me time as well. Yeah, I don't know what to do about lack of FFZ on YouTube. I need to figure that out. I'm Al. I definitely need to figure that out. Alright, so, turn order. Vitally important. We want Psycho to go for a Dachi here. Alright, we're good. Psycho is going to give a Muscle Soda to Adachi. Hey, remember when Adachi did 600 damage in the previous chapter? Now we've upgraded his weapon 5 times and given him a 30% attack buff. That's a casual 1.5k. No counter. Good lad. Absolutely perfect. Patience, 1, 2, 3. So turn order also dictates what we do in this fight. With Psycho after Mabuchi, we are going to attack Mabuchi with Psycho. If Psycho was before Mabuchi, this would be the HP threshold, and we wouldn't be able to do damage, so we would guard. But now, because of that, we can actually use Sparking Cannon and potentially kill Mabuchi before his next turn. A little tight on damage, but we'll see. I think it's going to be enough. Unless we, like, crit. Nope. And this is the reason why you heal Itchy. Look at the HP that Adachi and Psycho are on. That's despite Adachi having a little bit of armor on him. If Itchy is not full HP and he gets clipped by that, it does about 220, 230 damage. Terrible. Terrible. Completely terrible. Chapter 9. This is a boss rush. So at this point, this is where the run starts to get a little nasty. This is where, essentially, like with Mabuchi onwards, this is where boss fights can start to kill the run. They shouldn't do, and the new strats that we've got for some of these boss fights actually make a lot of these boss fights a breeze. There was a boss in this chapter that used to be literally a run killer, and now should be the most consistent thing ever. Thank God. So we used to use Robson at the end of the previous chapter in the Mabuchi fight. But because we don't use Robson in the Mabuchi fight, now we have Robson available for this fight. And Robson has a disgusting amount of damage. We used to have to line enemies up and hope Shield Blast hit all of them, but now Robson takes them out. At this point, bad. Run bad. This fight spawned bad. It's also so close that I'm going to have to save load it. Jeez. Wow, that's terrible. That's actually really bad. Holy shit. So ideally you don't want the fight spawn here because then you can run down this road. It saves you like 10 seconds. If it's running towards you, you have to save load and you're just losing time. That's bad. Watch out because obviously, again, as we said, traffic lights indicate if the traffic is going by or not. The nice thing about this run is it always feels like we're doing something. It's good. Still playing through Infinite Wealth. You're not going to want to join for tomorrow's run because that is Infinite Wealth and you will see spoilers. You'll see a lot of spoilers. Namba at this point is no longer needed. Namba is no good at this point. There's like one instance where Namba can be useful, but don't forget Namba isn't even in our party anymore. He literally leaves in the Komi-Jill set piece and doesn't come back until another couple of chapters. Indictment is the skill you don't want to see, but at the very least, he's using it on the correct person, because we don't get back to Ares' turn. If he uses it on Adachi, you kind of have to go through Itchy's turn, which sucks, but Otherwise, that's fine. At this point, agility isn't the most important thing. Damage is. So on Itchy, we change the military insoles over to a superpowering. The one that is not equipped. And then we do the next fight. Alright, yep. Slightly important. But at this point, Namba's shelved for good. Gary, bonus is good. That means this fight is down dead. Gary 100% kills with a Gary crit. This fight, a long time ago, used to be problematic. It no longer is, thankfully, with all the, obviously, extra weapon upgrades we get. We have way more than enough damage for this phase. Back in the day, or if you're struggling with this fight casually, here's a trick. If you have any moves that can aggro, like taunt, onto the crane, use that, because that stops it using its AoE attacks. That's what we used to do back in the day in this fight. These days, we just have enough damage to say, fuck you, Ragey. The general rule used to be that every Ragey fight is a run-ender. Not anymore. Just 3 of them. Or 2 of them, actually. They have enough damage to force them out of the frame. So, there's actually a special condition to this fight. You'll see it if you look in the top left. When we hit Ragey here. For 2 turns, when he's out of the actual, like, the excavator, he will always replenish his stun. Even though these are obviously not stun attacks, if you hit with 3 darts, you can just skip on Saku's turn. Now, this is the weird thing. It is supposed to be Reiji's turn. Watch. Actually, it's mine. Thanks. For some reason, the game gets very confused and gives it back to your turn. I don't know why. There is a very rare instance, we're talking like less than 5% of the time, the game will remember it's Reiji's turn. Good luck. Maybe perfect guards are good. you just need luck to survive at that point. So, whenever I do marathon runs, I always make a safety save before that fight for that reason. This fight used to be an almost guaranteed death if Ichi gets attacked. However, this fight's now ridiculously consistent, and we are going to manipulate Reiji's turn order. Well, I really like this fight. We do some really cool shit in these fights. We're going to start with Robson. Sometimes Eri can go ahead of Ichi here, which is kind of a problem. He did not counter, so he's probably going to gunshot someone. Again, he's next to a wall, so you have to wait for him to stand up for 3 darts. This is an issue for Sayaka, because she is going to die right now. Unless she pulls out the biggest dodge of her life. So here's the thing about Reiji. Every time you hit him, he has a chance to counter. Counter's actually pretty good, because counter doesn't do that much damage. I know that looked like a lot, it's not. And the thing is, it stops him using gunshot against Ichi. With gunshot on Ichi, it takes out 3/4 of Ichi's HP. So it is still scary. Sayako can be sacrificed. Sayako can be sacrificed. As long as it's not Ichi, everything is fine. But with that fight, he will usually always counter Sayako. Even if he counters with Ichi. And every time he counters, he delays his turn. So every time he counters, he can't use the big nasty gunshot attack. So literally, as long as you get 1 counter out, he can't kill Ichi. That's why that fight is now consistent. Because we don't have more than 1 of our own turns. Right. Start with Gary. Bonus. Bonus always good. Airstrike. There'll be 2 enemies left. Sayako goes after 1. Adachi goes after the other. It's closer, so we'll hit you. And also he has a little bit more HP, which works out for Sayako, because Sayako has a little less damage than Adachi. Good stuff. Alright. So I said earlier that despite Sayako being one of our best damage dealers, she's going to go a little missing in the mid-game. This guy is why. Say hello to the second overpowered party member that we have. Jugihan is our second permanent party member. He is disgustingly overpowered. So, do the skill shortcuts. Head trauma. Rapid shot. You get an optimize with your bullet and also a superpowering off of Ichi, I believe. Yep, Ichi, you get Sayako's felt hat, as well as the military insole for speed. Sayako, you get yourself the toy bracelet, or magic light, or even for EXP. Psycho leaves for Jungi Han, and we go. So menu. I need to get better at that menu. And that's why we've optimized... Weird fight spawn. Okay. That's why we increased Jungi's weapon by 1 level. By this guy on the right, hit right twice. He will always... You motherfucker. He will always counter this, so that's why we want him dead. Nice Dragon Engine shenanigans. This fight is now going slower. Because he now survives, he does this. And unfortunately, Eri usually kills off the last 3 enemies, because Bai is dead at this point. Hello, he. Fortunately, now that means it's going to be a slow fight. I'm Bats Master Race, singing the tale for 20 months, I appreciate it. Zeng is back for the 3rd and final time, and now we can actually make use of his weakness. Gun! So unfortunately at this point, if you had the right turn order, there'd only be Zeng left to get all 3 Dart Airstrike, which Dart Airstrike is a gun attack. Look at that fucking damage. So I'm going to try and paralyze Zeng with Adachi here. Good shit. And Eri should be able to clean up our Duper and tag team to get him up quicker. GG. See? Chat, you're beginning to understand when I told you that Eri is one of the strongest characters in this game. Beginning to understand. Anyway, if you're on PC, save load. This entire set piece is the reason why console gets the short end of the stick, because you have to go back to the main menu to save load. So obviously, if you're on console, you've got to smoke bomb these fights. That's why you need the 5. This one you cannot save load even on PC. Smoke bomb it. The last one can be save loaded. At this point, we've grabbed the chef behind us in all sub-stories because he helps fulfill a requirement for a personality trait. This is really nice. Actually, YouTube chat, if you've never seen Yakuza Like Dragon Ball sub-stories, which you should, again, in here, not that one, this one back here, this box right here has a premium first aid kit. If you're a runner, highly recommend you get that. Again, all these first aid kits can save your run, because this is a run that's, you know, just being showcased. I'm getting it for safety. If you've never seen Yakuza Like Dragon Ball Sub-Stories, which is the latest VOD on the channel, you should watch it once we're done today. Fun fact about the business minigame. Once you're finished with the business minigame, you tank the entire business minigame to the goddamn ground. You literally go into like 20 billion in debt. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. That thing you've been doing for 2.5 hours? Scrap all of it. Fuck the law. So, as you can see, there's some fights here we don't even need Jungi Han. Alright, so, this is the cool part. The next fight has some really cool gimmicks to it. There's a lot of fights in LAD and Infinite Wealth, and I will praise both of them for this. They have really cool gimmicks. There should be fancy over military. So it doesn't matter about speed. I went the wrong way in my menu. Idiot. Too late. And then Eri gets an optimize. Eri needs equipment. Eri needs to be a bit of a tank. If you don't put the equipment on Eri, it's not the end of the world. You just have to make sure you don't miss a single perfect guard. For this phase of the fight, we want to get hit on either Adachi or Ichi. Which is a bit weird when Ichi, you know, game overs. But hey, that's the rule. Head trauma into tag team into triple dart. Make sure all 3 hit, because he's next to a wall. Careful. 1, 2, 3. Again, hopefully he goes for Adachi. Good. And Adachi should be able to kill off Wang. Big crits, I mean. Jesus. Phase 2. Fun fact about this fight. There's a gimmick to it. It's a good gimmick at that. We can completely control the narrative of this fight. The tiger will always attack the last person who attacked it before its turn. Just in case turn order does mess with us, we're going to give a Muscle Soda off of Jungi Han to Eri. Because as you can probably guess, the tiger's weak to gun attacks. Sengoku on Ichi, which increases the amount of money we get at the end of this fight. And then Eri's going to take the first round attacks. For that damage. The Tiger has 2 different types of debuff. Bleed, which is the most common. Bleed is whatever. Hit with Jungi Han here. This will take the hits off of Eri. And Fear. If the Tiger hits Eri with Fear, you must, and I mean must, get rid of that fear immediately. You have to get rid of it. Eri is your damage dealer. They the shit, the damage dealer. If you can get some extra damage and Eri hasn't crit, get some essences and shield blasts off. Because otherwise Eri will not finish on the last turn. We're letting Jungi Han take the hit. Do not let Ichi die. Do not let Ichi die. Keep an eye on that turn order. Damage. 165,000 yen. Starting to understand how we get the money back. So at this point, we are vastly underleveled compared to bosses. We're like 4 to 5 levels below. So things are getting a little bit tight. However, when we win fights, that means we're getting a shit ton of EXP. Magical sandals. The plant is in my goddamn way. And tactical boots. Essentially, we just need more equipment. Unironically enough, we just need more equipment. Up here, grab the stamina and the first aid kit. 3 items. Need the stamina anyway. This is a funny equipment menu. Eri gets an optimize. Ichi steals her shoes. And then Jungi Han gets the boxing shoes. At this point, Adachi should be in the 3rd slot of your party, and you're about to understand why slots 2 and 4 are your permanent party members. Once again, you're going to be cat jamming in the chat. This is a DPS race. Please don't hit the furniture, Jungi Han, because that can knock over the person, and head trauma needs to be standing. Ichi uses Gary. If it's no bonus, it's fine. Our airstrike will hopefully hit Mabuchi once just to be secure in the damage stuff. If not, it's fine. Taking care of the ads that are not stunned is also good. This also means that on Eri's next turn, 2 darts should hit Mabuchi. Counter does not counter certain grapple attacks, like, say, oh, I don't know, Paralysis Prongs and Head Trauma. There's a little bit, not full. So on Mabuchi's next turn, he needs to be half HP so that he does his HP threshold move. Which he should be with all the damage we're doing. He did. Good. And at this point, we just end the fight. Best single target attacks, exactly like we've been doing. He will aim for probably Adachi here, because Adachi is closest. Might go for Jungi. Not good. At this point, Ichi this gives enough time for him to stand up for triple dart airstrike. GG. Good fight. That is the perfect Mabuchi fight that you want to see. 0 issues, 0 problems, and this is why Adachi is in the 3rd slot. Namba's final swan song is in slot number 3. Always. With Eri and Jungi Han being our damage dealers, we don't want them to leave the fight. Punch Reiji. How do we deal with all the ads, you ask? Easy, I say. The cat. He shouldn't be near a wall. That should be fine. Now, Reiji has some annoying attacks. That's one of them. Essence of Rage causes stun. If he hits certain characters, sometimes they won't get stunned. The downside is, Adachi's my slowest party member and one of my heaviest damage dealers. So what I'm gonna do, which is a little different than usual, I'm gonna go and use one of those 2 mental supplements I picked up earlier and get rid of that stun so I can keep attacking with Adachi. Adachi's damage is far higher than Ichi's. Fuck you, Rage. He's gonna attack Adachi again. Actually, he can go for Ichi. He can actually go for Ichi multiple times, by the way. That's fine. It's actually not, because we're not allowed to have Adachi or Jungi Han die before chapter 13 now. So, you know. It's not fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh look, we just job leveled up like 3 or 4 times. So, we are now levels 32, 33. The next time we level up, or 31, 32, 33. The next time we level up, we're going up to 38, 39. And you will see how, because it's going to be Speedrun Secret number 2. We have some dirty little speedrun secrets that you can do casually, that help you out a lot. If you're struggling with a certain chapter of this game, like, I don't know, chapter 12, just off the top of my head, what I'm about to show you, or I'm going to show you in the next 2 chapters, is going to help. I almost missed the trigger for that, which would have been bad. You'll see with Sayako. You'll see. Again, Eri and Jungi Han do much more damage than she does right now, and so does Adachi. It will be obvious when she comes back, and it will be very, very, yep, that's pretty smart. Rivali, thank you for the Prime game for 11 months, I appreciate it. So there is a faster taxi point on the right-hand side. That one usually guarantees a fight spawn. So we just like going to this one. You only lose like 2 seconds to this one, and you don't get a fight spawn this way. One of those just weird things that we do. Just because it's like, you know, a tiny bit better for the run. Man, I'm losing time again. I don't know how I'm losing this much time in these fights. I guess I did have a pretty bad set piece, like, at places there, but I did pick up items. A fight spawn? Oh, fight spawn. Beautiful. Perfect Chinatown. You get no enemies, it's perfect Chinatown. Some of the other runners go the other way, and like the way that they go, like they barely ever get a fight spawn that way, but I always get a fight spawn, and there's no vending machines to deal with on that side, so I don't know what to do that way. It sucks. The odds. Oh boy. Chat. YouTube chat. We've never seen a Yakuza Like a Dragon run before. That time you got pissed off. Haven't done any controversial statements in this run yet, so let's do one. Welcome, the final party member, Zhao. It's our boy Zhao. You'll never see him again. Zhao is fucking useless. I love Zhao. Casually, Zhao is beautiful. Absolutely love them. I think they're fantastic. In the speedrun, Zhao is completely useless, and that is because of the way LAD works. The way that LAD works is that when a party member joins, even this late into the game, they have their base default weapon. Everybody else has had several weapon level ups at this point. By the way, Speedrun Secret number 2 begins here. This SOS quest, which I shouldn't be start skipping, I'm stupid. So the issue is, whenever anyone joins your party, they are massively underpowered compared to everybody else. Now, right now, Zhao has one thing going for him that nobody else in the party bar Eri's default job had, which is knife attacks. And knife attacks are actually going to become very important in the endgame of this run. Zhao, however, does have one actual use. When Zhao joins, despite the fact his weapon is terrible, his gear, his actual defensive gear, is endgame levels. Which actually is really good for 2 of our party members. For Adachi, they are some of the fastest agility shoes we can get, and for Sayako, it's one of the best magical defense gowns we can get. Now, you might be wondering, I've already said Adachi is slower than our party and will never keep up with our party. So why did I just give Adachi super fast shoes instead of, say, somebody that would make a lot more use out of them, say, Eri or Jungi Han? The issue. Enemies are so much faster than us that more agility isn't going to help. So, we're going to put it on Adachi because Adachi isn't trying to go faster than our team members. He's trying to keep up with the enemy. He's trying to go faster than them. And he will. Jackpot chip into Shield Blast takes care of the 2 ads. So all we do is literally steal all the clothes off of Zhao's back. Because they're endgame. They're literally endgame armor pieces. They make it so that Adachi can go faster than the enemy, and it makes it so that Saiko has way more magic damage. Anyway, got a little bit of an issue in that I need 3 million yen in the next chapter, and I've only got 1 million. I've not even got 1 million. What am I going to do about that? Oh, sup, SOS missing person number 5. How you doing? Oh, hey, I got 1.2 million. Cool. Might be wondering where the hell we get that 2 million from. You'll see. That's one of the reasons why we also do the SOS missing quest persons. It gets to 1.2 million. If you're at over 1.2 million here, you're on the good money track. You should be good for money in the rest of the run. Alright. 2 fights. Second one has 2 phases. This is where we now need to start monitoring our MP costs again. First fight, punch this guy. Make sure he doesn't go over to the green platforms on the right. I'll bitch and moan about those in the next wave. Start with Gary. Dart airstrike. Fortunately, one enemy did survive. That was a low damage roll, did she? Hoping that would have got the other ad instead of this guy, because this guy can be dealt with everybody else. Fastest and stun good. They won't take turns. Now, the reason why this green platform is bad, it counts as actually being higher, which means that grapple attacks, such as, oh, I don't know, paralysis, prongs, and head trauma, our big damage-dealing attacks, miss. Good fight. So, no one levels. And this is 2 waves. That's an issue. At some point in this fight, we run out of MP. So ideally, we can do everything fast here. Good. Ideally, Robson does enough damage that we don't even get another turn on Itchy. Crits is a bit of a shame. Okay, crit. Okay, we're good. Jungi hand. Okay, so this is good. Itchy's going to start the next phase, which is very good for this fight. MP levels are still, we can do like 1 more paralysis prongs on Adachi. We're all still good. So, time to Matoba. Now, if you've never seen an LED run before, Matoba... The wrong board, man. The wrong board, man. God damn it. If you've never seen Matoba, Matoba is a boss, or never seen an LED run. Matoba is a boss. His name is 6 letters long, begins with M and A, and ends with A, which means that he is resistant to gun attacks. That's a slightly specific rule. I'm sure that's not going to come back again. Either way, we're there, use jab or chip instead, because obviously that can crit and do a lot of damage. Weird rule. Fairly certain that's not going to come up again. I'm pretty confident that's not going to come up again. I'm really surprised if it does. I'm going to... Wrong skill, idiot. Forgot which fight I'm in. It's also bad because now I can't hit trauma with Jungi straight away. Itchy's tag team can miss. That's why I usually just like guard with Itchy in this fight. Fear on Jungi, you asshole. That sucks. This is why usually you like having him obviously paralyzed. I'm just going to attack him because obviously, you know, Jungi can miss and Jungi's going to not have his turn and Itchy can miss. But Jack will chip to finish. Good crit. It's my Eri. Trust in Eri. Up to 12. Welcome to the endgame. We have about an hour of the run left, and this is where the run gets exceptionally hard. I'm gonna go over to the Sunlight Election Office. We need a really weird bit of RNG here. You need an NPC to not spawn in. He didn't spawn in. See that item in the corner? That is an item that upgrades Jungi Han's weapon, but one of the honk people actually turn up there, the guy. And if he turns up there, you can't reach to the item. So we have to despawn the guy. But open the first, third, and fourth gold safes. Finally using our gold safe keys. We get a Gallant Binding, which gives 100 HP. Blessed Armor to bless the run, and the Silhouette Katana, which is the bodyguard weapon. I don't have any bodyguards. Bit weird. Gold Ingot. Harry, you get an Optimize and a Gambler's Tie. Where's my Gambler's Tie? Boom. Junky Han, you get an Optimize, and you're also getting Itchy's Tactical Boots. Oops. Itchy, you're getting, where are you? Business over Superpower, because we need EXP at this point. Oh, did I not? I did, okay. And then you lose the helmet. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I remember back in chapter 5, like an hour and a half ago, when we started the secondhand shop sub-story? Let's go do that. However, let's not do that. Remember Speedrun secret number 2? Let's carry that on. The second SOS quest. So this is the second SOS quest in the chain of SOS quests we started in the previous chapter. The guy in the back... Ah, Eri went first. Alright, it's still fine. Eri's now going faster than Itchy. Okay. I did optimize Itchy's shoes, right? I think so. I think I just had a bad agility zone order. I've been wondering why I'm doing these SOS quests if they're this quick and easy. You'll see. I didn't, idiot. There you go. that explains a few things. Now Itchy's magic's also better. You want your wife must be rolling in her grave. Start skip once, then text skip the rest.
Yeah.
Oh, that puts on Itchy the tactical helmet onto Itchy. Oh, okay, get rid of that. And this man's going to get us the rest of the money we need to get Certain Boy. Also, that text box for the Flame Amulet is the reason why the Japanese dub is faster than the English dub. For some reason, in the English dub, that text box doesn't exist. It takes, like, 10-15 seconds to get out of that. I don't remember what... No, it's the felt hat. Yeah, it's felt hat, idiot. We don't optimize you normally, that's why. I'm here to sell. We want to sell the 2 Staminans, the helmet that I just unequipped, the Silhouette Katana, over here, the Italian watch, the Swiss, the ring, the Scorpion, and the High Blackmore, and that gets us to 3.1, or just about 3.1. Perfect. I earned 3 million yen from selling all that. Pretty good. Now, this is Dirty Secret Speedrun Secret number 2. If you've done 100% of this game, you'll recognize the jackass at the front of this fight. I hit the button. Okay. This is the Invested Vagabond. Invested Vagabond's equivalency is a metal slime from Dragon Quest. What this means is it takes hit-based damage and not damage. So we want to hit it with hit-based attacks like Rapid and Ice Breath. At this point, we need a little bit of EXP onto Adachi, so we give him the Kiwami drink, and then hopefully we end the fight. Unfortunately, Adachi went slow here. I'm gonna hit him with the thing to make sure he dies so he doesn't get turned. I did be able to hit the other guy as well, but it's fine. We'll just hit with Itchy. Watch the right-hand side of the screen. See it? Did you see how everybody got a base 500,000 EXP from that fight? Everybody went from levels 32, 33 to 38, 39. That's the secret to leveling. If you're playing this casually, you have time to put EXP drinks onto literally all of your party members. For the speedrun, we just need it on Adachi. That's the dirty EXP secret. That fight right there. As said, we can do this at the lowest possible level. The downside is that it's not fast. Now, we give over the 3 million yen to get into Sotenbori. We have 131,000 left, which is fantastic. I'm actually over the limit by like 30 to 40,000. So this run has gone well. This run has gone very well. So, this is where money is tight. And this is where the money route falls apart if you've been overspending money or overdoing taxis. We have a very specific set of pound mates that we need to do, and unfortunately they're all expensive. So the nice thing is if you have enough money at this point, we can keep using our pound mates at specific times, and then hopefully be good for the next part. I also need to remember Itchy's MP during this bit, because that is an issue. Oh. We got that last time. So, we're going to go around Sotenbori. We're going to get a couple of these gold safes that we haven't got. The Mirage Coat. Some of this should be pretty bloody obvious in terms of, that's a chest piece for armor. Everybody at this point needs to start getting geared up. And now that we're in Chapter 12 and in Sotenbori, we can start getting some endgame gear. This safe has the Reverie shoes. You can probably guess these are pretty good for magic. What a surprise. And then we're going to go and get a hat. all the way down this alleyway right here. And then we're going to go and get speedrun secret number 3. Again, all these things that I'm doing in terms of the speedrun secrets, you'll see. You haven't seen the full use of Masochist yet. You will in this chapter. You'll understand why I am telling you, if you're struggling casually with this chapter, to go and do the things that I am doing. The things that I am getting are all vital and will literally save your life. They're walking too far away. That's good. So we can go here and just go to Epsu. This is our speedrun secret. We want 2 rocket launches. That's speedrun secret number 3. You're going to understand why immediately. S is a Roast Typhoon. Change Jackpot Chip to Lucky Punch. Jungi Han gets a Divine Shot. Ichi gets an Optimize. Our menu is better. This will be fine. And then we go to the Battle Tower. Now, chance a little faux pas. I did say earlier that we don't do any grinding. That is true. But we need money. And we need 1 piece of equipment. Where can we get both of those? The Battle Tower. Now, I know what that might sound. You might sound like, oh god, you're going to do the entirety of the Battle Tower. 10 floors. Less than 10 minutes. Not grinding, because it's our first time through. You'll see grinding tomorrow, chat. Either way, let me just show you just why rocket launchers are pretty fucking good in this game. That is 2k damage nearly to every enemy it hits. Now, this fight, and the way that this is going, is the exact reason why Adachi has Xiao's shoes. Peer reviewer couldn't survive. Unfortunately, I didn't wait long enough for the 3rd dark, so I didn't think it was close enough. And that's why Adachi has the shoes, just in case. And we thankfully have a little bit of optimization, thanks to PS Color, to do in the Battle Tower for the next 2 floors. So we used to use our 2nd rocket launch here, but it's a bit tricky because these enemies can survive. So instead, we do this a little bit differently. Oh, Eri going ahead of Ichi is bad. It's going to cost me time. Yep, I didn't want to hit you. Use Robson. Not sure. Adachi's good against this guy, but I don't think Adachi has the damage to this guy. Okay, he does. Good. Cute. Okay, it's fine. That airstrike is gun, so it's physical. Scales attack. Right, that's still not too bad. Even if that messes up like that, that's not too bad. The ideal turn order at this point is Jungi Han, Ichi, Eri. Which, unfortunately, when Eri, despite having no shoes, decides to get a little bit frisky. Pain in the ass. And instead, we just use our rocket launcher here. Make sure it hits this guy. You only need to hit this guy. Rose takes care of all the ads bar like 2. And die. Again, if both darts for some reason hit the other guy, Adachi is fast enough. It's paralyzed, so that's fine. Attack with head trauma. Do not use tag team on Ichi. It's tempting to go to Ichi's turn and tag team. Ichi's MP is highly volatile in here with doing this order. By doing it in this specific order, you only want to use Roast Typhoon once. Do not use Roast Typhoon and then tag team, or otherwise you won't have enough for Ichi's next Roast Typhoons. Important. At this point, say hello to DRD. This used to be our overpowered combo that we used to use. Divine. Rose. And this is why you want Eri in 3rd. Dart Airstrike for less targets for Dart Airstrike. Thanks, kids. Have a good sleep. So, we're just gonna go through. We are gonna get certain weapons or certain items from these floors at certain times. In fact, floor 5 is where we start grabbing them. Funnily enough. Pay attention. Aim for the guy on the left. You want to aim Divine Shot at the strong arm. The person that you aim Divine Shot at takes more damage. Doesn't matter crit or not, you want to aim for the strong arm. That way, it'll be down to just him left for this turn. He's busy. Get the Viking helmet, which is good armor. And then we get this. The Liu Chinese Saber, which is the strongest weapon we can get in the speedrun for our boy Zhao. I do need a bit of MP. But hang on, I hear you say. But you said like an hour ago that you don't get a weapon for Zhao. Correct, actually. That weapon sells for 1,000,000 yen. Now here's the other thing. I also said earlier that our boy Zhao has access to really good knife attacks. Well, in a floor from now, so does Jungi Han. And Jungi Han's is an essence, so it's instant. So already, Zhao has been replaced 2 different ways. Oof. Oof. I'm stupid. Head on you. And it's Robson, remember? Sometimes King Joe will avoid this. If he does, it's fine, because Robson usually does enough damage here. And if not, you have Eri after this. Alright, so that gets Jungi Han to job level 22. The only way that this is possible in this chapter is because of the fact that we obviously have the bullet of memory. Which, I'm in my wrong menu because I was thinking about it. Not the last essence of the run. I don't get anything now, do I? Full 10? Full 10. Blue is not a crit. Blue is getting through defense. So blue is an attack that goes through defense, and then yellow is a crit. So with this new knife attack, I'm gonna stab dudes. Eri's gone ahead of Itchy, but in fights like this, where there's only 2 people, that's actually not a bad thing. Eri's agility is quite high today. This is not the best for what's coming up, but it should be fine. Deal with it when the time comes. Night floor. Speaking of speed, the wheelman in this fight usually goes ahead of Eri. That's why we want to do specific things to get rid of him before obviously Eri's turn. Which is usually just, you know, stab him. And this will leave just 2 enemies left. You can see in this fight with everyone poisoned how long it takes to get through our turns because of the fact that you can't speed up turns when you have a damage debuff on you. Well, not damage debuff, damage dot on you. It's just slow. Anyway, level 10. Level 10 is the entire reason we're in here. It's also getting us obviously good materials, and it's more importantly getting us a little bit of EXP and a lot of money. We don't even need Jungi Han here. And again, if Eri goes first, it's fine, because there's only 3 enemies. Goes into darts is all we need. Hey, remember to sell the actual weapons this time, dipshit. Got last time. We get the ladle. That ladle sells for 1,000,000 yen. Fun fact, so does this weapon, the Dragon Knuckles. But fun fact, the Dragon Knuckles are Jungi Han's best weapon at the moment. They're the best weapons that we can get for him in the run. The Dragon Knuckles have a little extra feature where they do a little bit extra. I want to say it's like 5 to 10% strike damage.
Guess what move is strike damage?
Good old head trauma. So because this is a marathon run, and I'm not expecting the run to like obviously PB, we're gonna take the safety backup strat. The safety backup strat is to order everything here at Smileburger so we get enough damage for this fight. So for 3 fights, we have extra damage. This is actually kind of important. Now, Rose Typhoon's on itchy high spirits. Hope you're doing well. Alright, in here, importantly, sell the ladle and the Chinese Saber, not the Dragon Knuckles. Do not sell the Dragon Knuckles. And of course, purchase 2 rocket launchers. We're gonna need both of these right the fuck now. At this point, oh wait, I'm not outside. Save the video game because this is obviously me recreating my save saves. Taxi over to Omi HQ and welcome to the Endgame. This is where shit gets nasty. This is where shit gets very nasty. Love the remix of the Omi theme in the background. This is where bosses can just choose to end the run. This is why safety saves. I suppose we want to go this way. This is very timed on what we're doing right now to what the enemy's like movement is. So we want to get around this corner. You'll notice, but it's fine because you're far away enough. We want to take a detour left. We want to grab this item, which is the War God's Keystone. The War God's Keystone in LAD is attack orientated. In Infinite Wealth, it is actually defense orientated. We still get it. So good. And if you've done everything correctly, on this floor, you will bypass this guy right here. There's the quick way through the Omi HQ without getting into any fights. You can get into 2 fights in here, and then you get kicked out on the 3rd. You have to do all of it all over again. Why? Safety? Maybe. I'm sure we'll be fine. There is an item in that box. It is Guardian Water. It gives you like 30% extra defense. Give it to Itchy. Give it to Itchy. We're going to go into this corner. There's a first aid kit on the right-hand side, but we're going to grab this. This is going to be the Iron Keepers. Eri gets an Optimize with 2 superpower rings. Jungi-Han gets an Optimize with the superpower over Bullet, which... that's what I didn't do in the last chapter. Now I got it. Adachi, you get an Optimize. You get, because I messed up, the War Gods and the Military Insoles. Itchy no Optimize, you get yourself the Superpower and the Gallant Binding. Free Superpower, yep. Zhao gets an Optimize so that Sako's Optimize gives her the correct stuff with the felt hat. And then we heal here, and then we use all our Mystery Fruit onto whoever needs it. Which is a bit bad, because obviously we used the shop earlier, so I can't get rid of them, so they're going to be in my inventory. And now... here we go. Welcome to the hard boss fights. Here we fucking go. You want to do this fight in an exceptionally specific manner. Start with head trauma. Oh look, it's a boss whose name begins with M and ends in A. Weird. Get out the bald man. The bald man that gives you defense. Then, use Lucky Punch. This guy's resistant to gun attacks. Funny that. What a stupidly specific rule. Ooh, Jungi's late. That might be bad. Hey, Jackass, go Doppelganger first. Nice. Good. If Jungi's late, sometimes you don't have the damage for Doppelganger phase. We still want to attack the main Majima, because what's supposed to happen after Majima gets Doppelganger is it's supposed to be Itchy's turn. Thankfully, Itchy is fast enough that he is still ahead of the Doppelgangers, and we have something to deal with the Doppelgangers. Cat. If they're alive, you do have to dart airstrike them away. That is a really low damage roll, considering we have the damage buff on. That's really bad. Beautiful dodge, no paralysis phase 1. And here we go. Majima's in a good position at the minute. Saejima joins into the fight. Majima's next turn will be to buff himself. Saejima's will be to kill Eri. So we're going to stop that by hitting Saejima with a rocket launcher, and hopefully Majima at the same time. If you get both, fantastic. The way we stop that is literally just a rocket launcher Saejima's was. Now on Saejima's turn, he'll buff. He's at a HP threshold that will not go away until they see Blade Kiri. Doesn't do much against Majima. Chip a little bit of Saejima away. Gonna hit you with this. If he goes for Itchy, you're dead. So bad. Passes can hit Majima from behind despite 30% evasion. Can miss. Blade Kill is always Saejima's first turn after the buff. Majima didn't go after Itchy, therefore we win the run. GG. Here with Jungi. Itchy does better, like, overall damage to both of them. Even though Majima doesn't like Dart Airstrike, or likes from Dart Airstrike, Saejima doesn't. GG, Saijima's dead. Now I can kill Majima. Because he's on the floor and it's high evasion still, we can just punch him. Fun fact, Rose Typhoon does more than Tag Team. That's an exceedingly good fucking Majima Saejima fight. That's such a good Majima Saijima fight. God fucking damn. That is a good fight. Would be on a dead run. It's always on a dead run, isn't it? Been a while since we've actually gotten out of this fight, to be honest. It's been a very long time. Never will as I go on, it never will. At least I get to show everyone what a good fight looks like. I just then have to, you know, reload my save and do all of that again. So, importantly, make sure you change to Super. Don't forget that. We want to buy, if we're missing smoke bombs at this point, make sure you get smoke bombs. I've got like one, so it's fine. For Itchy, make sure that you equip inside of the gallon the other missing super. And back to HQ. Cool. So yeah, we've now gone past what you saw in Gaiden earlier, or what we're about to go past what you saw in Gaiden earlier. This is literally the exact bit you saw earlier in Gaiden. Well, this is just before Joryu turns up. This fight's an interesting one. We're gonna do something that you wouldn't expect me to do. I'm gonna use Saijima's summon right now. Has defense down, which works really well on this jackass. This jackass has a lot of HP and defense. For some reason, he's like one of the harder enemies in this chapter. I can tell you why, Jabbiz. Just gotta get used to it. Just keep stabbing with Jungi hand. Good damage. And some dude called Joryu turns up. I don't know who that guy is. Saw him earlier. For this one, this is such an easy fight. Stab the main guy. First Typhoon. Die airstrike. I don't know why that fight is easier than the other one, but it is. And that is chapter 12. I'm kind of surprised I'm losing time. I didn't think that was a bad chapter. I am losing time. I'm really surprised I'm losing time, if I'm being honest. It is what it is. Okay. Chapter 13 is the easiest of the endgame chapters in LED Speedrun. Doesn't mean it can't kill you. Especially if Sawashiro sees you eating lunch. He takes offense to that. He takes a lot of offense to that. I love that cutscene. That cutscene's so good. So good. So the safety meal? True. 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 This is our last run through Chinatown. This is the last time we get bad Chinatown fight spawn lock. Very true. That would have cost me a bit of time. And it didn't even give me the benefit of killing all the doppelgangers. Like, could have at least killed the doppelgangers for me. That's the reason why we do that in the first place, is because of the doppelgangers, but... Alright. Fine. Fine, I'm not going to take that before any of the fights in the future. I still think it's worth it for marathon stuff, just because of the fact that, you know, the extra damage can kill the doppelgangers, but like, man. Man. This is the taxi we got earlier when we went to, good old Illusion. So this is based on turn order, this fight. If it goes the normal turn order, Jungi-han, Itchy, Eri, we can do things pretty fast, otherwise we have to do the old-fashioned way. Yep, we're good. If Itchy is second, stab into Rose into Dart. If Eri is second, you have to do Divine Shot. You have to get rid of a couple of enemies so that Dart airstrikes hit the appropriate people. Eri, if you could save some of those crits for the end game, I'd appreciate it. Like the end game. Not right now. Alright, we got our 3 million back. I'm gonna go spend it immediately. Sadly, you do have to, like, respend it. Shout out to anyone in their casual playthroughs who got that 3 million back and immediately spent it on upgrades. Oof. I almost did. Oof. I love that it does count towards the Super Spender achievement, though. Like, it really fucking shouldn't, but it does. Good video game. Good video game. Appreciate that. Into the politics van. We're off. Right, Saejima goes first in speedrun. Saejima is just weak to all of that shit. Like, that's the funny thing about it, is that Saejima is just fucking weak. He literally does, like, the most damage, but he's weaker than Majima. It's so funny. It's so funny. Like, Dart Airstrike hitting Saejima twice and also doing full damage helps so much. Eri is a little more on the more useless side in that fight because, you know. Yeah. There should be Robson, right? Yeah. And then if survives Eri. Big if. We have just got Essence of Shield Rupture. Congratulations, that's the last Essence attack of the speedrun that we use. So, let's do a menu. Little quick menu. Adachi gets Essence of Shield Rupture, and Jungi gets a manual. You have to manually do it. Equipment change over to the lightning bandages. Reason being is that Jungi Han's actual, like, other weapons are always considered stronger. So we want to make sure we do those. That not enough to upgrade the pouch again. I'm 2 cloths off again? Okay, that's been 2 runs in a row now. It's been 2 runs in a row now. Alright. Good to know. Good to know. I'm going to adjust my shopping list accordingly. Ooh, bad fight score. Boys. That's my chapter 12 safety save! Much for those safety saves I was making. Twice now. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Is Diviner as a stab? Yeah, it's Divine still. We're going to use Gary here mostly because we can't do that much damage with our money and also keep everyone down. Ideally, Sutsumi gets hit with a dart. The better play here is to wait until Adachi's turn, but that works out. That's unnecessary. Alright, Sashur. This fight shouldn't be a problem, but it can be a problem depending on what he does. The vibes of this fight are determined at the start. And our best single targets on Sashur. Phantom Drive. Man, we want to see the move Vile Blade of Enmity. Ew. Bad start. Vile Mutilation has him rush forward and actually attack. Vile Blade of Enmity stays back all the way at the edge of the arena, and he doesn't hit anyone. So those are the vibes he's going for, is Murder Issue. I'm going to have to heal early because of that. Missing my damage output, which is bad. People are going to get hit. That's why Vile Mutilation first is really bad. Let's do this. I should probably push phase 2, honestly, instead of doing this again. That's fine. I should have pushed phase 2. We're now behind and delayed in this fight in terms of turn order, which means that he's going to also be more of a pain in the ass. Not good. This final phase is going to go pretty rough. On your feet, buddy. It's an entire damage turn just wasted there. Thinking about the old route and how I have to fix this now. I need to... Did already heal the lunchbox. We might be able to get away with no more heals, but it depends on if he uses Cane Strike on anybody here or if he uses normal attacks. We don't want to see Cane Strike. This is, in my opinion, the most nastiest and dangerous phase of Sashura's fight. Because the other way, we can kind of, like, you know... Okay. Got it. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Eri should be fine. Yeah, this fight can be really nasty. That can stun your allies. Thankfully, it did not. Now, hopefully he doesn't go for Eri again. He should go for Jungi Han. Dachi's fine. Dachi's actually pretty good. Fun fact, if he gets off those attacks and they connect, he will do an opportune attack. I think we push damage. Yeah, I think we push damage. We're good. So he should, unless he's too low HP, which he might just be, he should aim directly at Itchy at the start of this phase. And he'll do his free hit attack, which is why you want, obviously, Itchy to be, like, full HP. Fine. You have to react to this fight. This is a fight that you have to react to in case things go wrong. Pretty good. Yeah. Why you don't stand on tables, chap? That isn't the first time that's happened. 103 damage. That was Jungi Han standing on a table, getting Dragon Engine shenaniganed where the table broke under him, and then falling down and taking 103 damage. Fucking hate this game. I knew my damage was good enough because of the delayed turns into Sashiro's first phase, so I knew it wasn't an issue, but it's just... Man. Why? Alright, here's chapter 14. This is the hardest chapter of the entire speedrun. Fuck my life. Happy birthday, Sir Yamaguchi, or Senior Yamaguchi. SR Yamaguchi. You got a good birthday present. Hope you enjoy. Anyway. I divine, right? No, it's guard into Saejima round 2, that's right. Yep, we use Saejima again here, which seems a bit weird, but trust me, we do. Yeah, happy birthday! Person in YouTube chat's having a nice birthday. We're a nice community here, we do wish people happy birthday. My birthday on Sunday. Hee. Hey, we want to very carefully get to this vending machine and do some dumb shit. We want to grab ourselves 5 quickness lemons, just in case. Right next to the cutscene trigger, we want the 5 quickness lemons because that way we will have those for later. This should be divine into Robson, and then that's the end of the fight. You can lose a little bit of time in this fight thanks to Dragon Engine shenanigans where a car will hit someone. Thanks, bud. Ooh, bonus. Yeah, they're dead. Yeah, they're dead. Thanks, bud. Alright. This is the HP Magic menu. HP Magic menu. Anyway, this taxi driver turns up. We've got to deal with him next. Christ. This is where things get very, very horrible in the run. So, here we go. Here, Itchy. You get the Gallon and the Fighter's Binding. Man needs HP. Hey, Sayako. You get the other silver bracelet. Right? Am I stupid? Yes. And then Party. Blow by Adachi. Hello, Sayako. I heal. Because I'm not fucking doing this at less than full HP. And then we go over here. Probably without the fight spawn that's going to get me in trouble, because I have good luck against this fight spawn and Tom does not, and I have bad luck. I have good luck. Every so often, I don't get this fight spawn on the corner there, and every so often I do. I agree with Tom that we should be despawning it, but I'm stupid and I'm behind this run. Anyway. Oops. Wrong button. Oh boy. So, if you're wondering why I keep saying that my run is really hard to go up against, this fight had almost perfect RNG in my PB. It has the crit bonus on Masochist. Now, Masochist gives you double defense, as you've seen. It gives you way more defense, which means that you don't even have to care about heal phases in this fight or the last one if you get them. And my PB got them in both. I would like to use the Muscle Soda on Eri game. Actually, I was supposed to use the quickness lemon on Ichi first. That's stupid of me. Oops. I think I'm good at this. No bonus. That sucks. It's a very good thing I'm, you know, actually good at this game. With the quickness lemon, you can actually have Ichi dodge his attacks and then he doesn't hit Ichi. Now he's gonna hit Ichi. Good crits. Early phase? Early phase, baby. Alright. Now comes the scary shit. I have to quickness Ichi instead of using the goddamn rocket launcher. Please don't use the double damage hit. I'll be very upset. So I forgot to actually, like, save before this fight. Anyway. Ichi has a self-heal. It's really good. So here's the gimmick for this fight, by the way, if you haven't already guessed. Kiryu only aims for your male party members. Nice, no stun. Obviously, Eri and Sayako are your damage dealers. However, there is one thing we can do in this fight, and I should be doing, especially on Jungi Han's turn. I have 2 rocket launchers. 1 rocket launcher for this phase. Ha ha ha. 2 turns. Shit. That's the quickness lemon. Beautiful. Again, with Ichi, just heal. Just heal with Ichi. Don't even do anything with Ichi. Jungi will get Kiryu to the next phase. Crap. Well, I believed. It was fat. Oh, damn quickness lemon, baby. It's working out. Alright, so Kiryu will go to his next phase. Next, it will be beast mode. The rule of thumb is get him the fuck out of beast mode. You have to get him out of beast mode and you have to do it instantly. Because beast mode is what can kill Ichi in like 1 turn. So you want to use 1 rocket launcher in this phase. You must use 1 rocket launcher in this phase. It's a bad move. You want to be a bit careful, because obviously this is still making Ichi drunk. The nice thing is Kiryu can punch the drunk right out of you. Too much drunk is a bad thing, but this is not too bad. Eri's attack is going to, yep, drop here. This will push him towards, hopefully, Dragon of Dojima. Nice. See how, like, little damage it does when he has that defense as well. At this point, we just need to end the fight. If anyone physically attacks him up close, so, like, any of our grapple attacks or anything like that, he will counter with Tiger. Thankfully, that doesn't count. Also, he's kind of weak to Ice Spreader. I should not be using it here. I should be guarding with Ichi and making sure Ichi survives. That will kill the fight a little earlier, hopefully. I got away with no bentos here. Good fight, actually. Good fight. Like, actually, good fight. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, by the way, at this point, once Jungi Han gets his essence in the Battle Tower, and once Adachi gets his essence in the previous chapter, they can die in fights now. So the play for this fight is if Jungi Han is dying, boy dies. Fuck him. If man's gotta die, man's gotta die. Man's gotta go, the man's gotta go. Simple as that. Haruhi. Goodbye, Sayako. Hello, Adachi. Do I need to... I think I need to give you a tiny bit of MP. Why am I going the wrong way in my menu? I had lost judgment on my mind for a second there. Yeah, the more drunk our characters are, the more dangerous it is, because obviously they might not take their turns. So obviously we don't want that. Again, this is the Majima fight, right? It is. If I get this right. We've had some little monetizations to the endgame that I keep forgetting in the run, since making sure that we are good. Majima, his free usage. Paralysis, that'll stop him from doing anything. And we just do all our best single target. You know the drill. See that he's also weak to knife attacks, which is why Jungi's essence is really good. Good stuff. This is another one of those fights where we're going to aim specifically at a enemy with Divine Shot. Make sure we can try and, like, get more damage out on them. Him. He didn't crit, which is probably a bad thing. Yeah. I think Hirabayashi won't take all the damage. Yep. And this is why we want Adachi to have the shoes. Make sure he's fast enough. Jungi gets an optimize. You change the fighter's binding for the dragon's binding. I heal. If I need MP, we'll just use you. And go. Okay. Hardest fight in the game. Genuinely. Especially the speedrun. I'm hearing great. Ooh, Itchy after... Yeah, that's bad. That's very bad, actually. Itchy after Mirror Face is very, very bad. He gets hit by Mirror Face, that's bad. Thank God. Thank you for being useless. So, we use the Bald Man. The one without the bonus, but the other one having the bonus is actually pretty good for this fight. Gunshot bad. Don't like Gunshot. And for Reiji. We're going to try and burn Reiji's entire HP bar down. Ideally, both darts hit Reiji. Sometimes they'll go for Mirror Face. Good. It's good RNG. I'm just going to do this because I don't trust him to not kill Jungi. Fuck. Double fuck, actually. This is going to get a count on Itchy and might fear him too. Good. Bad. Okay. Okay. Fight's already going wrong. Okay. You're wondering why I got those first aid kits earlier. This is why. With Itchy, we'll bring back Jungi-Han. Oh, we just need to attack everybody else. Itchy's your support in this fight. Ass. If the stun doesn't connect. Already going wrong. This is a fight you have to, like, definitely react to everything that happens in it. Because on Reiji's next turn, Itchy dies. Jungi-Han goes quick enough. Yep, he does. Big heal from Jungi-Han here. We need everyone to survive. This is Malicious Grin. It is a special fear. It is 1 turn instead of 2. Watch, it did hit everybody. It's a shame. Sometimes it won't hit someone. This is good. Hitting Jungi means Jungi can actually take a turn. That's bad. He's dead. Oh, I hate you. We are going to use Gondara because this will drop Reiji's attack and his defense, which is also great. That's why the crit is good. But as you can see, he now no longer does like a metric fuck ton. I need to heal. I need to res as well. That's fine. That's good. That's what I want hit. I'm going to thirst into Lunchbox because Eri needs healing as well. At this point, with his attack buff gone, you can see he does way less damage. So at this point, the fight is manageable. You're an ass. I should be using, yep, head trauma because of the strike weapons we got. Yeah, look how much time I'm losing. Remember when I said 45 seconds minimum whenever I get to this chapter? Oh, he's in a mood. I have to focus on Adachi, otherwise he'll go for Itchy. He might still anyway, but... fine. He has to heal. Jesus Christ. That's crits. Fuck Reiji. Once Reiji's dead, fight's very manageable. Thanks for finally doing surveillance again. Could have done with that a little earlier. And now you understand why runs die to this fight. This is why I need to be very far ahead in my run before I get to this chapter. Having Masochist bonus on this fight, like, changes everything. And I have Masochist bonus on this fight and Kiryu. We just lost 2 minutes. Told you, didn't I? When I get to chapter 14, I'm going to lose all of my time. Thankfully, the run is dead enough that I'm not going to do something especially stupid in the finale. I guess you must. I mean, the run is very dead at this point, but hey, we're seeing it out. Man. So yeah, now you can understand why I keep saying chapter 14 is like the nastiest chapter in the speedrun. There's so much that can go wrong. Like, fuck, this fight is awful. Oh, this fight is garbage. This fight is, like, actually genuinely terrible. Thankfully, the last 2 fights actually aren't that bad. I mean, one of them is, but it's not that bad in speedrun. Replenish muscle soda. I actually had a spare one. That sucks. That explains a little bit of the time loss. You equip the lightning bandages manually. We go down to Pink Street entrance. We're going to go over to Ebisu. Got one last shot to do. Probably guess the thing that we're going to be buying. It should be pretty obvious. Haven't already guessed by the vibes of this run so far. I'm buying fucking rocket launchers. But we are also going to sell the Dragon Knuckles. We don't need them anymore. Alright, you can't taxi inside of Ebisu in this game. And that's my Infinite Wealth stuff breaking through. Alright, so we are going to pick the thing up. This is a showcase of the run, and I want this run to end. So what we're going to do is going to go into this car park. This is the final gold safe key for the final gold safe. This is the Curse Substitute. If you do not know what the Curse Substitute is, because its description is a little vague, the Curse Substitute stops one-hit KO attacks. There are 2 bosses in this entire game that have a one-hit KO attack. One's Amon. What a shock. Of course it's fucking Amon. Unfortunately, the other one is a little bit of garbage design, because the other one is Tendo, which is such a genuine shame. Listen, if I was 30 seconds behind, I wouldn't grab the substitute, but I want this run to finish. I want YouTube to see a full run, even if it's been a bad run. Has to be done. Has to be done. If I skip the Curse Substitute, I'm not saving 5 minutes. It's just impossible at this point. I could save possibly 2 minutes in this chapter, like with how my PB went, but 5 minutes? No, 5 minutes way too much. Anyway. Bit of moment there. We're off. Nice thing is most of the enemies in this set piece are actually weak to lightning, so Jugi has lightning bandages are better than the Dragon Knuckles result. This is a nice easy fight. Hit the main guy Ando. Throw Typhoon. If you don't crit, it's fine anyway. He'll survive. And then just hit with Harry. Most of the time he gets knocked to the floor, so it's a quicker opportunity. I'm not quite sure why he wasn't knocked down there. In the Millennium Towers set piece, we have 3 fight skips. Some of them are quite hard to pull off, some of them are not. And one of them in particular is very easy to mess up, and if you mess it up, you lose a minute and a half. So yeah. We be careful when we're in here. For the bin today, not great, but it's still fine. Stab the main guy in front. Throw Typhoon. Swammers lashes after Eri. Guard with Eri. And Shield Rupture. Goodbye. So yeah, you can tell that with LAD, the whole main goal of the run was to get everyone's essence attacks, so that we can just skip essence attacks because they're either AoE, because AoE skills are obviously very good in this game, I was supposed to stab this guy, or, obviously, they're skippable. That's why we wanted to stab the guy. Let's skip through the lab. Right, fun fact. Two large lads that are going to both aim at Eri here will always do that every single time. They will always go faster than you as well. You're wondering why? They just do. Like, they just do. When that hits everyone, it might not. I know it sucks. He's going to have to be dealt with. Because we've got the extra money, this is Majima. They might not die to this now because of that. We'll see. Good. If that stick goes to the second guy, I was a bit worried they wouldn't. He was down in the corner next to a wall. Alright, first fight skip. First fight skip coming up. It's after this next fight. I really like this set piece. I like this set piece a bunch. I know, you know, oh god, it's the Millennium Tower again. I like this set piece. Very good. Oops. That goes too fast. That was supposed to be a guard, but whatever. If it actually isn't after Eri, then you have to use Dark Net Strike. Otherwise, shield rush is faster. Alright. Let's get number 1. Go into the room, cut to the right immediately, then go left. Don't go all the way to the wall, just get to like the desks, and then go through this door. Nice and simple. Easy to mess up, nice and simple. Is that a Robson fight now? Still don't know what the fuck this move does. I assume he's charging up an attack, but missed me with that shit, I guess. The Toxics actually survived. Should have ruptured. Best man attack climbs, I agree. Yeah, I agree. My MP level should be good enough. So we skip the heal here. Hello, game. Right. Fun fact, my old PC was so bad, none of this furniture ever spawned in on this floor. It was so dumb. Did that give me a competitive advantage? No. My furniture just didn't spawn in. It's just one of those dumb things. It doesn't lose me time to having my furniture, it's just, hey, I have furniture now. Right. Easiest fight in the entire game. First siphon. Enemies weak to. This is the second fight skip. This one is the one that's easy to fuck up and just lose a minute and a half. It looks easy, and it is once you have the right angle. But if you bounce off the wall, you actually end up putting your hitbox inside of the hitbox for that fight, and it starts. And that fight has a lot of enemies that are quite strong and resistant to all that you have. So, yeah. That's the one that's easy to mess up, but not hard to do. We have this guy, don't we? Yeah. So the Itchy guard fight. Guard, and we make sure we don't use essences. Apart from Jungi's. So, Phantom. Guard, darts. Passes. I think Shield Rupture can, like, he's resistant to it, he's, like, physical. I'm fairly certain that good old Shield Rupture doesn't kill him in one go there. I have that in the back recesses of my mind, so I'm pretty confident on that. So, for this bit, you want to ignore everything, even the first aid kit to the right. Because this is a fight skip, this is the third one. This is the hard one, but when you know what to do, it's not too bad. Wait till they go around the pillar, they can't see you after that, and then run forward. You want to intentionally trigger this fight, because when we're out of this fight, they're going to despawn back to their original position in the room, which is where Jungian is currently standing. Well, that was supposed to be Robson, my bad. Let's do it the old-fashioned way. Pass is good, that can stop him putting his defense buff on himself. Jungian's climbing on tables again. know what this boy's doing. There's good healing items here. Town of Maximum, there's a Stamina and Spark behind us if you need the healing items. I probably don't, but we used a little bit more up against Ragey than I wanted to, but I've been doing pretty well on my healing items throughout the rest of the run. I'm fairly certain we didn't even like use a Bento against Kiryu, which is really good. So I could use the old strat here, considering I accidentally used Robson. Or didn't use Robson. I'll do it the normal way so I can get the practice in. Phantom Drive. Onto Adachi specifically, because he survives. Roast Typhoon. That airstrike. Take care of the 2 ads. Good Roger. I remember when we were here yesterday in Yakuza 6. I remember. Good times. Good times. Yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted to get the run done, is I wanted, like, you know, our new YouTube audience to see a full run, warts and all. Like, so that I could, like, you know, commentate a full run and they can see, you know, everything that goes into an LAD run. Because this run fucking sucks at times. Like, it takes so much to get a run going these days. Ew! Nice. Fuck that. If Ichi had gotten hit there, I'd probably guard. I should probably guard anyway. If Ichi dies in this fight, 2, 3, you go all the way back to the start of the Millennium Tap. All the way. There are no checkpoints in your set pieces in LAD. They added checkpoints to set pieces in Infinite Wealth. Thank you, RGG. Like, genuinely, that was like the smallest of things you could have done. Right, big menu. Gallant and Curse. You get Adachi's survival shoes. Where is Adachi? No. Yep, and then you also get the War God's Keystone for extra chance of critting. You get the Iron Guitars as well as the Superpower Ring. Should be, is it 1 super? Yeah, it's 1 super. You get the Jewel Bracelet as well as the Dragon Binding. Stop, idiot. And then, yeah, you get heal. We get Adachi out for Sayako. It's looking good. Alright. Always freaks me out with these menus because we used to have to do Jungi Han's weapon here, but we no longer have to. So it's like, that's so ingrained in my head. Anyway. Tendo. Nintendo is massively RNG. Tendo does not dispel poison. Poison good. However, certain poison is better than other poisons. There are varying levels of poison in this here video game. Eri has one of the better ones. We're going to keep trying to get poison on with Jungi Han anyway, because this has a very hard chance of landing. And Eri has a chance of not landing it at all. This has a 1 in 4 chance of poison. That's fire. It's not poison. We get out the defensive board man. No bonus. Shame. And in this fight, Sayako is going to be our defense. But she has nothing to do on first turn, so rocket launcher this jackass. Tendo can take up to 5 turns in a row. The reasons for that. We want to try and... Oh my god, he's not taking it today. This definitely wasn't being a PB. That move always gets a second one afterwards. Can you not kill my healer? Appreciate it. Thanks. That's ice. Someone has to land poison. Beautiful. Jungi Han's late in agility. Brother. This is why you need good perfect guard skills. Jesus Christ. Use the big one. Someone's landing poison in this fight, and it's Jungi Han or Eri. It's one of them. It's my last hit, which is bad. That can lead to another turn for Tendo. Fucking finally, we'll give Eri one more turn. She doesn't then bust a soda on her. Ideally, you want first turn tricks to top hat. This has been third, which is not good. And that's if it lands. Finally, fuck you. Alright, we landed the good one. I need to buff with Sayako, so I'm going to take a turn for Ichi to do MP for Jungi Han.
怪我しますよ。
私の番
So, this begins the turns of Masasoda over onto Eri. So, now I need to keep a mental note of which turn we're on.
絶対負けない。
These are good moves. These are good moves. That's fine. So, turn 1. Get those crits. Crits. Eri is our big damage dealer against Tendo. And also, her poison damage is double the damage of Jungi Hands. I like how he's constantly going after Jungi Hand, but... I'm going to heal Jungi Han with an MP1 just in case, because I'm a little concerned he'll go after him again. It's fine. This is turn 2. This is fine. This is turn 3 coming up. So, heal Psycho this turn, buff Eri next turn. We should get to phase 2. Nice crit. Beautiful. That's my boy. Let's special this turn. This is last turn for Muscle Soda buff. So we need to rebuff Muscle Soda on Eri on Psycho next turn. This should get us to phase 2 close enough, hopefully with the poison tick. Good. Now the fun begins. So, Tendo gets 2 brand new attacks. The left hand and the right hand of God. The left hand is guaranteed crit. It is massive damage, damn near 500. The right hand is a one-hit KO. There is a very big misconception as to how fucking God's right hand actually works. No, Perfect Guard does not stop the one-hit KO. The only things that can stop the one-hit KO are doing over 2k damage to Tendo before he gets it out, or just having that flat 20% chance of it to fail. It has a 20% chance to fail. He's doing 2 turns in a row. Fuck my life. Alright. He's dead. Unless she hits the 20%. We didn't refresh that muscle soda. 20% didn't go off, and this is why you get first aid kits. And this is also why we want Ichi to be the ire of good old Tendo's fucking attacks. Unfortunately, we're in a loop where Tendo will always go hand into attack. Thankfully, Jungi Han's going a little faster. Because that's really bad if it's hand into attack, because there's nothing you can do. Now he'll do attack into hand. That's my boy. It's fine. Dragon's Descent is good. You want to see Dragon's Descent. Dragon's Descent is a time waster, but it doesn't do damage. You know what? I'm doing damage to Psycho. Psycho gets the left hand, she's in a bit of trouble. But I believe. Psycho still does good damage to Tendo in this fight. That's why using Psycho damage is also pretty good. I don't think that counts as a wall of the desk. I'll find out. Nice crit. Been waiting for that. We did so much damage, we cancelled his turn into right-handing Psycho. Okay. It's a bit early is the issue, but I guess it works. So we need to get Psycho out of this fight before the end of the fight anyway. It's a little early, but I guess we'll do this. We'll have Adachi as our support character, even though he's slower. Need to MP Lunchbox heal next turn on someone. Oh my fucking god. Now you understand why I got these first aid kits? If this is a normal run, I'd have died. Ew. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do something real fucking dumb. I'm gonna give a quickness lemon to Adachi. This is in the hopes that Adachi just dodges it. Now, Adachi's agility is piss poor. He's not gonna dodge it. Should have bought Zhao in for, you know, surviving. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. That's my boy. Finally a left hand, and it's on the character that has the most defense. That's not too bad. That's my fucking boy right there. Oh, Jesus Christ. This has been a terrible fight. Nintendo fights are always entertaining, folks. Watch this damage. This is fucking disgusting. He just dodged it with a quickness lemon. Oh, good. Your damage on Adachi with this fight is terrible. Even though Tendo is about time. About time. Like, actually about time, you absolute jackass. Die. So, we wanted that in the first place, because if he aims at Ichi when Ichi has the Curse Substitute on, it doesn't ever go through. So Ichi would literally take like 10 damage. Instead, he literally killed every single one of my other party members. Fucking hate Tendo. I fucking hate Tendo. So much. I didn't get the one frame. There's a one frame menu you can get here to put the champion ring onto Ichi. Alright, let's see if we can get fast Young Master. Fast Young Master is hard to do. Hopefully Ichi is ahead of Eri. Unlikely with what happened in the last fight. Oh. So we need to do good damage to the Young Master. So we're going to do all our best single target. Good old head trauma into good old Lucky Punch. And the reason why we want Ichi ahead of Eri is because Ichi's pound mate is specifically first turn Saijima. Saijima obviously lowers defense, makes the Young Master take 20% less, or 20% more damage. Now, ideally, the Jackass who still has a turn doesn't use Transfer Shield onto the Young Master. If he does, this becomes exceedingly hard, good, to actually take care of the Young Master. He summons more guards. This is good damage still. This is fine. Eri critting also helps a lot. Please target the Young Master. Here we go. Yeah, Eri's crit helps a lot. And then there should be our boy, right? Let me double check. I don't know how I'm forgetting this. Yeah, it's our boy. Here. I forgot that. That takes care of, like, the massive amount of enemies. This guy loses his agility because of reversal shot, which means that we just take care of the Young Master. If we do enough damage, the Young Master will run away for his next turn, and his HP is... Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's gone. I don't even need to think about it. Hell, I can use Dark Airstrike with Eri and just end this fight. GG. That's a really good Young Master. Bye. That's a goddamn good Young Master fight. Exceedingly good Young Master fight right there. Now. We do something stupid. We put on damage. So, here's the thing. That puts us at a little lower HP than we should have. Yes, it's possible to die in this fight. As far as I'm aware, only one person in the speedrun has died in this fight, and you're looking at him. This jackass hit every one of his counters on me, and because he did that, he has enough damage to kill me. Fucking hell, actually has the clip, goddamn, on fucking lock. Goddamn. That's my mods. That's my mods right there. Literally no one ever lets me live down the death in this fight. It wasn't even fully my fault. Anyway, remember when I said we used Robson until the end? Robson does a cool casual 1.2k. Now, unfortunately for the Young Master, I'm packing heat. I still have a fucking rocket launcher. Unironically, you don't want the Young Master to do the move where he actually moans, where he misses us, because it's slow. Now, doing these moves is good because it's away from a wall, which means we don't get the long actual essence attack. You can get several different essence attacks in this fight. There's a very, very slow one, and there's some good ones. This is a good fight. We're probably going to get a slow one here because he's next to the pillar. No, he didn't. Wow, good fight. Jesus Christ, young master. Good fight. Hey, look at where my gold is if I didn't lose all my party members to fucking Tendo. Tendo fight bad. Every other fight in this place, pretty good. So yeah, YouTube, what you see is all the PB attempts. What you don't see is shit like this. What you don't see is fucking Tendo doing Tendo business. Anyway, YouTube chat, you might not have seen this really funny thing. If you intentionally don't do the QTEs, they loop, and if you don't do the second one, Ichi goes Super Saiyan. Thought you'd enjoy that, YouTube. Thought you'd enjoy that, YouTube. And with that, that's the run. Even with doing that, I still save time in the finale. How bad my PB is in the finale. See, my finale has time save, even with a disastrous Tendo, but my chapter 14 is just, it's fucking double masochisted. Like, this is why I need a good early game in any of these runs to actually make it to the end. It's so fucking hard. Like, so if you're wondering why you've not seen an LAD PB in a while, YouTube, it's getting impossible. It's not impossible. Tom is like 2 minutes ahead of me. Guess Cal's like 4? Guess Cal had like some amazing fucking luck. Amazing fucking RNG. But yeah, no. I just cannot get a run going. To save my life, I just cannot. And unfortunately, it's infuriating when, you know, you spend 2 to 3 hours in a run resetting chapter 1, getting a run to the endgame, and then having Tendo kill it. You'd probably think that the chapter... The way the run dies the most is obviously chapter 1. The second most is chapter 4. The third most is chapter 12 of Majima Saijima, and the fourth most is Tendo. You would probably think that dying to Majima Saijima or onwards in the run is infuriating. It's actually not. Like, I have so many runs, like, when I was doing this run, like, consistently, like, 2 to 3 years ago, that died to Majima Saijima, that it's just, it's part and parcel of what makes an LED run. Like, Tendo luck is Tendo luck. Like, you'll either go into Tendo and get first turn Trickster's top hat, 0 right hands, or you'll go in, get third turn Trickster's top hat, and 4 right hands. Like, YouTube chat, you wanna know my record? I shit you not. Almost in a fucking row, 10 right hands. And I tell you the best part, only 3 of them were aimed at Ichi. We ran out of revive items and had to end the fight with Zhao. And I'm fairly certain his final hit was legitimately 69 damage. That's what can happen. When I did this run for GDQ, for RPG Limit Break, and for Questing for Glory, I was fucking terrified every time coming into the Tendo fight. Because you die to the Tendo fight, alright, you have to restart it, but you lose like 6 to 7 minutes. Usually when I submit runs to marathons, it's a 10-minute estimate. With this game, it's 25 minutes. Just because of the sheer hell that the endgame RNG is. Like, you die to Majima Saijima, that's 4 minutes. You die to, you know, Kiryu, that's about 2 to 3 minutes, depending on where you die. You die to Reiji, 2 to 3 minutes. You die to Tendo, that can be like 7 to 9 minutes. That's why I have to have a large estimate, is just in case. Do we usually lose fights like that? No. We have safety strats for marathon stuff. Like, we put 2 HP bangles onto Ichi for Majima Saijima, or we put on the Guardian War, I pointed out. We have ways to make, like, marathon safety strats that should get through, even if it's a slower fight. But Tendo is Tendo. If Tendo right hands, what can you do? That's why in marathons, always pick up the first aid kits. Always. Always. I buy an extra, like, first aid kit. If I'm running out of, like, lunch boxes in the endgame, I'll go make more. I'll take the time loss in a marathon, go and buy the ingredients, and go and make more. Like, it's hard to describe how evil the RNG of this run can be at the end, and it can be. It can be absolutely the most disgusting thing you've ever seen. Today's was pretty bad. Not the worst I've ever seen, it never topped the 10 right hands, but, like, yeah, Like, you can just get bad runs like this, and that's what you don't see YouTube. So, that's what you're gonna have to get used to in terms, like, when you see, like, you know, streams after we're done with tomorrow's stream. Which, those who don't know, schedule tomorrow. Now, a lot of people are kind of excited for this one. A lot of people like to see this one, and it is pretty new. I've only done 2 to 3 runs of it, 2 that have succeeded, 3 runs in total. It's Infinite Wealth. It's the big one. It is the run that takes the longest. McAllis Tom finished up their route. They got some, like, tips and pointers from TJ who did their route. They got tips and pointers from a lot of the routing, the early routing that TGP and Meta did. So it's a really good route. It's a really good route now. There is still, like, time save, like, chances in there. We still have a couple of things we're going over, but it is a pretty much 90 to 95% complete route at this point. It is good. It is very good. We did it before. That VOD isn't up on YouTube yet. That'll probably be in, like, a month. It's a good run. It's a good run now. I said the last time I finished it, it's the first time that I've actually had fun with an Infinite Wealth run. Because that route is so good. So, look forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be fun. I've got like an hour of time saving that run. We'll see what happens. Hopefully I read the notes properly this time and I have actual reading comprehension. But YouTube chat, once again, thank you very much. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you for all the gifted stuff. Thank you for following. I think it's called subscribing on YouTube. Subscribing is different on YouTube to Twitch. Subscribing on Twitch means you give me money. Subscribing on YouTube means you don't. I can't get used to it. Thank you, YouTube. I'll see you tomorrow for Infinite Wealth. I'm going to let you go early. I'm going to find someone to host or raid on Twitch. So, thanks for watching, YouTube. See you tomorrow. Infinite Wealth. It's going to be about 7 to 7.5 hours. It's going to be a long one. Hopefully the temperature cools down a bit, because once again, I'm starting to get dizzy again. See you tomorrow.